left off in the Stardew Valley Tileman challenge. For those who are not familiar with what this challenge is, basically when we start the game, there's this grid. I cannot walk on the grid. It is not my land. I don't own this. That tile there, if I want to walk on that, I'd grab this item, and for $1,000 I could walk on that tile. And why did you reappear? Did you forget your settings? There we go. That was weird. Oh no, it is... The experience bars are showing even though I got those turned off. That's pretty annoying. Well, thing. It seems to be weirdly broken in the... When I'm grabbing my tools out, it is showing my levels in the bottom left. It's whatever. Dear all Storge, we're all gathering at the beach for the annual Pelican Town Luau. The highlight of the event is a communal potluck. Make sure you bring something good to contribute. The governor himself is attending the event, so make sure you're on your best behavior. Come to the beach sometime at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., Mayor Lewis. But yeah, so I would grab this thing, and then I could buy a tile, and you notice right now it's 1,000 gold. So if you're like, why are you weirdly mashed in this little teeny tiny corner of your farm, and why is like the, why is the forest so dense? That's because we're on summer year 3, and this is how much of the farm I own. And a big part of that is I've had to work my way over to, like, Pierre's to be able to buy seeds, so I had to buy a bunch of tiles. Now, it didn't start at 1,000 gold per tile. The price does gradually go up as I buy tiles, and 1,000's what we've gotten our way up to. Steam lets you include 10 tags. Yeah, but tags are useless. People troll tags all the time. So they'll do stuff like, they'll say, like, Animal Crossing psychological horror. Because the tags are based on user stuff, unfortunately. It's good that they have that, but unfortunately because, you know, the tags are effectively crowdsourced, they're not reliable. Versus the AI disclosure I could see being like an actual property on the game that they have on their back end. And that, again, they would have to enforce it. That's kind of one of the problems that Steam's been running into in a lot of ways, is just moderation of all kinds. So moderation of, like, their discussion boards and all that. Moderation so far as, like, going through their, you know, the games being added to the platform and all that. You know, moderation of the tags, so they're not just silly troll nonsense and actually useful. And I don't envy the problem. Moderation is a colossal pain in the butt. But it is kind of getting to a point that the lack of moderation is becoming very detrimental to their platform. Like, it's becoming more and more of a thing for game developers have been raising a lot of arguments that you have people doing all sorts of moderation issues where you'll have a game that, you know, features a strong female protagonist, and then a bunch of people will negatively review it because of political crap. That has nothing to do with the game. You have people who are just bot accounts that positively review stuff that's effectively a scam and negatively review stuff that, you know, they want to kind of just do that. Has nothing to do with that. You know, it's bad tagging sometimes. You did not realize those are player set. Yep, the tags are effectively set by the players. And you'll find ones that, like I said, you'll find like a cute dating simulator. They'll say like, you know, psychological horror, not Doki Doki, which is a psychological horror, but like, you know, whatever. You'll find a lot of meme tags out there. Okay, so it's Wednesday, so we don't have anything to do there. But right now, the big thing we're working on is we are trying to reach Robin. And to that end, we made some pretty good progress. And the reason why we really need to reach Robin is we are on year 3, pretty close to middle of the summer. And in that entire time, I've gotten 22 stone. Ah, we're so close. I forgot how close we were. We're looking at 1, maybe 2 harvests, and we'll be at Robin. And the reason we want to get Robin and we want stone is with stone we can get the smelter as well as the recycling machine. If the smelter and the recycling machine, I can then start making tool upgrades and sprinklers, which is when we can start massively expanding our farm again. Because with all that, I can, you know, make the sprinklers so it's not as laborious to maintain our crops and all that. But we've been kind of stuck in the meantime. Hey, Flix, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 40 stream streak, I do appreciate that. But yeah, because that's kind of, I think our priorities now are reach Robin, escalate the farm, reach Joja, because we are going to do a Joja run because there is no way in hell we're managing to work this with a community center run. Not unless we plan on dedicating 1,000 years to it. So we can use that to unlock stuff like the minecart to then unlock the mine and the quarry, so I have an access of stone that way. And blah blah blah. It's so weird that our UI mod is suddenly not respecting its settings of our showing level or not. Everyone's gonna hate that? Oh, the Joja run? We've had the conversation that, well, the community center is arguably the good / feels good run because, you know, we've all seen the big box store roll into town and screw up everything. Not all of us, but a lot of us have seen, like, you know, Walmart shows up and all the mom and pop shops go under and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, everyone's worse off, prices are higher, the quality is worse, and yada yada. That kind of stuff. For the purposes of the community that is Stardew Valley, weirdly Joja being there, the Joja run is the run that is the best for the community overall. And let me explain that. If we look at what happens as the story goes along, Joja is awful. This is true. Like, Joja is awful. But to that degree, your only 2 businesses you can go to for your groceries and all that is Joja and Pierre. Pierre is also awful. They have cinematics where Pierre takes credit for your work. They have cinematics where Pierre tries to like slap an organic label on the groceries and charges more than 10 times as much for them. They've demonstrated that Pierre is 100% down with absolutely price gouging the community. Like, he has zero care of it. But if you go inside of the community center, Joja closes. It's gone. Which means Pierre has a localized monopoly. So Pierre can charge as much as he likes, and unless someone with like authority figure is willing to step in, then Pierre can do what he wants. Now, if you do the Joja ending, both Joja and Pierre still exist, and they're in a competition. Neither of them are good. They both suck, but they kind of work as a check on each other. That, like, if Joja starts getting awful enough, we'll see. I have no idea what I'm gonna bring. I actually don't think I have any crops to bring at all. You thought Pierre closes? I don't believe Pierre closes. I could be wrong. I haven't done a Joja run in forever. I'm pretty sure Pierre stays open if you side with Joja. So we can put hay. We can put Joja soda in there. We can put a river jelly or deluxe bait. I'm not even sure you can put deluxe bait. And sell that thing before I completely screw myself. Authority, you mean Mr. Gold Statue Lewis? Well, right, that's the whole idea. But yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure with the Joja run, Pierre stays in business. The thing that happens with the Joja run is the community center gets turned into a warehouse. Which is like the big negative is you have that community warehouse or community center that like everyone got together in. and now it's just a building with storage in it. Which, you know, is definitely not a feel-good. Actually, you know what we can do that'll be a little bit better? Give me a fish real fast. I think we have till noon. Alright, the rainbow trout should be better, while still being hot garbage. I expect to get a negative result. Alright, so before I forget, there's your rainbow trout. You add a rainbow trout to the soup. I hope people don't have a fish allergy. Ooh. So, no, I can't. I don't have money. I was gonna say, we could buy the star fruit and either do the quest, or put in the seed maker and start doing that. Yeah, he stays open. I was pretty sure he stays open. Yeah, so the only thing... Yeah, it will be like a neutral result. It won't be terrible, it won't be good, but it won't be... Like, we won't get anything great out of it. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, the community center goes away, and again, from the practicality of, like, looking from the view of watching a town that... Because this is something that happened in the town that my parents live in, that we had the big super Walmart showed up in town, drove away a lot of little mom and pop shops. So, like, this isn't me being like, oh, those Joja chaps are super good. No, they're also awful. They're also super awful. So you've reset since you first tried not fishing more? So you've reset since you first tried not fishing more? We had the very first day of the Tileman challenge. I had to reset after that, because the mod I was using stopped working. It wasn't made properly for 1.6. But since then, the last 4 days, we have been on the same save. Yeah. About a little over 4 days ago, I was on a different save. We had been using a mod, that mod stopped working. It wasn't, like, when I went to load up the save, things weren't right. The danger of doing, you know, quick and fast modding without researching. Maybe if I can get on the governor's good side, he'll give me my business a tax break. I wonder if he likes aged whiskey. Now, if only the mayor would stop schmoozing with him all afternoon. Alright. Yeah, so again, like, he's willing to do some underhanded stuff to succeed. I woke up late. Stepped out my front door, found myself in the middle of all this hubbub. I forgot that today was the luau. How's the farm coming along? It must be busy this season for you. Today I learned there is a Reddit thread devoted to Pierre hate. Pierre, yep. How's your skills? Skills are going pretty good. We've got 10 on the farming, we're at about 7 with the fishing. Foraging is at 2. We have never mined or fought. I'll be back here by the trees. The air's a lot cooler. Governor? Who cares? Why should I care about some random old guy? We do this festival every year and give the governor a taste of everything the valley has to offer. Mayor Lewis hopes it'll get the governor on our good side. That's why he's so neurotic about the way the soup tastes. A slow, continuous rotation is key to achieving a perfect roast. Whatever Linus is roasting smells awfully good. Good thing I came with sunscreen. I wonder if Morrow could use some sunscreen on her shoulders. No, we don't need to take this to the HR. This is just normal professionals working together. Nothing to see here. I'm full, but what else is there to do besides eat? I don't know, talk to people. Hey, Bees of the Knees. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. You been on Kick again? Yeah, can we get a shout out for Bees of the Knees? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. I thought I saw that you, did I see that you got some more achievements very recently in the game? New update tomorrow? In theory, so the... Yeah, so again, check out Bees of the Knees, another fantastic content creator. Also been, plays a lot of similar games, all that stuff. Yeah, so, like, for the record, it's rumor that the update comes tomorrow. It is not confirmed. It is very heavily implied, so it probably is. But just in case, don't get your hopes up too much in case it goes to later. Until we hear official word from Concerned Ape and all that kind of stuff, you know, kind of be like, all right, yeah, no, it's basically to give people why that's a rumor. Concerned Ape is like, hey, the 26th, February 26th, is the 10-year anniversary for Stardew Valley's release. It would be an excellent time to drop an update. And, you know, they've been working hard on 1.7 for a long time. Now, granted, that post was, I think, not quite a month ago that he made that post. So, you know, if they ran into any snags or anything else like that, it could be delayed or whatever. So we haven't got, like, a solid confirmed date. We do know they are dropping a video that, do they do an update? You'll be excited. Well, there's definitely an update coming. 1.7 is coming. That we do know. Like, that has been confirmed. But yeah. So, tomorrow he has a video premiere that's dropping. That's going to be going down from, like, the pre-release version of Stardew Valley all the way up to revealing the 2 new romance candidates in the update. The belief is that we'll either get a release date tomorrow or that will drop at the end of that, video. We don't know. But the point is, 1.7 is coming. We just don't, like, it's heavily implied it could be tomorrow, but you need to start another new game? Yep. The top speculation is Sandy and the Wizard becoming marriageable. Obviously you're excited. Yeah, I've been leaning to, my belief is we will get a new area on the map with 2 brand new characters that'll be romanceable. That's my assumption of what's going to happen. Because they did imply that this is going to be a significant update, and the last time they've used language like that was when we got Ginger Island. So I'm potentially, my theory, it'd be really funny if it's not Sandy. Well, that's kind of the thing. If you're looking at the options, you know, there's Sandy and the Wizard. Clint is another one that could potentially work, but you very quickly run out of, you know, single people in the valley to potentially romance, because apparently Concerned Ape has confirmed it's definitely not Linus. I hope the soup is good this year. Hey, good to see you. I put fresh vegetables from my garden in the communal soup pot. Free buffet. One of the perks of living here. Enjoy it, kid. We brought something for the soup. Climb on the stairs on the other side and throw it in. These blasted sandflies keep landing on the food. One year, Sam put a pound of anchovies in the potluck soup. Ever wonder why Sam leads the town in the community service hours? Who's Sandy again? She's got, it's like pinkish red wavy hair. She's got the little shop out on the desert. Hi there, all Storge. Taking a breather? To tell you the truth, I'd rather be fishing right now. Well, then do it. No one's stopping you. It's tiring to socialize with everyone. I'd rather watch the sea. Dear goodness. Year 3. Do we dare do it? If we look at our list here, we have not... Oh, it's weirdly showing this. Yeah, it's like a bunch of stuff got turned on with this, despite the fact that I haven't had them all turned on. So it's like the, okay, that fixed. Yeah, because I'm supposed to be hiding the bar there, but it's just being weird. The mer people are curious about our festivities. They become upset when you litter into the ocean. And then they murder. I'm here to protect us and our littering ways. Perfect weather for the beach party, huh? I would dance, but I don't want to get all sweaty. I'm bored. Vincent isn't a very good dancer. That's okay. Don't worry, Jas. If you want to find any romance in Stardew Valley, that is your one and only choice. Welcome to small town life. You can either be alone or be with Vincent or move. I suggest moving. Dear God, do I suggest moving. Wow, you don't get hot pepper chutney like this in the big city. I want them to add the wizard's hot sun or something. This is tiring, honey. Are you ready to visit the buffet soon? Ow, you stepped on my foot, dear. She's unresponsive. Okay, so we need medical attention over here. Ah, the smell of the ocean takes me back many years, long before you were born. That music, it's too loud. Can't have a little peace and quiet and enjoy the ocean? Maybe they'll add vengeful mermaids. You litter in the ocean and just like, you know, it's like the chickens in Legend of Zelda. They just kind of swarm over at you. Abigail is right there. You're the wizard's hot sun or something. The rhythm is gonna get you like it got Emily. We gotta hide. What a lovely occasion. It's always a joy to visit Stardew Valley. I must speak with the missus about purchasing a vacation home here. Your home, in fact. Get the hell out. Look sharp. The governor's here for his annual visit. If you brought something for the potluck, make sure you add it to the soup cauldron. Good we move forward with the luau. The governor seems to be a little bit hungry. Vibing so hard she doesn't feel anymore. Again, we probably need to get medical attention. Harvey, what are you doing? I like how he doesn't actually have a name, he's just the governor. Hey, DG, how's it going? Yeah, let's go ahead and start. So, we just grabbed a fish we fished up because with our challenge, I have not had the opportunity to get something properly worth putting in there. So I'm expecting a pretty mediocre result. Well, folks, it's time once again for the potluck ceremony. I trust you all put in some high-quality ingredients to pot this year. We don't want the governor to regret his visit to the valley. Poison mushroom, the governor dies. Well, governor, would you like to do us the honor of tasting the soup? Of course, I've been looking forward to this all year. Oh, you poor soul. I don't have much to say about it. It's an average soup. He's right. Nothing special. Not bad, though. Well, who else wants some soup? And everyone's like, with, you know, it's like one of those things like, well, who wants the soup? It's like, well, that's just a stunning, you know, recommendation. The soup was just average, but otherwise, the luau was a success. Time to head home. Yeah, and like I said, that's because we literally didn't have any produce, so it was either going to be a can of Joja, or at the last second I remembered it's like, oh, I can fish real fast, so instead of maybe a bad result, I'll get at least an average result. And I know beach teleporting things, you're like, oh man, the beach teleporting thing is really useful. Not for us. We would get trapped. Oh, there's a bunch of options for the best soup. If you get, so it's like, there's basically kind of, I think it's 4 different tiers of results for the soup. That you can kind of have like a really good soup, an average soup. Oh, was there another tier? You can have a bad soup, so if you put like a poison mushroom or something like that in there. And then I'm not counting like if you put like, you know, the mayor's shorts into it or whatever. That's kind of a special event thing. But I want to say there might have been like 4 different levels to it. Because I want to say there's a good result, and then there's, like, an amazing result. But yeah, so there's a bunch of options where a lot of iridium quality vegetables and all that will do really well. The pumpkin is one. I think melon, if you have it at like iridium quality, will also get the best results. The last one is the achievement. The shorts or the best result? Let's see, there's best, good, neutral, bad, worst, and Mayor Lewis is on our way. Okay, so there's 5 tiers. Yeah, usually you have to kind of go out of your way for the worst result. Again, putting something like poisonous in there, something like that. Oh, best result? Yeah. But like I said, if you get stuff like, I think the iridium melon, the iridium pumpkin, iridium, like, star fruit, any, like, I think iridium ancient fruit. It's pretty much any, like, the iridium good, like, high-value crops tend to do it. A lot of artisan goods, if you've got, like, a really high artisan good, most of those will get you the best result. It's not strictly what the value is you put in, but it is mostly aligned with that kind of thing. Wine from the Traveling Merchant gets the best result also? Yeah. There's a bunch of things you can use. Ooh, hey, we actually got some worms you can dig up. We don't get these very often. Alright. 2 mystery boxes, let's go. Been a while. You like getting the radioactive carp? It actually gets you the best results? I can see that, because like I said, it's not strictly based on value, but value is very heavily a factor. Hey, stop that yuck! If I remember correctly, I don't know if it's still the case, I believe you actually lose a tiny bit of relationship with people when they catch you in the trash. I don't know if that's still a thing, or that's a rumor mill, but I thought that was a thing. Got a ring. And high-yield explosives. Alright, increases critical strike chance. I'll see what that's worth. I'll probably... If it's worth more than a time... Well, actually, the only way to see what's worth is to just straight up sell it, isn't it? Because you take it to the Explorer's Guild. It's fine. Well, I'm literally never going to use it. Because even if we do combat the crit strike chance, I know some people like to go crit build, which is honestly really good. It's not my personal preference. Alright. But yeah, so I think with a radioactive fish, all it's checking is it goes, okay, you know, it's a category fish, and it's a very high-value category fish. Because I want to say, is that what... I think that's one of the legendary fishes. Ah. I cannot sell it here. I think you would take that to the Explorers Guild, or whatever they call themselves, Adventurers Guild. Then that'll go. Alright, everything's all watered. We get our melon tomorrow, and we'll be able to do all that. It's legendary that you can only catch during that one guy's quest. Gotcha. So we got a rain day. And I believe Demetrius wanted a melon. And we weirdly have almost an exact... We have an even distribution between regular silver and gold. So I'm now fishing on the save. Mostly I just don't want to tediously sit there and fish all day. We have fished for money a little bit here and there. I've made the comment a couple of times that, broadly speaking, when I pop into a Stardew Valley stream, and literally all I'm seeing the entire time I'm watching is just wake up, go fishing, go to bed, I genuinely kind of bounce off because I find that extremely not fun to watch. Like, you gotta do it, and it's an effective way of doing things. It's just, to me, very not fun to watch. So we've been doing it a little bit. Like, fishing by itself isn't a problem. It's just when, you know, the game boots up and the person just fishes the entire play session for the most part. That's like, okay, I get it. It's really good money. Like, don't get me wrong. And also, I would actually argue for where we're at, in-game time-wise, the fishing would be more lucrative. But in real-life hours, me doing, like, the resets, where we just advance the day pretty quick, I'm gonna get way more money faster doing that than I would, just grinding fishing. Because each harvest I'm getting, like, 20,000, stuff like that, and while you can get that in, like 4 or 5 days of fishing, that's 4 or 5 days, full minutes, like, you know, the 20 minutes or whatever a day is. Right, so whose quest was it for the melon? That was, it was the science one, I believe. Crop research. Yeah, Demetrius. For the melon. And Demetrius... I will turn back on the tracking thing. I had that off most of the thing, but then yesterday I got tired of looking for people. Yeah, you're gonna be just up there for the whole day. I don't know when we're going to catch Demetrius, but we'll want to save one of the melons for that. Okay, do this, sell those, sell 2 of you. Alright. We got plenty of time left, so we're going to get 9 more seeds. And then it was what? For the better fertilizer, it was 4? Yeah. So with 28, that'd be 7 fish. So we quickly catch ourselves 7 fish down here. Then that'll allow me to make the better fertilizer. And we can get that going. Now what I need to remember, is the thing I keep forgetting, is I'll go fishing, I'll get my fish for the fertilizer, and then I'll run over to the box, and I'll sell the fish, and then remember I grabbed the fish for the fertilizer, like, immediately afterwards. So I want to remember that we are fishing for the purposes of getting 7 fish. We're making a bunch of really good fertilizer. And I think I'm going to save the fertilizer for the fall. That way, like, right at the beginning of the fall, we can plant our cranberries, which were immensely lucrative last year. Use the fertilizer to give us as top-notch results as we possibly can get out of them, to just hopefully make as much money as possible. I'm pretty annoyed that we've turned off the XP settings for this mod, and they're showing anyways now. They, like the same mod we were using yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that, and we had it toggled off. But still. It's whatever. It's not that big a deal. It's not worth, like, fussing and, like, removing the mod, potentially bricking the save or something like that. Plus, it did seem like once I max out a skill, it stopped showing it. So all we have to do is just max out everything. So when we get garbage, it seems to be giving me 3 XP, and I think it's 14 XP for catching a fish. Or that was 23. It's probably scaled by the difficulty of the fish. So something like a pike is giving me more, while something like this might give me less. It's like 14 maybe? No, that's 50. I have no idea what any of the rhyme or reason behind the XP is in this. I've also not been paying attention to how many fish we've caught. Let's see, 1, 4, 5. And I need 7, so 2 more fish, and that gives me enough. And I could sit here and fish and probably make, like I said, $4,000 or $5,000 in a day. I just don't want to. The fishing in Stardew is fun, but when you just kind of sit there and just binge it, it's really easy for it to go from fun to tedious. Now granted, technically, this would be a way to get stone. But sometimes these boxes can just straight up give you stone, and they can also give you geodes that can give you stone. Oh yeah, you're right. It might be a bonus for a perfect catch. So I could get double XP or something like that. I didn't think about it because usually I don't care. You know, regardless of one way or the other, I'm going to be going for perfect catch. And then on top of that, you know, it doesn't change how I play. Let's see. 2, 3, 6, 7. Alright, just to make sure. Okay, and we're all out of the other stuff. That's good enough for me. We'll put you down here. So I don't accidentally do anything with that. And that melon's for Demetrius. I doubt you've left your house. You have not. So I go ahead and just deal with that. I didn't check. What was your thing? Bring me 25 pieces of stone. Robin. Robin? I am on year 3, summer 13. I have gotten 22 stone so far. I happen to need 25 stone very specifically for making my smelter. I am actively spending thousands and thousands of dollars trying to reach your home so that I might buy stone from you. I don't think I can help you. Okay, we can go to bed. Tomorrow it's going to rain. Again, I believe it's going to be the green rain from the icon up there. But on the bright side, it is a day that we're going to get the poppies to pop up. Yeah, so tomorrow we get that, so we still will get a whole extra harvest. Getting that sweet foraging XP. They're checking, because a lot of times this will make bushes grow. And what I'm really hoping is that path on our right that on that path to our right, we'll end up finding a couple of bushes there. Because then I might finally be able to make a scarecrow. My very first scarecrow. And with our very first scarecrow, we'll finally get that quest done. Well, that's not encouraging. Not a single bush. You want earth crystal? I can't help you on that. You have a scarecrow thought? I bought it. I didn't make it, I had to purchase it, because I can't find plant fiber enough to make my own. Alright. Can you hit the tree next to the old people's house? Let's see. I don't think so. Yeah, no, it's too far. Oh wait, we can go up. That's right. And that tree's not one we can cut down. Oh, for the moss, I'm not too worried about that. But okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tiles to get there. And probably another 5 once we get on there, like into the house, to actually reach her desk. Her table is, I believe, pretty close to the entrance. But yeah, now moss is worth 10 gold each. I'm not too fussed about that. We did get some sap. We got 18 sap, so that would be 3 more fish to potentially go and get more fertilizer. And then tomorrow we also get another rainy day, which I'm really appreciating these rainy days. It means I just don't have to go through the effort of watering anything. I don't think that value's right. I'm pretty sure because we weren't doing the XP thing on that before, it has, like, it's counting it from 0, not the actual value, so it's trying to guesstimate where we're at. That's my theory. And if that's wrong, that's fine too. Because I still, once we get the smelter, I'm just going to put down some crab pots and be lazy. Get the trickle XP from that. And only stop to fish when we have, like, a quest or something. What does the green rain do? The green rain will make a lot of the trees grow much faster, so they'll, like, have just gone, like, even if they're a phase or two from finishing growing, they'll just finish immediately. It makes a whole lot of bushes appear, a whole lot of moss appear. So it's a way of getting a ton of plant fiber and moss and getting a bunch of the trees to grow really quickly and all that. That's kind of the big thing it does. It does have, like, a little bit of a difference cinematically where, if we could reach, for example, Robin's house, Demetrius will go outside and he'll be doing, like, a bunch of scanning to, like, look into it. Higher chance of seeds, too, mixed flowers. Yeah, so it's a bunch of stuff around that, like, to take advantage of it, usually you go to the forest, and you just start thwacking all the bushes as fast as you can. Because the trees being grown up a stage, you can take advantage of that over the next couple days. They stay grown up. There are extra trees that will appear for it. Oh, there's one more than I needed, but that's fine. Okay. But yeah, so it's basically makes a bunch of stuff grow. So it's really good for foraging in the sense of bushwhacking and cutting down trees. And then otherwise it's kind of just another generic rain day. And then also like half the town will show up at Gus's at the bar to just kind of hang out because they're like, what is this weird thing going on? Which amuses me. Like, it makes sense the first year when you go around and the first time it happens that they're like, oh no, what is going on? But after that, you know, when it's happened 2 or 3 times, you're like, you know what? You'd be at the point where you'd be like, yeah, it's a weird weather phenomena, but the world didn't end. Oh, I could actually do one more. I think you can catch crappie fish here. Very rarely. Hey, Alana, how's it been going? We get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way. They're a fantastic content creator. Plays a whole lot of indie games, including RimWorld, among other things. So definitely good times are there. Been lurking a few days? Yeah. I'll probably just need to go over here and catch the last fish. Let's just do that. I'm lazy, I changed my mind. I want to walk all the way over there for no reason. Been doing... Oh yeah, you did Miss Power Ravine. That was the, like, cat city builder. Which looked interesting. I've seen a few people play that. I also saw Radaman playing that. It looked interesting. I didn't get a chance to like properly see how it works. Foraging level 3. We can now make moss soup. But how many tiles do we have? I think we're like 300 something. We're at 304. And it is money day. All right. I've got one poppy that's got one more day to go there. Because then we can get all of these picked up. You know, get those sold. We have enough time for another round of poppies. One more round of poppies. For this season's done. I really wish that the poppies, there was an easy way for me to look and be like, this is how many poppies I need, like how many seeds I need to buy. Because unfortunately the poppies, they, you know, they'll be differently stacked based on their quality and what color they are and everything else, which is cool that they have all that variety. But also, from me having to shop to get the seeds to replace it, it's like, okay, no, but really, how many of them were there? Oh, I didn't actually get the acorn from that. Well. We got more for making more fertilizer. Sell the moss just here. Okay, so we're going to sell the poppies, and ultimately what we want to do is buy however many poppies we sell, that many seeds. And last time I accidentally goofed and wasted about 700 gold because I accidentally sold a stack of seeds trying to go through it all. Because it's trying to separate out the stack so I could actually see what I was doing. So you'll end up being like another 4. Okay, so let's see. 11, 20, 38, 45, 62, 71, 90, 109, 124. I'll get 125 because we got one more of them growing tomorrow. And if I get it wrong and I just have to run back, that's fine. But 125 is, I believe, the amount of poppy seeds we need. All right. And that should also buy me 11 tiles. Now, if I'm doing my math right, I should get one more harvest out of the poppies. And then I will have, I believe... Yeah, that should have one extra seed for tomorrow if my math is right. I also realized I had another one up here in the corner, so we'll grab one of those. But yeah, so one thing I want to do is we'll get one more round of the poppies up. And then after that round of the poppies, we will have one round of something that has a 4-day grow time. I should be able to sneak in there. Okay, and I want to buy one extra one because we got one there that's going to be coming up in a day, and then there's one down here somewhere. Yeah, there's one right there. So go ahead and grab one more poppy seed, just so I have it for tomorrow, because that'll save me having to think about it tomorrow. Yeah, so get one more round of the poppies, and then whatever else. I think we save our money, because we won't quite be able to reach Robin. So I'd like to save our money, that way when we go into the summer, we can get the cranberries, like a full field of that right on the get-go. Because the cranberries proved to be extremely lucrative for us. That we were getting about 20-something thousand profit per harvest. Not counting the initial cost, because you'd have to divide that amongst the whole bunch. Alright, what do you have for me? Apparently blueberries are considered the latest superfood in Zuzu City. Anyone who ships 100 by the end of the season, we can't do that. And ectoplasm, we can't do that either. So I need, I believe, 4 fish. And the reason we're having these back-to-back getting more fertilizer is because of that green rain. That green rain boosted the speed those trees grew that day, so gave us an extra round of wood and all that. Okay. Okay, we got something to drop off at the museum. Love to see it. We also got a tiny bit of iron, which just saves me buying that later. Yeah, we'll get our 4 fish, we can run to the museum and get them the bone. Alright. Yeah, so our level 7 fishing, when we hit level 10 fishing, we do get more tiles. I just don't want to grind it. If I were to grind it, that's probably 2, 3, maybe 4 days of just solid fishing, I believe, to max that out. You can you can level fishing extremely fast if you just hammer it out and then eat some of your fish to keep your stamina up, or the jelly if you need. Alright, one more. And then you can also, you also can, like, very easily, once you get the fishing started, just wake up, go right to fishing. Farming also levels really fast when you're actually doing it. It's like each harvest just about, you'll get a level if you're doing more than a little bit of farming. It's just, you know, you'd plant the crop and then you have to wait like 4 to 7 days to get your thing. That's one of the tricks why it can be a good strategy early game if you're trying to just go in the farming. To do something like a whole field of parsnip, just to very quickly get a bunch of XP. Okay, so just checking, we got all those, so boom. There's our fertilizer. We can drop off that bone at the museum real quick. Collect rewards. A single starfruit seed. If I plant it today, do I get to have that at the end of the season? Because it needs 13 days to grow, but I can't remember if that's inclusive or exclusive. Because we're on that fence, because there's 28 days in the season, and I believe we will not have it grow. Because I believe the day you plant it is not counted as one of those days. Yeah, I think it'll be 1 day short. But if we get the greenhouse, that lets me start doing the whole thing where we... Can you do quick fertilizer? We can check what that takes. Speed grow, so pine tar, oak resin, no. No, I can't get those materials. Wait. Oh, there was 2 left over. Buy it from Pierre? We can check. I'm not too fussed. I think I'll pass on it, because what I think we're not going to be able to take much advantage of that anyways until we get to the greenhouse. At which point then I'll want a seed maker, and then we can just do the whole thing where we grow a star fruit, you know, put it in the seed maker, get, you know, our on average 1.5 seeds per fruit, repeat the process till I get like enough to do the entire building. You get the idea. You know how that works. Yeah, we have the seed maker blueprint. I don't have the materials for it. And there's nothing for me to do here. That's fine. Alright, so we go to bed. We actually made 20,000 that day revenue. We just sold it directly to Pierre, so it doesn't count so far as that screen goes. Yeah, let's get these planted real fast. Alright. Cut the grass back so it doesn't become a problem. Yeah, so that is good news. We can actually, before I forget, so it's 125, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we have 134 tiles for crops. Going forward. Until we expand the farm, we have 135? Oh, did I miscount? Because we had 125 poppy seeds, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe that's 134. Oh, I had 126? Yeah, no, it's including the 2. Yeah, if I had 126, then you'd be right. I had 126? Okay, cool. Yeah, so 135. Nice solid rounded number so far as being on a 5. So that's good. So what that means is next season when it comes time to buy our cranberries, I just snagged the 135 right from the get-go. Cranberry seeds are very expensive, which is why I'm like, let's hold on to our money. Is because I want to say they're 240 gold each seed. So they're heckin' pricey. But on the other hand, once we did that, every single harvest we got was about $22,000. And that's with where we're going to be using a lot of quality fertilizer this time. I'm hoping I can get up to like $25,000. And that $25,000 should put us in a great place for as soon as we reach Robin's, which we're already at the mount. I've got about 15 or so tiles or whatever it is to reach her door. Actually, I think it was like 15 or so tiles to actually get to her. Like 15, 20 tiles. We should absolutely be able to do that during the fall. And then with that knocked out, we can start making our sprinklers, doing all that garbage. So you need 32,400 by fall day 1. Ow. But I will get 1 full harvest of the poppies. And then I should be able to do a partial harvest, or I should be able to do a full harvest of something that's a fast turnaround, like something cheap like wheat. Oh no, Matt. Hey, Eunuch, it's good to see you. But yeah. So it'll be 32,400 for the cranberry seeds. But yeah, and considering part of where my money goes away, where I'm like, oh, I'm getting 11,000 a cycle, is that's after buying the round of the poppy seeds. So that does mean I will have like an extra 10k to throw at the problem, because I won't be reinvesting those. Hey! Thank you for the free carp. Free carp is best carp. Okay, Demetrius is just at home today, so we're not going to worry about that. Because we're trying to deliver Demetrius a melon. Because we have that quest sitting here, and I finally have a melon to give him. I could go for the rest of the summer just raining. Make it happen, Captain. You think you ought to get like 3 XP for forage every trash can you search? That'd be amusing. I would be on board with that. Like it's a fairly insignificant amount. You're not going to like max it out without being extremely tedious. But, you know, a non-zero amount, I get behind that. Alright, so we don't have to worry about any of this today. We're so close to sprinklers I can almost taste it. Which is not really pleasant. It's very metallic tasting. Very coppery. But, you know, I'm still looking forward to it. Hey, trash can cookies. If he wants a melon, he can ask his wife. But, Tish. Nah, he's in the doghouse. There's none of that happening. Considering she's like, I made this wonderful bed. And he's like, yeah, but these poles are inefficient. Or, what was it? Is it the tomatoes that, Oh, it was the tomatoes that he goes, like, Robin sends him to get the groceries on her behalf, and you know, she's like, get a vegetable, and he gets, or was, yes, get, you know, get a fruit, and he gets tomatoes, and he's like, I don't understand, tomatoes are a fruit. At least he danced with his wife every Friday night. This is true. They definitely present Demetrius as someone who just like can't put his brain in the position of someone else. Like has difficulty seeing the world through someone else's lens who's not as like literal and scientific as he is. Yes, a typical cliche of a man who doesn't understand his wife. Yeah, there's that. That's certainly part of it. But I think it's also the side of it where, you know, kind of someone who they've reached that level of, you know, smart in regards to educated, that they have difficulty communicating with those outside, which I find to be more of a trope than reality. I think he does it on purpose. That's the way it feels like to me at times. That it does sometimes feel like he is deliberately obtuse, because the level of obtuseness can sometimes be like, okay, but no really. no really. This is a bit hard to believe. Even from the lens of like neurodivergence and all that, you're like, okay, but no really. Even if you don't truly always understand it. Especially with a partner you've been, you know, married with long enough to have adult children, you would have at least found a way to manage that amongst the two of you. Because I don't know how your marriage would survive otherwise. You would drive each other absolutely crazy. And not in a good way. Because, like, one of the single most important things for a working relationship is communication. Found some funny dialogue from Robin. Oh, there's plenty of good stuff. It's one of the things I wish we could get inflection in their speech. Like, they do a little bit of that with, like, the way they do their portraits. But there's definitely times that between Robin and Demetrius and the conversations that it could be, like, dry humor. Like, they have some moments where obviously Demetrius has made a mistake or there's been a communication breakdown or whatever. But there's definitely some times where you almost feel like Demetrius makes a comment to kind of set Robin up. And then, you know, like, you have that, like, gotcha moment. And you can all see Robin being like, really? Not in the I'm upset with you kind of thing. But definitely one of those things that you're like, alright. You just set this up so you can make a comment about, like, my hard work and being a good partner or whatever. When the whole time you were just, like, gaslighting me on this thing. Yeah, that side that comes with many years of marriage. Exactly. Like, in a good marriage and all that, but, like, that side where it's like, you know, you walked me into this knowing full well that I would bite and get worked up so you could set up this compliment. And while it's appreciated, also, you're cooking dinner now. Because, how dare you, sir? Going at 3 years in June? Nice. Yeah. And that, why, in the morning, let me talk your ear off? Yeah. But yeah, like, it's one of those things you wish you'd get a little bit more peeking behind the mirror of, like, Robin and Demetrius, that we got more touch points to that relationship, because, like, okay, you know, if we could get inflection and all that, you could get maybe a better idea that this might just be the humor between them. So it could be one of those couples that, like, you know, the humor between each other, on the outside it's like, oh my god, really? But at the same time, it actually is healthy, fun, whatever. If you give Robin the Woody Secret Book, she'll ask you what kind of book it is. The Woody Secret Book. I don't remember that one. I could guess what it is by context. Unfortunately, we did lose one of our poppy plants here to the tree spread. There's nothing I could do to prevent the tree spread without buying a bunch more tiles. So we will want to go and buy another poppy seed. He is a morning person, you're not? Ah. Yeah, I can see that. Where you're just sitting there drinking your coffee, trying to be a functional human being, and he's already full alert. Yep. I've seen those relationships before. Nothing wrong with them. But, you could definitely tell where one party is humoring the other, but is not fully ready to do anything. It also goes the other way too. I've definitely seen the couples where the one's very much a night owl and the other one is very not. And it just kind of gets to later in the day. There's no point because I'm just going to walk back over here. And the other one's like very later in the day, and so like the one's half falling asleep, but you know, still trying to be part of what's going on. And also I forgot to do this at the beginning of the stream, so I'll do it now. Which is Opera GX. Because they are still sponsoring the stream for a couple more days. Which I do really appreciate. You don't know if Demetrius dances on Fridays if it rains? No idea. Based on the stream title, is the mine the next goal? No, Robin's the next goal. Robin is going to be our source of stone. Because unfortunately the issue with the mine is we have to get to the mine, and then every tile in the mine we also have to buy. So even for a source of stone, it would be horrendous. Alright, so one poppy seed for the one that the trees murdered. Robin is the goal, too bad she's married. Well, that was when Concerned Ape announced that there's going to be 2 more romanceable characters with the upcoming update, a whole bunch of people are like, oh yeah, I can finally get with Caroline, I can finally get with Robin. And it's like, dude, like, don't get me wrong, the mods for all that stuff can be really, really fun and kind of cursed. You know, for like the official game, they're not gonna have you do the whole thing where you know, push them into a divorce so you can marry them. Rual is going for Robin's kidney stone confirmed. I mean, if Robin has enough kidney stones that I can put that to use, that sounds like a Robin problem regardless of my involvement. Because that sounds horrifying. Okay. So we have 9 poppies that we can replant. And today would be the last day I can plant a poppy seed and have it grow before the season's over. Because it takes 7 days, and the day you plant it is not included in that 7 days. So it would be effectively available on the 8th day from today, which is the end of the month. I'm really appreciating that of like the last, you know, the last week, we've had like 5 rain days. Oh hey, we actually get to forage something for once. There you go. It's someone unnerves you how popular the Homewrecker mods are. To be fair, a lot of the people who do the Homewrecker mods pretty much boils down to, you look at the relationship of some of these characters and be like, hey man, Caroline, Pierre sucks. They're not mods that I've personally done, but I can find them pretty amusing. It is a weird thing how popular they are, though. We're not done for the week and all that stuff. Hey, Darth, thank you for the 240 stream streak. Could really do appreciate it. Well, I mean, then there's, like, how many adult mods where they add all sorts of stuff, like, lewd content to the game, and how many, like, they replace the portraits with, like, anime, like, whatever characters. None of those are really my jam, but they're certainly, like, if you looked, like, when I was looking for mod options, and I pulled it up, that was, like, the first page was, like, most popular mods would be like, okay, this mod supports other mods, so you can have this mod adds a menu to mods, and then like a whole bunch of that stuff with the occasional thing where it's like, well, this is Stardew Valley Expanded and Ridgeside Village. There was another one I saw that wasn't Ridgeside Village that seemed to be extremely popular. But like, those anime kind of ones are so popular, like, looking down the list of like trending or whatever, there was one mod that was something like Ridgeside Village where it adds like a whole extra town for you to get all the NPCs. And then the very next most popular mod, like the next 5 or 6 of them, were then going through and then having like the anime portraits for the characters in that mod. And it's like, people are just super into it. There's one that opens up the east side open to another town. Yeah, that was... So we did Ridgeside Village, which for that mod, I believe it's on this tile, opens up a path that goes north of here, that you then take a like cable car up to this mountain town, and it was a really fun one. It had a lot of like supernatural stuff going on, which I won't spoil, but it was a lot of fun. Granted, that was the one that I did it the first time, and it soft locked the game. We got right up to making this portal to go do things for progressing the plot, like the final kind of series of events, and then the portal didn't appear, and we had all the artifacts. We even got some of the people who work on the mod to like try and give us commands to try and force it to work, and nothing could unstick it. So we ended up having to like abandon that run, and then I came back like a year later to do it again, and it worked fine the second time. Your mom never listened to Dad. I guess he went to Granny crying many times because he didn't have the money for gas. Only seen Dad cry a handful of times. That's no fun. Alright. Yeah, so we get another round of the poppies tomorrow. That last weekend game was great. Can we have it rain like 90% of a week again? I don't think I've had that much rain in the game in a long time where you go into a week and have like 2 not rain days and the entire rest of the week just rains. Your mom isn't the best person? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I've certainly known a few. Yeah, no, Ridgeside Village I can speak very highly of. Stardew Valley Expanded I can speak very highly of. But there's definitely a lot of other ones that I've heard good things, but I've never checked out personally. You run around 220 mods on a Stardew run. Your playthrough is about 120 characters. Yeah, that Ridgeside Village run was one of the most modded things I've done on the stream. And even that was like in the 20s of mods. Because it was like Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded. And then I believe those 2 mods themselves required like 3 or 4 mods just to function. Or I think it was even more than that. I want to say with the Stardew Valley Expanded, they had like Grandpa's Barn and all that were required or whatever as like sub mods or whatever. But all in all, by the time it was all said and done, it was something like 20-something mods for effectively just adding those 2. I think I added like 1 quality of life mod. I don't remember what it was, because this is going back a couple years now. And even that, I was kind of bristling at the sheer number of mods. I like to mod very lightly. But that said, the Stardew Valley Expanded mod was a lot of fun. I really liked it. It's a shame the one playthrough got bugged out. It really is, because we were checking out one of the new characters and like getting to know their storyline and all that. And then when we kind of got soft locked, it really just sucked all of the fun out of the run because I couldn't finish the Ridgeside Village quest line because of the bug. And, you know, just playing Stardew to play Stardew is the thing. You're surprised the price hasn't gone up yet? For Stardew Valley? I don't imagine the price will go up for Stardew Valley ever. What was the current objective? We're trying to reach Robins. We're like 10 tiles away. I'm just saving my money for the fall flip. Crops-wise.
Thank you Ranish77 for subscribing for 3 months. Rual run, Rual run, Rual run, Rual run, Rual run.
And thank you Arnish for the tier 1 sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. But thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot. Oh yeah, no, the price will go up again when we hit 1,000 tiles. The price will jump to 10,000 gold per tile. Yeah. So that'll jump up again at 1,000 tiles. So we're at 305 tile, well 304 tiles. But we haven't bought many tiles other than the ones pushing for Robin lately. Once we get Robin stuff sorted, then we're going to be pushing the tiles hard. That price is going to start exploding. Because once it goes to 10,000, that's rough. And that's as rough as it's going to get. Is there a limited cost? I believe the 10,000 is the cap. If it's not, then it would be 100,000 when we hit, you know, 10,000, because that's been kind of the pattern as far as it going up. So I got a round of poppies. Now, I cannot plant more poppies. If we plant more poppies, we will be 2 days short of being able to actually harvest them. So we can, however, plant anything that's 5 days or less. So we're going to grab all these. There we go. Keep this area watered, because then we can just put the crops here. But any crop that's 5 days or less, we will be able to grow here. Let's see, it's funny, Stardew is the only game you mod to any extent. Like, RimWorld is the only other game you've modded that was, like, 2 quality of life mods. But do you enjoy how much more alive the game feels with the villagers' characters, but also the extra crop varieties and all that stuff? Oh yeah, no, I can understand a lot of people wanting to mod. 10,000 for each tile in the mine is absolute robbery. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not gonna do it. Like, very, very genuinely, if we ever get forced to really go to the mine, my intention is to just buy the stone. And when we have the stone, just build a bunch of stairs and just zip on down. You now learn to put a mod on Stardew, but you just want to play with your own restrictions. Yeah, modding Stardew is not too bad. You get a download called, I believe it's called SMAPI, SM API. That's just, it'll be like anywhere you find the mods, that'll be there as well. And all it has is you just install that, which it just puts itself in the Stardew directory. And then there is a command you add to, like, your properties on Stardew Valley that just basically points to SMAPI. And so once you've got that thing pointed there, it'll load, like, the mod thing, and then you just put all the mods you want in a mods folder, and it just works. And the reason it's cool that it works that way is by working that way, if you are modding and you go, no wait, never mind, I don't want to mod, instead of having to, like, uninstall your mods and go through a whole hassle like that, you can just take that property off of where you've got the Steam settings, and it'll load Stardew Valley normally without the thing to load mods. So it's a pretty slick way of being able to bounce in and out of modded pretty quickly if you want. Why poppies? Fastest growth? No, they're not fastest growth. The poppies seem to be a pretty good balance for our money making. Because we do want crops that grow at a relatively regular rate. For the purpose of being able to buy tiles, because there's kind of that opportunity cost that you've got where if I grow something like melons that take a very long time or starfruit that take a very long time, it does mean I have the consequence of, you know, I only get a handful of the tiles at the very beginning of the season, and then I don't get more during the season. Trash in the water. I can't do either of those, because I can't reach where I have to turn the trash in. So it's got a nice little compromise between the two to get as much money as I can while also having a regular cadence. Versus, like I said, the melon and the starfruit, the big problem is you get absolutely nothing 90% of the season, followed by, you know, getting that one big payout. So it has to be 5 days or less. So we can do the wheat. The wheat is our only option that grows in that time. Alright. I know the wheat pays pretty badly, but... yeah. Well, I mean, we don't want it to go into the fall on any meaningful capacity. Wheat will go into the fall too, so you don't have to retail. This is fair. So honestly, instead of using the wheat for its purposes now, I might just leave the wheat planted. You know, and staying fully ripened, because I don't believe there's a concept of your crops rotting. It's just you get to the next season, and then when the season changes, they all die if they're not in season. But I could use this as more of a preserving the tilling and all that, so I don't have to deal with it. But yeah, because I don't want sunflowers or anything that will take me into the fall, like corn or anything like that. And the reason for that is I want to use cranberries, because the cranberries are going to be kind of my big money maker, and I want to get those in the ground the absolute second it lets me do that, so far as days wise. It's got one poppy there, and I did grab a couple extras. I figured I would, but they're $10 per seed, so I wasn't super worried about it. Oh, right, you're gonna stand over there. Yeah, if we get to Friday I should be able to get the melon to Demetrius. I'm actually trying to remember if your crops die if you don't water them. Or they just don't progress. I think they do wither after a while. They just don't grow? Okay. Because then what we might do here is I'll water these till they get to full growth, and then I might genuinely just neglect the wheat until the first day of fall to kind of, again, preserve the tilled land so I don't have to go through that whole big hassle. Then we can just harvest it that first day. And then with that harvested, be able to go from there. Now the other question to go into is I genuinely think we're sitting at about 9 tiles I'll be able to buy, even after the sorry, 9 tiles I'll be able to buy even after we buy our seeds there. So it is a thing that after we get those seeds, we might be able to just beeline up. The temptation is to try and go for setting up our cranberries so I've got gaps for the sprinklers. But the catch with that is I gotta buy a bunch of tiles in here because we are not allowed to put the sprinklers on tiles I don't own. And I obviously can't pass through the sprinklers. But that'll mess with all the numbers there. I thought it was like 24 something or other. But either way, so I think the correct decision is that we plant this normally, like in the fall. We plant the cranberries normally, and we start working on getting the sprinklers. And then just, you know, as we're able and all that, we'll end up adjusting things. I won't tear up the cranberries for them, but as we expand the farm little by little, you know, I'll start, like, any new areas we set up will get a sprinkler. And then what would happen is during the winter, all the crops die. We rush through winter again really quick. And then when spring comes around, the idea would be hopefully we've got all the sprinklers kind of filled in so that in the spring, we don't have to worry about watering anymore. Not on a real level, at least. Which will be curious, because that's what we're putting our time in on, is honestly watering the crops. And that makes me go, okay, well, what are we going to be working on as our active effort at that point? Because we could go and slowly work on getting our fishing done, so we get that maxed out for the extra tiles. We can't really push the other stuff, so far as, like, the mine and all that, because, again, I gotta buy a ridiculous number of tiles. So it is gonna be a limiting factor, so we'll see when we get there. Alright, Beset, you sleep well and all that. I hope you have fun with your D&D tomorrow. Robin's like, can you get me stone? No, Robin. I most definitely cannot. Okay. Have you made it to the mine on this one yet? No, we're not even aiming for going to the mine at all. Like, very genuinely, I'm not planning to go to the mine. It's gonna cost me a fortune and it's not gonna progress anything I care about. We're basically just about to reach Robin's door. And we're just kind of holding on to our money for the time being because we're getting ready to go into fall, so I need the money for buying seeds. Have you played Build 42 on Zomboid? Yes. Are you going to play it when it releases stable? Yeah, so I have played Build 42 on Product Zomboid a bunch. When it first dropped, we played for, like, genuinely several hundred hours worth of streams of Build 42. And kind of my stance on that has been, I like that they've added depth to the crafting. I like that they've added basements and all that. There's a bunch of good stuff in there. That said, a lot of the direction that the game has been going, I found I'm not enjoying. It feels like I have to climb hurdles to fight the zombies now, which is not a good feeling, because that's the part of the game I enjoy. And I'm kind of in this weird thing to make it so I can fight the zombies in an enjoyable level. I have to lower the population, but if I lower the population, it's no longer satisfying to fight the zombies. So it's not that I'm, like, done with the game or anything like that, but I've definitely been a lot more mixed on my feelings about the game in Build 42 versus Build 41. Which I don't think it's a bad direction they've gone or anything, to be clear. Part of it is my settings that I prefer. But it kind of means the way that I enjoy playing the game doesn't really work without massively changing the game. And it's just, you know, I'm kind of very mixed. And I think that's a problem that even the devs are running into, that we had this conversation the other day that it does feel like the devs made a bunch of promises with, like, the people backing the game and what features would be in the game and yada yada, and that they're kind of stuck putting those features in now because, you know, people did throw money at it for that. But as they've been implementing some of those features they promised way, way, way back, that a lot of those have been very unpopular features with the audience the game has now. And so they're kind of in this weird rock and a hard place where if they abandon those features they promised, they're going to piss off their backers. But if they implement those features they promised, they're going to piss off the current the current player base. And they're kind of really in a weird spot that there's kind of no win. Project Zomboid. So I don't envy the position they're in there. Because, like, you look at the things they promised originally when they got backing, when, you know, the game was, like... You know, the game's been in development for, what, like 14 years or some nonsense? And a lot changes over that time. That features you thought people were going to love, people didn't really care for, and things you never expected to be popular become popular. And normally with a game without that kind of, like, backing kind of thing, you can just go, okay, we'll just chase the things that people like. We'll just do more of the things people are enjoying and less of the things that people don't. But again, there's money and all that stuff. Yeah, no, exactly, Bentley. They definitely feel like they need to add it. Because keep in mind, we're talking about, like, the original people backing them, not the people who purchased the game over the years. Because there's also the argument that the people who purchased the game over the years should also be considered as well, because they've also thrown the money in there as well. So that's kind of the catch, is you've got two different groups of people who've tossed money into the hat towards the game, who have somewhat opposing views on what the game should be, but also they've all put money towards the game. Let's see, speaking of new features, in 16 hours there'll be a 10-year anniversary video for Stardew with a new spouse reveal. Yep. Yeah, we put a post about that on the Games General channel on the Discord. In your opinion, you should not sell promises. You should like sell the game right it is right now. Well, right, but we're going back to, like, way, way, way back. That, you know, especially stuff like doing Kickstarter and Patreon and all that, you know, early access kind of stuff. You are selling a promise because you don't have a game yet. And that's not even being deceptive. That's like, this is what we're aiming for. It's just the reality is, as development goes along, that sometimes out of necessity needs a change. Yeah, no, most Kickstarters end bad. I agree to that. I wouldn't disagree with that thing. Most Kickstarters do end badly. So it's supposed to rain tomorrow. So I'm only going to water the couple of poppy plants. Thought there was another one supposed to be here. That's why I got one poppy over there that needs to be done. Because they're mostly using this wheat as a way of kind of holding the tilled area so I don't have to re-till it. I'll probably have to re-till that one poppy spot over there because we'll see. Because I don't want to plant wheat and then dig up the wheat. I'm not that hell-bent on holding the thing. Let's see, reality of software, sometimes features don't mean better. Thank you for the reply. It's cool hearing your thoughts on this. Yeah, and, like, for the record, I do think Project Zomboid's a good game. A couple days ago, I saw you playing a space game. What was your opinion on that game? Oh, Spacecraft? So I really enjoyed Spacecraft. I think the gameplay loop is really good. I think the idea of how the story is progressing is really good. I like the approach to upgrading your ship and all that being kind of more like the survival crafty kind of thing where you have the upgrade progression loop and the processing this material into the next material and the next material is all good. I did not run into any, like, crashes and performance issues, but the servers had some serious problems and were disconnecting constantly, which does make it kind of hard to know if there were those other problems. But to be clear, it was an alpha playtest. Not even early access, not anything like that, so very not indicative of final product. But overall, I was left with a fairly positive impression of it. That I made the comment if the playtest went long enough and they got their server stuff sorted, I would probably, you know, I would probably play more of the playtest. But ultimately, you know, yeah, like ultimately, it's kind of those things. Yeah, so it looks extremely promising. Let's see, Kilder said, the Always Connected was a turnoff, to be honest. The Always Connected crashed, killed Nightingale for me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think in the case of what this game is aiming to be, spacecraft, the Always On makes sense only in the sense that the intention is for it to be, like, not necessarily an MMO, but like a largely online game where you're with a bunch of other people. Which is a thing that, like, if that's not your cup of tea, absolutely fair. And for the record, I generally, these days, don't play much of, like, the heavy online things. And also, check out Kildrix, another absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play. We've done, like, tons of Vintage Story, RimWorld, a bunch of other stuff. If you like the content here, you're probably going to like it there. Very, very much highly recommend. We've gone to do a couple of collabs in the past, like what was it, Unruly Neighbors with Snoot and Digwood and Brildane and everyone. So really good times with that. Highly recommend Keldrix. One of the streams that I tend to pop into the most before my stream. Alright. Nothing to worry about here right now. Go to bed. Yeah, that was really killer with the SimCity. Yeah, no, because the SimCity one, yeah, no, I bought that game and I was pretty salty because, like, SimCity is a game that you generally want as, like, a solo game. And I liked the idea that I could play with my friends and we could kind of share a community or whatever, yada yada. You get the idea. But the reality of what it was, you know, it's just kind of one of those things that's kind of a hard sell. Like, the reality is getting people to play together and do all that stuff is a real hard thing to make happen with a game like SimCity, a game that... I didn't think that through, that's fine. I was like, let me get this grass so it doesn't take over. It's fine. We won't do more. We'll let that get sorted. You'd love to stream this, but you're worried about the pacing. Oh, of Stardew? Or do you mean, oh no, it's not worth restarting the day. No, nothing like that. Do you mean Stardew in general, or the Tileman challenge? Because you'll be surprised in a lot of cases, like, the stuff that resonates with people. I've talked about it before. You'll watch someone playing something like The Forest, and you'd think, okay, people are going to be wanting to see the story, they're going to want to see you fight the cannibals and go through all that stuff. You know, that's going to be the big draw. And then you find out the thing that people are watching is just you cut down a crap ton of trees and build a wall. And that's what people want to watch. Because, like, watching Undead Baron play that, like, when he was out doing the story diving and all that, you know, people were kind of seemed like pretty mixed paying attention. But him just, like, building buildings very slowly, everyone was in it. Some of the most popular farm sim content I had was literally me just cutting down trees. And nothing else. Just cutting down trees. It's weird. You just start over the entire run. Yeah. Lumberjack escapism. So it can be wild what'll end up taking off. It's also those things that'll catch you off guard is the stuff that doesn't work. They'd be like, oh man, this game's a shoo-in. People are gonna love it. It's got all these systems involved. People are thinking it's gonna be great. And then you turn around to, like, complete dead stream. You're like, okay, never mind, I guess. Dear Rual Storge, tonight around 10 o'clock p.m., a rare, beautiful event will take place. The Moonlight Jellies will be passing by Pelican Town on their long journey to the south for the winter. They're all gathering at the beach to watch. You don't want to miss it. See you tonight, Demetrius. Let's see. Yeah, but people here enjoy your thoughtful approach to games. People look at you for chaos and everything on fire. This is fair. Bringson said, I argue that's because it's a boring game, but you don't do boring stuff to keep viewers engaged by just chit-chatting while the grind is going on game. Yeah, no, you could definitely do that. Like, there's definitely to say something that if you can keep a good conversation going, you can carry a game that is kind of a little bit duller, but at the same time, you can kind of only do that so far. Like, it's definitely a challenge to carry a game that, yeah, we don't care about that. It's definitely, you know, like, carrying a game that's, like, really slow for a while can be very challenging. I think there's also with games like Farm Sim and Euro Truck Simulator, American Truck Simulator, there's a certain catharsis with a lot of it as well, of just, like, seeing the progress happen. Do we want to stay up all night for the Moonlight Jellies? Because I believe that's not till like 10 p.m. or something like that we can't go down there till. Which is going to be a pretty decent wait. But I feel like we should do it because we haven't done that. Yeah, no, the thing that amused me so much was just, fish till then? It wouldn't be a bad use of my time, you're not wrong. Pretty soon, I also need to check, Tomb should be home pretty soon. I'm so tired of this one stupid spider in my garage. All the time, just put spiderwebs over the camera. All the freaking time. Is just hell-bent at covering the camera with spiderwebs. And I probably cleaned it off like every couple weeks. And it just comes back and does it again. Oh, hey. Might as well use you. Spider wants a career in film, I guess. Too bad you can't give the melons to Demetrius. Yeah, like, I don't have a problem with spiders, especially, like, in the garage. It's gonna eat whatever insects come through. I wish it would choose anywhere but over the lens of the camera. I don't even mind if it puts the spiderweb around the camera. It would just stop putting it over the lens of the camera. Because we mostly use that in case, like, someone breaks into the garage or something. You know, we have that, because it's a thing that can help with, like, if you get stuff stolen from you and all that, it can help with a bunch of stuff, like, getting reimbursed and whatever. It can also be a security thing. For me, it's also, like, a comfort thing when you're leaving the house and be like, did I close the garage? I can just pull up the camera and be like, yeah, garage is closed, we're good. It also gives me, like, a little bit of comfort when I'm traveling and I'm gone for, like, a week or whatever. You know, I start getting antsy about being away from the house that long and being like, you know, I hope everything's good there. Like, we didn't have, like, a pipe crack or something while we were gone. And then being able to just, like, I'm gonna go ahead and pop those geodes right now while Clint's open. Like, being able to just, like, pop on the cameras and be like, yep, I don't see a bunch of water sitting on the floor, and, you know, I don't see a bunch of ash, and, like, the cameras are still up. Yep, everything's good. There's just a, you can kind of just not have to worry about or think it. Okay. Added bonus, because then I can go right down here. Better than when at work you have the wasp nests on the camera, which is less than ideal. Not here. I mean, not anymore. We actually used to get a lot more wasps here. But that kind of... I don't know what happened. Like, it's not that they're not here anymore, but we don't see them like we used to. It used to be one of those things you just kind of accepted. You know, a couple times a year you got to go down and spray and knock down the wasp nests all over the place. Having a wasp nest or having a camera inside a wasp nest would be pretty cool. Yeah, no, if you have like a night vision or a low light or something like that, you know, just see like the wasps climbing all over. That'd be cool. Makes the camera useless for other things, but it would be cool in its own right. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's gotta be a Twitch channel that's just like a camera up against a beehive or something. You don't see them as much as you used to, but you go to like the local, like science center or whatever, and a lot of times they would have the whole thing where it's just that big sheet that has the beehive in it, and it'd have the air going out to the flowers. I always thought that was cool. I'm sure for someone who has like a bee allergy, that would be like you'd get up there and just stress out. But, you know, it's cool to see the bees doing bee things. And they usually do a really good job of being like, the bees are over there. So if you're someone who's not into bees, you'd be like, that corner? That's the nope corner. That's the corner I don't go. I was kidding, but I'm sure it exists. There's got to be. Because, like, genuinely, I remember going to, like, in both, like, when I lived in Michigan, as well as I think it's in Orlando, that there's some pretty big science centers. And for those who don't know what a science center is for outside, because outside the US it might just have a different name, it's primarily for, like, educational purposes. It's sort of like, not a museum, but something along the idea of, like, a science museum. That is kind of for all ages, but a big thing is it's a place that a lot of people bring, like, school trips and all that. That they'll usually have, like, oh, here's an area about insects, or here's an area about the human body. And they usually have tons of exhibits and all that. Oh, hey! Finding a chest has a chance of getting row. And then on top of that... So, book... And then on top of that, we got an aquamarine, which is another thing to drop off for you. Because I believe it's every 10 items we drop off. We potentially unlock some bonus tiles. So yeah, this has actually been a wildly successful time of fishing. And then the row is just like a trickle income kind of thing, of just a little extra money for us. You know, doing the thing we're already doing. Alright, Bentley, you have a good one. But yeah, no, for those who didn't hear, tomorrow, I don't have the time handy in front of me, but the 26th, Concerned Ape, the developer behind Stardew Valley, is doing a YouTube video premiere that is going to be showing from, like, the pre-release version of Stardew Valley all the way up to 1.7, which it's not going to have much... From what was implied, they're going to give very little in the way of spoilers from 1.7, but they are going to reveal who the new romanceable candidates are, because there are 2 more. Do you do wine and pickling in this game? Normally, on a normal run, I tend to go very heavily into wine. That's usually my preferred endgame, make a bunch of money choice. Because I end up personally finding the animals very obnoxious after a while. So a lot of times, once I finished all the achievements or objectives related to the animals, I'll actually get rid of them. And that's not even Stardew Valley. That's literally all of this type of game. They all kind of use animals in a similar fashion, and I find pretty much all of them, it's like, you know what? I just don't want to maintain it. And also, check out Simcopter1 and our fantastic content creator and friend of the channel, been doing a lot of Ark Raiders recently, but does a lot of like simulation and strategy games and all that stuff, has done Stardew Valley very recently at that as well. So definitely someone to check out. But yeah, it's been good. It's good to have you. Yeah, but you need coal and copper, and you don't even have those yet. Yeah, so coal I can make happen. Actually, I can make both of those happen. I got my buddy over here, Clint. We're gonna be besties. Clint's gonna be driving around in his golden car. He's just gonna bling himself out and have like thick golden chains with all the money I'm gonna be throwing at him. Because I'm just gonna be buying all my ore because it's more cost effective than going to the mine. You're hooked on Arc Raiders at the moment? Oh yeah, no, it's a good game. I may have been messing with it off stream recently. Because I just know a ton of people who are like in my circles who play that. I'm probably at the point I'll probably start playing with some others because, you know, I just started messing with it. And while I was figuring out the controls and getting the basic ideas, I wanted to kind of do that on my own versus getting other people involved. Because, like, one, you want a chance to, like, look at the loot and try and figure out what's worthwhile. You don't want to stumble over, like, basic things like this button does that. You know, and kind of explore the map and all that. And it can be a thing that very easily people helping you can kind of rob you of that discoverability whether or not they mean to. We need coal, it's a burning issue. Yep. Keep thinking Tomb's home, but it's not. Alright. Yeah, no, I've been messing with that. I've been pretty happy with myself how I've done in Arc Raiders. The first night I did 4 rounds, and I escaped 3 of them, and the last one I didn't escape because I went to loot an Arc and got utterly murdered. I leaned down and started going crink, 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 and then immediately just got fully automatic something or other right in my side from another player. And it's like, well, here I am with my light shield and nothing, and just got vaporized. The very first match, I actually got, I'm gonna say jumped, I got attacked by 3 different people. It was more they saw me, I saw them, and they started shooting, so I shot back. But yeah, no, I'd say I actually get out about probably 75% or so of them. And I've won most of the PvP fights. I'm actually wondering if I'm ending up on, like, the aggressive servers or anything, just by the number of fights I'm getting in, even though I don't start any of them. Because I have a lot of PvP kills. Because people keep picking fights with me, and they're not good at it or something. I don't know, I think it's maybe they're running around with weapons for killing arcs. And because I'm new, I'm running around with weapons that are more well-rounded, so tend to be good for there. Because it seems like the guns that are designed for, like, high arc damage aren't as good against players, broadly speaking. I don't know if that's true or not. But being a new player, like, you know, I'm using, I forget the name of the rifle they give you right at the beginning that's supposed to be moderate. It seems like your all-arounder weapon. From what you've seen, people just started being way more aggressive overall. It did look like they've got, like, to get certain clothing or whatever, you have to complete objectives. And it did seem like there was a lot of objectives this last week where, like, do this much damage to another raider using heavy ammo, do this much damage to another raider using light ammo. And so it very well could be that the objectives they've got for some of those clothing are particularly incentivizing that. Because they did have one person who didn't kill me. We were extracting together, and, like, I finished pulling the lever, so I was doing the whole thing where I was closing up that we, like, like, if he didn't manage to, like, kill me all the way, I was getting to take my stuff down. And they downed me and backed off. And I do think it was they wanted the damage, because it's a damage amount for those objectives, but they weren't trying to actually screw me. So they just downed me, and because I was already on the platform, it extracts me fine. So I think it's something like that. that people want those outfits and all that, and so you've got people being a little bit more PvP oriented right now because they're being directly rewarded for that. But also, generally speaking, Arc Raiders does seem to be, broadly speaking, a far more for an extraction shooter, a far more friendly game. There still is PvP, but broadly speaking, because the arcs can be so dangerous, that there's a lot more incentive to team up and not just backstab each other, because if you want the really good stuff, you gotta kill the big arcs a lot of times. That could be it. You just presume people got tired of messing around. There's probably some of that, too. But that's the thing. If the game tends to cater towards PvE, I think you won't find a large PvP basis on it. And it's not that it punishes PvP. It's not like one of those things where you get like a karma score or something like that, and now suddenly some of the NPCs won't talk to you or anything like that. The only thing I've heard is that there is a it's not that this is a friendly and this is a hostile server and there's no crossover, but there is a tendency to group up. From what I've read, there's a tendency to group up players who are generally more aggressive, broadly speaking, with other fairly aggressive players, broadly speaking, and vice versa. Like not aggressive players there. Which, granted, I'm assuming the what qualifies as aggressive is, did you shoot the other person first, and just kind of broadly those type of things. Not even like, you know, how many kills, whatever. Just like very, very basic data points is what I'm guessing. Because it'd be very hard to determine, like, who's at fault. But you shooting the other person first. Okay, so that's 10 seconds too early. But before we get into this whole festival, my wife just got home. So before I begin, like, the 10 minutes of reading dialogue, let's say, Arc Raiders definitely confirmed it's absolute aggression-based matchmaking. Right, no, they confirmed that that's a thing. It's the question is, what are the triggers? Like, if someone shoots at me, and I murder them for it, am I considered the aggressor in that situation? If, you know, like, if it's nearby, like, we fight, but it's nearby the extraction, it, like, what would flag you as, okay, we see this person as more aggressive in mechanics? Because objectively, the person in that fight, you can tell who started the fight. Like, who shot first, who did whatever. But at the same time, when you're looking at, like, your analytics, which is where the software is going to determine it, they're going to have data points. And like, shooting, like, who shoots first is a probably pretty safe data point. 99% of the time, the person who shot first is probably the aggressor. The exception being, like, the person who hops in their mic and be like, I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! And then, you know, you shoot them first. But how often is that going to happen, really? Alright, so give me just a minute. I'm going to step downstairs, welcome my wife home, and all that kind of stuff. Have you ever had a similar surprise as a teacher? People getting overexcited about things you didn't expect? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You'll have topics where, like, no one cares about this, and there'll be a couple of people who are, like, super hyped about it, and then, you know, that, of course, gets other students hyped about, and then they start asking questions, and they get down in the rabbit hole and all that, and everyone's getting pumped. And you're like, oh man, people are going to love this, we're getting this engineering thing, and people just, usually it's more they're distracted by something else they're more interested in than not actually caring about the subject. But the result is they don't care about the subject because they're distracted. Anyways, I'm going to go welcome my wife home, throw some stuff in the oven real fast, I'll be right back up. So it'll be a quick, like, 4 or 5 minute break. This is my quote-unquote long break of the stream, just because timing. But like I said, it's about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. Yeah, Hydroneer is a lot of fun. Okay. No, I was running downstairs to help with like get dinner stuff ready. Took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but that's okay. Hey, look, the bridge I haven't fixed is definitely fixed. I'll just sneak up when the jellies arrived. I don't want to bother anyone. Poor Linus. I remember seeing the jellies once when I was a little girl. Oh, how I jumped for joy when they arrived. But that was a long time ago. I'm a lot less energetic now. Let's see. Which Fane was that where they mount? Oh, which game was that where they mounted where we mounted the train? Oh, that was Farm Sim. I hit tab and it was like the map just had the train available on it. So I was confused because I hadn't like bought the train or rented it. And I just hit tab and like, why am I on the train? How am I on the train? And I drove it around and realized I was paying a fortune in rent on the train because I was renting it unintentionally. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You think I'm too old to enjoy something like this? No. Well, summer's over. To be honest, I'm happy to say goodbye to these blasted mosquitoes. It's a topical comment. It's kind of cold, actually. I could fall... Let's see. I guess fall is right around the corner. It's past my bedtime. The moonlight jelly. What a remarkable species. We're very lucky they stop here on their journey to the south. It's unknown why they're attracted to light. Very curious. Hey, did you see that candle boat? I crafted it myself. Cool. Hey, I'm paying my respects to another bygone summer. That's right, you can remember when that happened in Farm Sim? True, the train charges run. Yeah, it wasn't like horrific, but we were doing a challenge run, so I was like, hang on, stop taking my money. I need that money. How did you find me back here? I thought it was well hidden. Perhaps you are blessed with the gift of clairvoyance. I'm here to observe the Lunalus, or moonlight jellies as you call them. They possess an unusually potent magical aura for an aquatic life form. I plan to capture them all and use them for my science. And by science I mean magic. Because, you know, if you don't understand the science, it's magic, because you get the whole thing. Shut up. Can't believe summer's already over. I feel like it just started. I'm gonna take a picture of the jellies when they arrive. The jellies were here a year ago, and they'll be back again a year from now. Nature's amazing. I hope there are babies this year. Good evening, Rual Storge. The moonlight jellies are close. I already saw one glowing in the distance. Once we launch the canoe boat, they'll come up to the docks to say hello. Most night fish would be scared of the light. These are strange ones. Good evening, Rual Storge. I hope you can find some time to relax before harvest season. There, I saw something glowing. Oh, it's gone. Look out there at the endless sea. Deep underwater, all kinds of life forms are moving around in the dark. Eerie, isn't it? I wore my special shoes tonight. No one noticed. If we keep polluting the ocean, the jellies will surely go extinct. Already happening. What a shame. We have no respect for nature anymore. Cool, man. Way to be a buzzkill. That's a heavy load of people on that ancient wooden dock. I'll stay over here near the beach. I want to see the rare green jelly. I thought I saw something moving in there. Something big. Something dark. Just trying to scare you. I wonder if they're poisonous. Maybe I shouldn't push Sebastian in the water after all. Marnie can't swim. Yes. We have a plan for dealing with Marnie later for her ridiculously short working schedule. We have no respect for nature, says the man who uses a can of hairspray per hour. Yep. Such a rare and exciting thing. It's so rare, it only happens annually. And is perfectly normal by most measures, apparently. Life is so easy for a jellyfish. Just letting the waves carry you onward forever. Random sea turtles eating you and you having no ability to protect yourself. Landing up on the beach and just drying out in the rocks. Such an easy life. Moonlight jellies. I wonder how they taste. I would never try it, of course. Don't tell Gus, but I'm a little disappointed there's no buffet tonight. These candles are so romantic, aren't they? Let's see here. Yep. Don't care. Yeah, it seems like the festivals are fine. Well, the cutscenes, you don't have movement anyways, so the cutscenes just move you around on it. Now, we have gotten where when the cutscene ends and it drops us somewhere, we got stuck, so we had that happen here, that after the fishing pole, it dropped me around here, and I don't own the beach on Tileman, so it was just like, well, screw me, I guess. And so we just had to wait till it got to, I mean, we were fishing, but we basically exhausted ourselves till we passed out, because it's the only way to get back. What do you think? Should I launch the boat now? Yes, get it over with. But yeah, this one, the tiles work. The other one, when we tried it very first time, like 5 days ago, it seemed like they just went and put the grid on every screen. On this this mod that we've been using, it does seem like they've done a much better job of fleshing it out and not just like going quickly. Like there's the other one, you could only get tiles ever using cash. And then this one, there are a couple of things here and there that you can unlock a couple of tiles here and there. So like the first time we introduced ourselves to each person, that was 1 tile. When we max out someone's friendship, that's a couple of tiles. When we put like 10 things in the museum, I get a couple tiles. And so it does reward you for doing more than just getting cash. That said, this is the harder of the two, because the other one capped out at something like 16 gold per tile, or 64 gold per tile, versus this one, I believe the cap for the tiered mode, which is what I'm playing now, is 10,000. And if you're playing the classic mode, I don't think there is a cap. It just goes up by 5 gold every single time forever. Seeing the rare green jellyfish is an omen of bad luck. That someone you know and hold dear will die in the next year. So you really don't want to see that thing. I mean, while characters are like, well, sucks to be someone, I guess. The glow of the summer has faded, and now, like the moonlight jellies, carry on towards the great unknown. I like that, like, it's such a rare phenomena. It's like, it happens every year, at this time, to such a degree that we actually have a whole, like, festival we schedule well in advance around it, and even have a boat to attract them and everything. And you're like, that doesn't sound like it's that rare. That sounds like just a normal migratory pattern. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Did you have Wawa?
I did have Wawa.
Was it nummy?
It was pretty good.
Did you get an Italian sandwich?
I did.
Was it the best Italian sandwich?
I mean, they're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can drop all this off. And sleepy time. And with that, it's time to get cranberries. It was what, 135 seeds we figured? I think that's what we said, it was 135 seeds would cover the entirety of the area we've got here. Okay. Because then the plan here is we get all our cranberry seeds. And then once we've got all our cranberries planted, we're gonna get our last couple tiles going to robins. And then we'll so begin the gradual expansion of this. I have planned to not... That was weird to let me go an extra tile. I think it just hit like just the right angle. Now won't... We'll take that to Pierre. We'll take that to Pierre and sell the stuff directly. Yeah, so it looks like all the other tiles got maintained. Oh, I'm being silly. Yeah, I thought there was one over here, but I guess not. It must have grown in time. The trees are pretty annoying. They are. I am eagerly awaiting expanding the farm so that I can slowly start reclaiming the property from the oppression of the trees. Alex wants a bok choy in the next 2 days. So yeah, so I heard bok choy grows this season. I'd really like a bok choy. You can do that in 2 days of the season start, right? Right? That's a thing you can do? You're a farmer, aren't you? You need hardwood and ectoplasm. I cannot help with either of those. Alright, so it's time to get a whole lot of cranberries. And then whatever money we've got left over from here, we can use to reach Robin and finally get the sprinklers going. Now, obviously, these things I'm planting right now, I'm not going to have the sprinklers around them. I was kind of waffling if I wanted to leave the gaps for the sprinklers. But it's one of those things I'm like, you know what? It's going to cost me a couple of thousand to set up each sprinkler from buying the ore, doing all that stuff. It's probably better I get my bigger payout from the cranberries. And then, like I said, just every time we go to add a new section, I buy the 9 tiles and the sprinkler and do that whole bit. And I just keep repeating that process. Oh, we need to go in there and grab the fertilizer. But with this, we'll be making a bit over 20,000 every single harvest, which I believe is 4 days apart. Yeah, making sure all those are set up. So this is big money time. Now, we do unfortunately have to wait a little bit for our first harvest. That's fine. So let's go in here real fast. Because this is where we got all this fertilizer for. That's the tier 2 quality fertilizer. So that should give us pretty good results. Like, there is a chance we might see our first iridium quality crops. I believe with that fertilizer we could push that high. Because we are max farmer and all that. I believe that's how that works. It's been a long time. Maybe it was only gold. Maybe you only get gold and it's you get iridium by making it artisan and doing that. I'm trying to... Well, no, because you can do the animal stuff. You can get iridium. It's been a while. I don't remember. It's also a thing that if we get extra copper bars, I could potentially stop when we have a rain day and upgrade the watering can just for dealing with this kind of thing as well. My focus is going to be mostly on the sprinklers, though. It'll cost me more tiles, which is a major expense, but by not needing to do the work myself, that frees us up. It also could be a thing that even then, if it boils down to it, I can just advance time, and that just makes me money. Not that I would want to sit here the whole time and just be like, okay, did a day, advanced, or like, woke up, advanced time, get the cash. But we can start working on projects. Because one of the things we can also use for working on getting more of the tiles is, if we get far enough, I could start setting aside some of these side paths where I can plant trees. And I could go out of my way to plant a bunch of trees for starting to work on my foraging skill, as well as giving me a source of lots and lots of wood. Yeah, it'd definitely be worth potentially upgrading the water pail at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna have to basically buy almost every tile for doing the sprinklers, aren't I? Because the sprinkler has to be in the middle. Like, I'd be able to do it where I bought this tile, and then that tile, and then that tile kind of thing. But we're gonna be buying a lot of the tiles to facilitate this. Okay, so you've got all that. We've already checked the trash cans today. So I can go here to drop you off. And I've got 8 tiles to buy. So let's go see how far we can get towards Robin. And hearing a tree randomly explode while I walk through the town. And after Robin, our next goal will be Jojamart. Because we'll want to do that to give ourselves, like, the fast travel, open up the quarry, you know, start doing that kind of stuff. That's also the story progression. And I say that we're going to want to do that next. I'm actually going to want to expand the farm next, but I think there's going to be a back and forth on expanding the farm and all that. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's all our money for now. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles to get in here. And then probably 5, 6, 7 tiles to reach her desk. We're looking at probably our first harvest should do it. Because once you reach the house, Mary Lewis is all behind us. Oh no, absolutely. We've already joked that the theory is everyone else is just walking around per normal, but Mayor Lewis realized we were some sucker, so was pretending that there's this whole like tax that you have to buy each and every individual tile to walk on, but like it's only you that's being impacted by this. Everyone else in town is blissfully unaware that you are being subjected to this. And hey, Panzer, how's it going? And just making sure we clear the grass out of the way. Alright. For the farm, I think we do cut through that line first, so I'd never have to worry about the grass in that, and then we just start spreading west. Make our way to where we can reach the mushroom cave to start doing that stuff. Alright. It'll also be so nice if we can start expanding the area just for the sake of being able to, like, push back all these trees and all that. And maybe make it so I can actually see what I'm doing. And each time we cut down a tree, we get a little bit better fertilizer. Now, granted, we're going to be, like, stockpiling that fertilizer probably for spring. Or if we get, like, a massive expansion on the farm during the fall here, which is likely. Because I'll get the smelter built. and we'll get the recycler built. Once we have that, I'll be able to make the sprinklers. We've already got these crops down, so I won't want to tear all these crops up to make room for it. So what I'd likely do is I'd buy, like I said, 9 tiles over there on the right, plunk down the sprinkler in the middle of it, plant the crops around it. See how much space I can save to avoid buying all the tiles. And then once I get that set up, go on to the next thing. But that'll also make it so I don't have to worry about the grass over here. Oh, I should refill. And just slowly expand. Now, if 1.7 does in fact drop tomorrow, it's very unlikely we will be able to see this run through to like a satisfactory ending. Just by the fact that, you know, the interest is going to be on 1.7. We're going to need to be on 1.7 as well, which is what I'm going to want to do in that case, is I'm going to want to see the new content, which I'm pretty sure half the people are going to want to see anyways. Doesn't mean we'll never come back to Tileman Challenge. I could definitely see giving this another go. If it doesn't drop, we'll keep going at this. And thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 360 stream streak. Catch the last 360 streams without missing a single one. So I do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, it'd be weird for you to be here every day if you weren't. Alright. So keep checking the trash. At the very least, we can gossip about the new marriage candidates. Yeah, no, absolutely. Regardless, there's going to be a lot to chat about. It's just the question of, if this time tomorrow we've got a new update, that we're worried about that, or we're just talking about what got revealed about the new update kind of thing. Which they, like I said, the video they talked about, or Concern Dave was talking about with that video, is the intention is they're kind of only going to tell us about the new candidates. They're not going to give us a whole big reveal thing. So it is one of those things that we, you know, kind of temper expectations as far as the video is concerned. It's mostly about celebrating where Stardew Valley started and where it got to. It was interesting to see that people were covering, like, the oldest version of Stardew Valley available that you could go find. And that's little things like, apparently when you first played the game, the exit to title button didn't exist, for example. When you were finished, the only option was to go to desktop. And just tons of things along the way. Like, I didn't remember, because I played this game when it first came out. I didn't remember that Emily and Shane weren't originally romanceable. They got added later. Like, they existed in the game, but they weren't romanceable characters. That wasn't even, like, right away later either. It was, like, version, like, 1.3 or something that they both got added as romanceable. Which was certainly interesting. But yeah, then over the years, like adding the movie theater, adding Ginger Island, you know, adding the extra package, like the extra things you can unlock after you finish the community center or the Joja run. Oh wow, right, you knew about Emily, yeah. That was the thing, like, the other day when it came up, I was like, oh yeah, they're adding two romance candidates. Like, is that the first time they've done that? It's like, I couldn't remember. I was like, it feels like it, but at the same time, I don't think it was. And you know, it wasn't. That they had added two romanceable characters before. I'm really curious about that. Because, like, the question is basically, are they adding a new area? And if they're adding a new area, it'll probably be characters related to that. Otherwise, I've heard people talk about Sandy as a possibility. You know, Clint's come up as a possibility. What do you think about a game having a merchant? Oh, I've played a couple of games on the stream where you run around and your like whole thing is you run a merchant. Oh, like a traveling one? I'd be on board with it. I imagine it'd be the same kind of mechanic as a lot of these other merchant games where you kind of dive to get a bunch of stuff or, you know, craft things or whatever. And it'd just be the gimmick there would be instead of having a stationary sale place, you'd have a move one. I think there's one relatively close to that where it's you're a traveling bookstore. New Age marriage candidates, Krobus and the Dwarf. Oh yeah, no, it's people talking about like the Wizard, Clint, Sandy. If it was an existing set of characters, I could see the Wizard and Sandy. I don't think it is going to be existing characters. I do think we are getting net new characters. My theory has been, since they've teased that's a big update a good couple of times, is that we are getting a new area. Like a new area, kind of like Ginger Island was so far as a new area, but I would expect it to be like a little town or something. And that in there we could get like 2 more people. Traveling bookstores, so like Scholastic Book Fair. This was more like it was like a wooden cart kind of thing. That you would go in and you'd only have like your couple of shelves because that's all the room you had, so you'd have to kind of pick what books you're gonna go based on current trends and all that. I hadn't played it, but it was one like it's one that came up a bunch of times that I was like, oh, maybe I'll play it on this day, and then something almost always came up. But it's definitely one of those ones that was like the most likely game a number of times for me to play, and then just again, something would always come up that would draw the attention away. All right. Could you imagine doing Tileman and then trying to use the fruit trees as your main income? Like, that would genuinely be just a mistake. Because of how much space you'd need to do, because they have to be spaced out, it's like 2 or 3 tiles between each tree. So you'd plunk your several $1,000 to buy the tree. And then for the entire year, you get like a dozen produce or whatever it is out of each tree. Like, and they can actually make good money if you're making artisan goods towards the end game. But for this challenge, like, how much you would need to invest, that would take literal years for it to pay itself off. They say had a new one like, sorry to move in town because they were too famous. Oh, have 2 new people move into town? I could see that. That's not the direction I think it'll go. But I could see the argument of like, you'd have some new set of events that would happen, and the result of those events is you'd have new people move into town. But like having someone move into town because like they had kind of too much fame or infamy or whatever, that they just really didn't want to be in the spotlight nearly much. I could see something like that. I don't think that's what'll happen, but that would be a fun idea. Hey, Dragon Rose, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Catch the last 10 streams without missing one. I do really appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. That could be fun, like the other one, like, yeah, the idea of a traveling merchant or whatever. That is one of the ones that gets weird with some of the games. Like, Coral Island has a couple of characters who... Well, actually, Sebastian would be a fit of this. Like, one of Sebastian's whole thing is he wants to get the heck out of this little backwater town. You know, go to Zuzu City and all that. Like, he wants the city life. And you can romance him. And then the idea is with the romance that he, like, finds a connection with you and decides to stay, is sort of the thing. And I can feel a little bit weird where you're like, oh, you're making him decide between his dreams and he chose you, which is, you know, a little endearing, but also kind of a little sad. You also have, like, Coral Island, we romanced the Explorer and everything, and it was the same kind of thing where she talks about going on these grand adventures on her boat. She loves the freedom of being able to go around on her boat and see the world and all that, and you romance her, and she settles down in your farm, and she's like, you know, I'm happy I put this behind, and you're like, okay, I understand to make the story feel good you've done that, but you really do feel like you're taking someone's passion and being like, hey, choose between me and your passion, whether or not you actually gave him that ultimatum. You know, you're going to be on your farm. That's an implied choice. And thank you, Ken Hawk, for the 130 stream streak. Catch the last 130 streams without missing a single one. I appreciate that. You really liked Dustland Delivery. Some RPG elements, some city management. Yeah, that's, I think that was one of those ones. I even picked it up, I believe. And I haven't played it yet. There's been a few of those that, like, you look at and there's a lot of different systems and depth to them, and I tend to really like those games. Like, the game where it's like, you're playing, you're like, okay, this isn't that complicated a game, and then they add a layer, and you're like, alright, there's a little bit more, and then they add a layer, and you're like, why are there so many layers to this? Like when we did News Tower. News Tower is one of those games that you're like, I'm just gonna make a silly little newspaper, there's gonna be some strategy elements to it, that's fine. But it's like a tycoon game and all that. You know, there'll be some depth to it, but it won't be that much. And then you get into it and everything from like where you position the newspaper article, what it corresponds with, and then juggling the interests of different factions while also getting your research to unlock things. And, you know, like your different reporters, their traits and skills and all that kind of stuff to make sure you put the right people on the right things. And do you get the really easy reports that are like just statistic stuff that a person just sits at a desk and generates them, or go out and get the much better stories that maybe come with some inherent risk and all that? And it's just one of those things that you keep going, it's like, wait, there's another thing I have to worry about? What? Oh, I pissed off the mob? Wait, what? And all like the bonuses and perks and all that are locked behind the different factions and whatever. So you kind of almost have like a build for your company. Going, okay, you know, I'm gonna do this because this works with my design. I'm gonna do this like sensationalist paper. Lean in all that. Set up my stuff to align with that. Oh, I'm gonna do a very informational paper. I see I missed one. You've been asleep since 9 AM and you're so groggy. Well, hopefully the grog settles up, because that's never fun. And then playing Tetris with the furniture to get the max bonus. Yeah, like the fact that putting your was it your typesetters in the room like next to your printing press thing gives them a bonus. I was like, what is this? Making your poor person have to stand right next to this freaking loud hot machine, and it makes them slightly better at their job. And also utterly miserable if you don't do a lot to really manage it. Oh hey. Bam. Ah, we just got clay. Well, whatever. But yeah, it's just one of those games like on the surface, you'd be like, okay, there'll be a couple of systems in this. Harvey wants a copper bar. I'm sorry, that is not in the budget, Harvey. You can set it up where they are perfectly happy. It takes about 2 floors though. Oh yeah, no, you can get there, but it's definitely like a whole process to get that. Alright, so it's Friday. So we want to catch Demetrius to give him the melon and all that stuff. 20% off the way of level 1 mining. Fall year 3, and we are excited about getting level 1 mining. So it's gonna have to wait here for a couple of minutes for Demetrius and friends to step outside their house. Bear with me, chat. I just realized I don't have more drink down here, so let me go grab myself another drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, so yeah, I just need to grab myself new drink. I was like, all right, we got a couple minutes. I didn't want to leave the game unpaused because it is about like 1 minute per in-game hour-ish. And I don't know exactly when they leave. Because it could be they arrive down there at 7. Which means they leave at like 4 or 5. Which only have left me like 3-4 minutes. And while I didn't anticipate it taking that long, you never know when you're gonna go downstairs and then you see, you know, a whole bunch of like water sitting there. It's been 2 years. And just show today? Huh? Oh, I'm missing something. Oh, Morris. I missed the qualifier there. Yeah, Maureen's like, holy crap, man. You've been living in this town for years, and this is the first time you stepped into Joja Mart? You're not wrong. Okay. So with that, yeah, I can't get to water near here, can I? I was gonna be like, we could fish for a minute, but the fishing is way on the other side of town. And the problem is if I miss them walking up, I'd have to wait till they leave. Hey. Because of the way we're passively aggressively digging up all all of their yard. They got a driveway now? Yeah, it's just not aligned with the garage. It is interesting to me, the idea that, like, so Sebastian has his motorcycle and they imply that there's cars around. There's no roads. You walk through town, there's no roads to speak of anywhere other than the bus. But as well as things like, how on earth do you get around to these various spots? And that happens a lot of them. So like Coral Island, it makes sense because basically no one has cars. And if you've ever been on one of those like little really small, like really touristy islands like Happy Harbor and one of them, they usually do actually have ordinance that there's no cars allowed inside town. Like some of them they'll have like back roads you can bring in a delivery vehicle, whatever, but a lot of them it's like, yeah, there's just no cars. Like once you get into like the city proper, no cars whatsoever. Oh, Demetrius? This is perfect. It's just what I need for my research. It's gonna be hard not to eat it. Thanks a bunch. Don't worry, Demetrius. I harvested that like 3-4 weeks ago, which is honestly not the worst we've done so far as delivering things way late. We've certainly had some we've delivered over a season after the fact. You'd be like, here's your pile of mold. Things don't expire in Stardew Valley. Because if they did, there are so many of us that hoard things that would be deeply upset. Okay. Alright, that is another quest off the list. Tangible progress being made. Dude, why it cracks you up so much that Caroline will comment about the water bill being smaller this month when it rains? Man, in a tiny town where you don't even have roads, there is not a public water utility. Yeah, because about the most you could have, like, they could be on well water, but it raining or not raining shouldn't matter too much unless wherever you're drawing your water from is really not doing too well. Because if you're just drawing it from like the river or the lake, that is not a great thing to do. Like you'd need to put a lot of filtration between you and that water to keep it safe. Because usually you'd want, like, something like that, what you'd want is, a lot of times you have, like, aquifers if it's based on limestone or whatever. So sure, you'd have the water collect in the rivers and lakes, but you'd ultimately want to draw the water from the aquifer, because then going through that limestone is just a natural filter. That's the way a lot of the water here is in Florida. Yeah, no, my parents' house in like my tweens to teens, we weren't super rural, but we weren't like exactly in the city either. And we were on well water as well. I hated that water. It had a very sulfury smell to it. Like it was perfectly safe for consumption, but it was hard water that had a very sulfur smell to it. For some reason I felt like I missed a row there. Like, so, you know, I didn't mind using that water for, like, you know, showers and doing dishes and all that kind of stuff. But, like, drinking water from the tap is like, nah, man. This is unpleasant. Yes, I acknowledge it's completely safe and all that. But It was definitely one of those things that, you know, you get mouthfuls of it and be like, you know what? This is pretty unappealing, though. Like, I don't need bottled water or anything. I don't mind, like, tap water, but that very sulfury smell and taste was just like, it's just like not quite fresh eggs. You loved your well water going up? Straight for the hose of the summer? And that was when the power was out, of course, and that's when there was no water. That's what happened to us with, when the hurricanes rocked Florida real bad. We got knocked out of power for a good long while. And, oh, I can do a green algae. Green algae is easy. But it was just kind of one of those things that what would end up happening with that is we got our power knocked out, and so being on well water means you can't run your pump, which means you don't get water. That's just how it be. And so what ended up happening with there is we were without water for a while, and it was my buddy just on the other side of town, not even the other side of town, but a little couple blocks away, you know, they got power back and they had water running. It was kind of one of those things like, okay, I'm going to your house and I'm taking a shower. This is not up for discussion. Like, this is me drawing a I need this as your friend because I am living without shower and I cannot take it anymore. Because we don't have running water, so I can't. Like, you'd take like a little bit of water here and there to like kind of wipe yourself down kind of thing. But there was no running water, so you couldn't take a bath, you couldn't take a shower. You don't want to just go into some random lake here in Florida and just take a dip. And where we were at, there wasn't like there was a convenient river or lake anyways. Let's see, we would have to shower in a public pool in town when ours went out for so long that you couldn't wash. Yeah, it was unfortunately like, I can't remember why we didn't. Yeah, that was the thing. We did, like, almost, not quite a sponge bath, but something in that general line of things of just kind of getting a bit of water and wiping yourself up to at least have some type of anything. But, like, being able to take a proper bath or shower. I think the school was closed, if I remember. I was trying to remember, I was like, you know, I would have been in high school, and we had the gym, we had the showers there, and I was absolutely not against using those showers if needed and all that. I think what happened was the school was closed for a while. Okay, so what we need to watch is at some point, usually Alex will go along here to check on the dog. I believe Alex will go inside for a little while, and then we'll come back out to check on the dog. And he doesn't stay there very long. But I want to say it's like mid-afternoon. But yeah, no, I definitely remember as a whole big thing. It's like, I'm going to your house and I'm taking a shower. You know, this is... Like, I obviously wasn't, like, mean about it. I was like, hey, man, I need to use your shower. This isn't something like this needs to happen. Like, I feel so disgusting. Which we were good buddies. Like, he like, you know, just got to laugh because he had been without water too, so he completely could empathize. Because he had to go a couple of days without being able to bath or shower because of the, you know, power out as well. But, you know, we were coming up on like a week and it's just like, I feel just disgusting. Because it was also hot, because it was Florida, like, late summer. It's just hot and humid, and you get sweaty and gross. So you just feel repulsive. It's one of the reasons I don't, like, when people have, like, the bad hygiene where they're just not taking care of this, I don't understand. Because even if I miss, like, the showers for a little while around here with how hot and sticky it gets, I was like, how do you not just feel disgusting? Not even from, like, the smell thing. You just feel grungy. Okay, so you've gone inside. Let's camp out. I'd rather get this
Thank
done.
you, P. Billy, for subscribing for 2 months.
And thank you, CPY Billy, for the tier 1 sub. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do appreciate that continued support, and it means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Do hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, so you should come out, I believe, like 4 or 5 to, you know, feed the dog. He just walks over here and stands here. You don't see the dog unless you get the cinematic. But, because he wanted a green algae. But it'll make Alex a little bit happier. I think realistically, to max out their happiness, I mentioned this before, it'll probably be when we get like the crystal duplication thing and just chucking diamonds in there. And I think it's like Sebastian and one other person doesn't like diamonds, but everyone else you just huck diamonds at them. Because I want to say those are a universal like. Yeah, I know you don't. I know you're not super late that you come out here. There you are. You're making me second guess myself. Hello, Rual Storge. Is that the green algae I requested? I really do appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Rotenimod 58.
Here's a little something for your trouble.
For 2 months.
And thank you, Rotanimo, or sorry, Rotanimod, my apologies, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream as well, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And I do apologize if I mispronounced that. By all means, please correct me if I got it wrong. I'd like to get it right. Okay, so we got all this watered, all that's good.
Thank you, Ianek, for subscribing for 31 months. Thanks to @RandallThor1812 for my sub gift. Choo choo Rual tap Rual beep.
And thank you, Enoch, for the tier 1 sub, and Randall Thor for gifting that sub and all that good stuff. And, you know, for the 31 months you've been subbed to the channel, I do appreciate that as well. Alright, let's go here. So I made Alex a little bit happier. Tomorrow is a rain day, so I don't have to worry about that. Because it's almost time to get payday, and payday means smelter and potentially other stuff. Yeah, tomorrow is payday. Hello, Rual Storge. I've heard you've been giving some people a hand around town. Everyone seems really thankful. I'm awarding you with this month's Best Neighbor Award with a small cash prize. Keep it up, Mayor. Oh, we'll do the round here real fast to make sure the grass stays back. Yeah, when you hear that other sound where it's a different swish, it means grass got close enough that you're hitting grass. Just, the entire map is nothing but trees over there. Just absolutely nothing but trees. Alright, so we got all that sorted. We'll check in the trash cans. And then tomorrow we get our first harvest of the cranberries for the season. If it's anything like last time, we were making about $22,000 in revenue per harvest. And since we don't need to rebuy the seeds each time, that ends up being a huge amount of profit. Okay, we do actually have access to 2 more tiles, which I'm going to go ahead and buy now. And we can do all that. With the number of quests I got outstanding, I've kind of given up mentally having track of it. Because we have Coconut, we have Lingcod, we have Iridium Bar. I still have to to craft the furnace, lobster, truffle oil. And thank you, Pagey Cakes, for the 150 biddies. Really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. We need a puffer fish, sashimi, a leek, an apricot, hardwood, an iron bar, a void essence, just going into the community center at all, a squid, figuring out where the mystery thing there, a pumpkin, the basket, amaranth, a hot pepper, pale ale, the mayor's shorts, the lost axe, making the scarecrow. The fact that making the scarecrow is still on our list of things because I can't do it yet. Alright, 4 more tiles gets me into Robin's. So when we get our harvest, we should be getting in there.
Thank you, Grundon, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Grundon, for the Prime Gaming sub. Subbing for a month and all that stuff. I really do appreciate it. You only get 1 of those a month. You used it here. And it means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for everyone who's pushing that hype train along and all that. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I might fish just a little bit. I think we're right about to level fishing. You know, versus just standing around and not doing a lot today. Yeah, we're right about to level fishing. So let's just go ahead and push. Get ourselves this last little bit of this level. Just to mix it up a little bit on what we're working on. But then the plan will be tomorrow, we get our cranberries, we sell our cranberries, we get to Robin, we buy the stone I need for the recycler and the smelter. We begin the process of smelting the ingots and making our sprinklers. And once we get all that done, like we'll be able to just use our money to expand our farm. I think we expand our farm for a little bit. And then once it starts to once we start to properly get that stuff to make some, you know, really good money, then we turn around and we go for Joja. That way we can, you know, progress the main story, as it were. As well as, you know, like, unlocking fast travel, that kind of nonsense. Alright. They've already turned Amethyst into the museum, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. This might be the lingcod. Oh no, that's a catfish. Alright, we gained a level of fishing. So just gonna sell these fish. We're not gonna worry about too much. But that'll be a little bit more tangible progress. So we've only got 2 more levels of fishing before we're done fishing forever. That's not true. We'll probably do a little bit of fishing as a quest or whatever comes up, but broadly speaking, we're not going to be doing any more meaningful fishing once we hit that point. Once we get the smelter, I'm also going to want to make some crab pots, because that'll be my renewable source of trash, the occasional fish we will need for purposes of making fertilizer and all that, and yada yada yada, you get the idea. Alright. Okay, deluxe worm bin. Okay, big money day. So now every 4 or 5 days we should be getting like another 20-something thousand. Now I did use a bunch of fertilizer this time, which is not something I did the last time. So my hope here is we'll have a higher distribution of higher quality ones. And thank you so much for that hype train. A level 2 hype train at 31% with 4 subs and 150 biddies. I do really appreciate that and all that good stuff. So thank you so much for that, and I do hope everyone has, you know, thank you so much for that port and all that. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. Lets me keep doing what I'm doing. So thank you so much for that. So let's grab all the berries, and I gotta water these. Then we have to figure out where I'm putting the smelter and the recycler, because they have to be on tiles I've purchased. And then we can go from there. Okay. This also helps where, if I could potentially miss them, as I go to water them, I'd accidentally click on them and... Well, not accidentally click. I'd click on them and get any cranberries I've missed. Yes, I have no idea how that compares to the last year when we did our harvest of cranberries. Because I believe it's the same number of bushes. Well, no, it's not. That's right, because I only got about, like, 3/4 of the field covered with cranberries, and then I ran out of money. So the rest of it, we were just kind of recycling bok choy. And then at that point, I didn't have any scarecrows at all either. So every, like, 4 days or so, we would lose a plant to a crow. So over the course of the season, we end up losing, like, 3-4 of our cranberry plants to the crows, and then those also got switched over to bok choy. Just because the bok choy grows really fast, so you can turn around really quick, and they were relatively okay price-wise. So it's a way of just trying to get more tiles happening. Alright. And I think one of our big efforts during the winter, since we won't have crops here because it's winter, will be to go through and kind of grid out where all the crops are going to go so I can walk through here to pick it all, have every bit of it's filled up with sprinklers, with the idea of then, from then on, you know, every N amount of money, whatever it takes for me to get a sprinkler plus, you know, the 9 tiles, or like however many of the 9 tiles. It'd be at least 7 tiles I need to purchase out of the 9. You know, however much that costs, spend the money, like when I get that much money, I would buy a set of tiles, expand the farm. Because that's just a matter of harvest each time it comes up. And no more grinding the watering. And that might also open us up for other money options. Like, eventually giving myself a little bit of space for a couple of animals, that kind of garbage. So check the trash cans first. You want me to fetch a sardine. Sardines are ocean, and I cannot get to the ocean yet. That'll be something we'll want to do in relatively not super long, is making the ocean happen. Alright, Pierre. It is time for you to take almost 25,000. Actually, it's 27,000 we got from that first one. Monday Opportunity Board? Oh yeah, I should check that as well. Should have checked that before we turn that in, but that's okay. So we got 27,000. I'm just excited about finally being able to do sprinklers. Let's see, 1,000 pieces of wood, and slay 50 of what? Oh, dust sprites. So neither of those I can really do. But the 27,000 should be more than enough to reach Robin, get to her desk, and buy like, I'll probably buy like 100 stone or whatever. Because I suspect the stone will be relatively cheap. Someday they could ask for a cranberry crop? Yeah. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. Alright. Yeah, won't worry about that. The wood chipper is only when we get hardwood. The telephone, we don't care about. TVs and all that, we don't care about. Those are all aesthetics we don't care about. Okay. After all this time, we can now acquire stone. It is a glorious day. And I also do have enough money left over from that I should be able to buy a set of tiles to put a sprinkler on. Demetrius just out of reach too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about it. We did catch Demetrius and gave him the melon that we needed to. So as far as I'm concerned, that's just handled. Yep, no, you're all good. Alright, so with that, we go here, grab the copper, grab the stone, craft melter, done. And I need wood and an iron bar, so we're not quite ready for that. Let's see. Where do I want to put this? Because I don't think we can put this on the porch. I'm pretty... Oh, actually, I take that back. I can put it on the porch. Alright. So we got some processing to do here. Alright, so let's think about this. I have this whole area. Let's make sure I can actually plow that area on the far right. I don't think we can. Okay. Do I think I can plow that tile? Alright. So. I think we're going to keep that gap over there. So that does mean I'm going to go here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then the sprinkler. Yeah, no, I don't think we can plow the far right side either. You cannot. Alright, so I'm glad I did not trust it. Oh, let's go grab ourselves 8 more seeds before Pierre has a chance to close. I don't think we go for more cranberries at this point, because it would take us to the 16th to grow, and we only get like 2 harvests out of it. It'd probably still turn a profit, but nowhere near what we could potentially get. So last time we got the bok choy. So those are fairy seeds. So that's 12 days. We got plenty of time left for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. And then what we would need to do is figure out how much it costs me to make a sprinkler, yada yada. We just kind of go through this loop. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pull that up. And for right now, I need to water these myself. I can't remember if you can place stuff down and put that on. That's fine. How much was it for the... Okay, so you are 2 copper bars and wood for the crab pot. And then the sprinkler is 1 gold, 1 iron, and 1 refined quartz. So I need the iron to get the next thing going. Let's grab my stack of wood and my stone. So we can't do it today, but I am going to need to pick up more iron from Clint. Recycle bin? Yeah, that's what we need to make, is a recycle bin. Alright, because yeah, the recycle bin here, we'll get the iron bar today and I'll be able to do the recycling bin. But then we have to buy another thing of ore to do that. Now what we could do here, though, is after all this time... we got ourselves that. We can start using our crab pot. Okay. So we'll have to water those tomorrow. But we can just get ourselves a bit more materials and get all that done. So I'm just waiting for that to go so I can toss the iron in there. And then it'll be a matter of processing trash every time I get a chance. So let's grab all of our trash. Well, actually, we'll start with the CDs. And we'll just work through all the trash, little by little. The big catch is, where am I putting the recycler? Because I'm pretty sure you can't put it here, because I want to say your spouse will stand there. So it's not a permitted place. I'm pretty sure that smelter should finish. Yeah, so it's got about 1 more minute and then the smelter will finish its job. But yeah, so my plan is to basically work on just slowly expanding this going down here. I might detour briefly to get the bigger watering can if the opportunity comes up. Like, we could then make we'll have to make the copper bars in advance, because I think taking the time to smelt the copper bars, then trying to drop them off for the future rain day, we won't have it back in time. But we'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay, you should be done any time now. Because then we can drop this off, then we'll go to sleep. And these sprinklers are going to cost me a small fortune. Alright. Drop off the clay. The rest could stay in my inventory, and we go to bed. Dear all stores, 1 week from today we're holding the Stardew Valley Fair in the town square. It's the biggest event of the year, drawing people from all across the country to our humble town. If you'd like, you can set up a Grange display for the event. Just bring up to 9 items. The best showcase of your talents. You'll be judged on the quality and diversity of your display. The fair starts at 9 a.m. Don't miss it. Alright, so we just go down here and go pop, pop. And we get the tiniest bit of fishing XP. And we sell our periwinkle. Alright. And this should be the last time we have to worry about watering this all ourselves. If we get to spring and I still don't have all the sprinklers set up, I will approach it in the I'm not planting it unless I can put a sprinkler there. You're reading an article about AI. AI can't stop recommending a nuclear strike in a war game. Did they train it on Civ? Yep. There's a reason you always want a human element with any type of decision making, whether it's AI or machine learning or anything else like that. It's fine. Like, the technology can be used very, very effectively in kind of a supporting role, like helping you navigate information, all that kind of stuff. There's definitely a place for all those things. But, like, straight up unilateral decision, dear God, no. You just do not want that. It's almost like people watched all those movies over the years where the robots turned against society and, you know, like, the only way to prevent people from committing violence against each other would be lock them in their homes or eradication or whatever. And then someone watches like, you know what? That seems like a great idea. Let's do that. This Terminator movie? Why don't we do Skynet? I'm not actually worried about, for the record, I'm not actually worried about the computers overthrowing society or turning violent against us or yada yada. I'm more concerned about, like, a far more boring and mundane, you know, people just turning to the computer more and more and more to just make their decisions for them. And those decisions being just kind of crap. And effectively destroying the way that we function. Like a lot more like Idiocracy than Terminator. It's just an idiocracy based around computers. Okay. Cool, so we got all that handled. It's disappointing that as soon as we got AI that could be used for outsourcing, every decision they could make. Yep. Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, I don't think the real threat you run into is, again, like, someone giving the nuclear codes to the AI and then the AI immediately using those nuclear codes. But also, please do not give the AI the nuclear codes. But, I don't think that's, like, the genuine thing you gotta be worried about. It's gonna be a lot more just, like, having things go downhill by boring, economic kind of problems stemmed from the AI. A bream for Harvey. I can absolutely do that. Let's see, we've had people handling their personal decisions. Sorry. We've had people handing all their personal decisions, making away often enough. When it happened to the big degree, it turned out really bad. Oh yeah. Like, again, there's a place for a lot of these technologies, but usually they're in a support role. Okay, so that would give me enough for the recycler. I don't think I have enough. So it's a gold bar. So it's 5 times 70, or 5 is that? So it's 3,500. Yeah, so we can't afford another thing. Stardrop Saloon has the best trash can. Oh, which one's the best? I mean, there's a couple trash cans that have an interesting loot table so far as what they make. We should be able to make the recycler. The recycler is made. Ooh, what do we need for you? Ah, not you yet. So we want to run back over here, get the iron bar and the first of the refined quartz made. Once you get the trash buffet book. Oh, I don't remember the books by name or whatever. Like, I used to play this a ton, but like the books were actually a pretty late edition. So like I played through when they got the new content, but like I've gotten all the achievements, and since they got that, when I say new, it's not that new anymore. But you get the idea. Let's start by putting you in here. Can I fit you over there? No. Gonna have to buy a new tile, so it's gonna have to happen here. Alright. Recycler, that's your spot. Yep, and so when we get back, that should allow me to have a sprinkler. Then you need a good accent pick. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff that I remember when the big update came out, where they added like the books and the bookshop and all that kind of stuff. Definitely played a ton of it, but what? That was weird. I couldn't use it while standing next to Sam. All right. Sam is apparently a no fishing zone. Okay. Let's get away, because the last time I went to do this, I accidentally gave the jelly to someone, and they were not a fan of that. But yeah, so we can go ahead and just kind of work on this. We're trying to get a bream. I don't remember for who it was. But that'll be another quest done. We give you a little bit of fishing XP while we're at it. And I wonder if I get extra iron bars, if I could put crab pots along the wall to the area above me. Because I don't want to go and spend extra money to open up a whole bunch of tiles just for the crab pots. But also, if we have areas that are open up already that I can put the crab pots that are conveniently around routes I'm already going to take. I don't want to go out of my way for anything. That it would be worth it to chuck a whole bunch of crab pots down. Because I want those for trash. They can also give me stuff for a little extra money. Cool, a little bit more copper. And I think it's 2 copper ingots is a crab pot. And I think we'll plan for it to be every time I have $15,000 to spare, that $15,000 gets converted into 9 tiles. because that should be enough to buy 5 iron ore, 5 gold ore, and 8 of the 9 tiles, and then have some money left over, so I'm not having to do like careful math for the exact amount. We should probably figure out what the cost of a sprinkler is, because I'm imagining it's probably around 5,000 bucks. Because then we can craft the sprinklers and just make the plan of, like, filling out the area. So if you give me a bream, that'd be lovely. It starts at, like, 7 p.m. I feel like this game mode is what happens when, 1 second. This game is what happens when devs try to fix inflation in an MMO. Oh yeah, like, and it's just, you can objectively look at it and go, what is this unhinged garbage? Alright, so let's see, who was I doing this quest for? Harvey. Alright, so I believe Harvey will leave to go to the beach from time to time. We won't be able to catch Harvey tonight. But Harvey, not the beach, we'll go down to the river. So Harvey every once in a while will leave the house and go down there. Because Harvey's at work. But every once in a while Harvey walks out of their house. The question is, will Harvey do that before, you know, we get to a point where the timer's up, so to speak. Let's go here. Drop off the not bream. And we can grab you. Go and get you going, grab you. And that is enough for our very first sprinkler. And just like that, that's 9 tiles I don't have to water. Chuck you in here for right now. Chuck you in there for right now. I'll sell the algae, it's fine. Okay. Oh, right, it's like... Periwinkle shouldn't be worth very much. Hey, Serverlord, how's it going? It's good to have you back. We winning? We do have a functional sprinkler. It has finally happened. So we are officially expanding the farm. Sounds like winning to me. This seems to slow the normal pace of Stardew Valley crawl. Yeah, no, that's deliberate. That's the point. Quite often, games like Stardew Valley, once you kind of know how to make things go fast, very, very, very rapidly, you can just burn through the game in a big way. And it's fun to kind of go back to times where you don't know, hey, I could go to fishing and then lean in on this and then take that skill point, the next skill point, and every single day pull up like $10,000 of fish, or oh, I can go to the forest and collect these forageables and craft those into a seed, and then use those seeds to exponentially grow my forageables to the point that I can just effectively print money, you know, and the many other ways you can abuse this. The defranging can be mostly done with Stardew in a single year, like money out the wazoo. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like the community center can be, depending if you're doing the remix. Sometimes the remix can be a little rough to get off the first year, but not impossible. But yeah, you can absolutely blast through it. So it's fun to actually have to put like a little bit of effort into the game. Because like when you're brand new to the game, if you haven't spoiled yourself and all that kind of stuff, you know, your first year is usually a struggle because you're trying to figure things out. You'll plant too much stuff and then realize you're in that situation where you wake up and you just water crops all day, and then you have to eat some of your crops just to have the energy to finish watering your crops. Or, you know, you'll kind of split your attention or choose the wrong points on the things to not get a meta thing. You like seeing the strategy behind the playthrough? Yeah, no, absolutely. And it does feel like this is a playthrough you could have a couple of different approaches that'll all work well. I am immediately missing the auto chests from Coral Island. Because I just kind of want to toss all the trash into it and point it at the thing there. Stardew Valley did eventually add an equivalent, but it's like super late game. It is I want to say one of Key's rewards from Ginger Island for doing the quote-unquote everything. So what's the goal with the refined quartz? That is a required thing for sprinklers. That I need the refined quartz to make a mid-tier sprinkler. Because the top-tier sprinkler requires a lightning rod, and I don't remember what you need to get access to the lightning rod blueprint, but the lightning rod requires bat wings, which are going to be obnoxious to get a hold of. So you charge me... That'd be just converting that into a ticket. Alright, so Harvey, where are you at, friend? So Harvey's at work. Harvey closes at 3. So let's make sure that we are at Harvey's door at 3. Because Harvey wanted a bream. I do not know if Harvey goes out today. You cannot spoil it for you, so you need to remember? I don't remember. Let me check on when Harvey goes out. Sure, because it's either today or it's not happening. Yeah, because we didn't get the thing till late yesterday. And it's today, because Harvey won't be able to leave until work is over at 3. So I know that much. And it could be he only goes out certain days and we just might be out of luck. I'm definitely not paying money to go into the place to give him a fish. Never mind, we got it. Oh, is that the bream I requested? Thanks so much. Let's see, here's what I owe you. I was like, let's see, here's what I owe you. That's interesting. Oh, right, because Maru's probably also working there today. No? Alright. Yes, apparently he steps out on Wednesdays. That's good. We got our little ticket. And pretty soon it'll be worth it for us to I was gonna say pretty soon it'll be worth it for us to make a move on the mayor's house. I watered my stuff, right? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think it won't be too much longer before it'll be worth our time to take a quick detour to the mayor's house to turn those tickets in. Because those tickets can do stuff like occasionally give you like an iridium sprinkler and those kind of things. It's RNG behind, or actually, was it RNG or was it predetermined? I can't remember. I couldn't remember if there was like a existing order if it was RNG or how it worked. But the point is, there is some good stuff in there that could definitely help in our run. But it is going to cost us probably around like 10,000 to get in there. Because it'll be probably like 4 or 5 tiles to actually get to his door. And then once we get into his door, it's kind of in the back left, if I recall correct, is the actual machine you put the tickets in, so I'll probably need to buy an extra 4 or 5 tires. Alright. And one nice thing that will also happen is once we kind of get our backlog of trash processed, I won't need to be like as on top of getting it all handled, because I would like to get them all turned into refined quartz and wood and stone and all the other stuff the trash turns into, just because with all that sorted we kind of know what we need. And so if I end up getting low on quartz, I just fish for a little while, pull up a little trash. Yes, Serverlord. I've actually answered that question, honestly, over the stream days. I've probably answered that question like 30 times, which this isn't me complaining about like having to answer, it's just nature of streaming. But I have actually answered that a bunch. Now, I'm not 100%, that's how it works, because that's how it worked on the other mod. We have not gotten to the mine on this mod to know for sure. But I would assume it works the same as the other mod, where I have to pay for all the tiles to get to the mine, and then when we get into the mine, a lot of people seem to be under the impression that the mine is randomly generated here. It is not. It's a static set of layouts, with the exception of you can trigger like an infested floor that is its kind of own thing. So when I unlock a tile in the mine, that tile is unlocked in all future runs of the mine. Now, what is curious is you can reset the mine doing one of Key's events, and I don't know how that would get handled either. But so far, this mod has been really good about handling a lot of those kind of edge cases. So I'm sure it'll either be that it's just something like you reset the mine and it's just open, or like they treat it as the 2 different layouts of the mine and you'd have to unlock the different layouts separately, but once you have done it, anytime you trigger it to be the alternate layout of the mine, it would do that instead. The one I'm curious about is the Skull Cavern, because that is randomized. But I could see it being a thing that to just work around that, they're just like, whatever, you just have access to the whole thing, because otherwise it'd be impossible to handle. Or because there's a handful of different layouts in the mine, that each layout you unlock, you would keep, or something like that. Yeah, the regular mine got patched to be the same, probably for this sort of tile challenge. Yeah, I could have sworn that the regular mine was kind of a static layout, at least for a very long time. It only changes for monster levels at the challenge with key stuff. Ah, okay, that's good to know. So we don't have our money yet from all that, so we'll just keep moving. Prizes are predetermined? Gotcha, I thought they were. So it'd be like N number of tickets gets you this prize. That kind of thing. I think part of it is, a lot of what's kept people... Like, if you look at people who still play Stardew, like, very visibly nowadays, a lot of them, it's either, one, it's just your chill thing you do in the afternoon or evening. You're not really worried about what's going on with the story because you've already beaten it and all that. So I'm talking, not people that's like their first time delving in, but like people have been doing this for a long time. That ultimately, part of what has them going thing is they'll either do like the chill, you're just doing whatever, which they don't really need to change a whole lot of stuff. You've also got like the speedrunning / challenge community, both whether they're content creators or not, where having some of the RNG elements removed does help with that. And you still have a lot of RNG between like good luck days and all that kind of stuff. There was a gifty subby that I think you missed. Oh, did I miss Serverlords? Well, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Pagey Cake Serverlord. If I missed that, I do apologize. But thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole lot. I was just kind of focused on that, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna be stepping away here for just a minute because I gotta use the restroom. So I apologize for missing that if I did. But let me quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and I am back. Yeah, no, it's like I appreciate the support and all that. It was definitely one of those ones. I probably just missed it because I was thinking it's like, man, I have got to pee so badly, but like, I really want to finish my thought. You know, like get through that. So just like managing like ADHD things that, you know, if you're in the middle of something and you step away without finishing it, especially something where like you're constantly changing what you're working on, you're just not going to remember. So, you know, I'll do the thing where I fish and then I'm meaning to use that for fertilizer and then ultimately
Thank
just
you, Marcos,
sell it.
please, for subscribing for 19 months. Rual love.
And thank you, Marcos, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. And that means a heck of a lot, so I really do appreciate it. And so I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Why is that all? Okay. We missed that corner one. But thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright. Let's go fix where I, like, messed up this stuff. Alright. Let's double-check this, because I did a messy job of this. Alright. Okay, so sorry, I can't read all at once. Is this marbles? You love joining marbles. Yeah, we've done marbles on stream in the past. We haven't done it in a very long time. Oh wait. The regular mods used to pick random floor layout from presets on generation, right? When the level generation was, but it stayed the same. At least that was my prescription until I witnessed the Skull Cavern your first time. Does that mean the regular mine is fully fixed now, except monster levels? Not sure if you understood that right. Yes, so I don't know about what the mine, like I don't remember. Like I played through Stardew when the mine layouts came out, or like when it was originally. But these days the mine layouts are static, with the exception of when you roll an infested level. And then you get an infested level. But like, you know, you'll always get floor whatever will be a helix layout. Floor Y will be, you know, the one room in the middle kind of thing. Floor, you know, Z will be where you got like the little room on the top that then, you know, you have like the smaller room kind of below it and then to the right. Like you'll have those patterns. And thank you, Server Lord, for gifting a tier 1 sub to you, to Kiona Chick. So Kiona Chick, you now have yourself a nice tier 1 sub, so you got access to the emotes and advertisement-free viewing, whether you wanted her to or not. So thank you again, Server Lord, for the for all that support. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. Thank you for the gifty subs. I meant to check before stream. I know we're like right on the cusp of hitting the 100 plus points for the month. We already have the 60-40 split, but if we hit the 100 points, it just means that's another month I don't have to think about it in the next year. 'Cause I want to say currently that it's not until February next year that the 60-40 split falls off. But then if we hit this month, then it becomes March next year, and then if we hit the next month, you get the idea. You know how that works. Your old doglet seems to jump on your keyboard. She's the 6-year-old Chihuahua. Blame her. Thank you for the aggressive support, small 6-year-old Chihuahua. Just accidentally running the credit card again and again for me. Interesting, thanks for explaining. Yeah. Now, like, I don't remember if it used to be random. A lot of people saying it was random, so it probably was. I genuinely don't remember one way or the other from the past. It's just been too long. Like, I remember going in the mine, and you'd, like, most of the layouts I didn't mind, but when you get that stupid spiral, the spiral layout, every time you got there, you're like, ah, crap. And you just hope you'd get the stairs right away. Because sometimes you just get unlucky to get almost all the way around the spiral and just be like, this sucks. Okay. Hey, some trash can bread. Alright, tomorrow we get our next round of cranberries, which should give us plenty of money. Yeah, the spiral levels do suck. That's also one of the things. So, most of the layouts we have in Coral Island are different. That some of them are differently bad, but they are just overall different. But for whatever reason, Coral Island also has a spiral map. It's like, no, people hate the spiral map. Please. Don't. You're learning the wrong lessons. Let's see. You wish you had clipped it, but a year ago you asked two pet rolls and she did. It was so awesome. Oh yeah, no, she would absolutely do silly stuff like that. If she catches it, she tends to pop in here and then pop out pretty quick these days. She used to like really kind of hover for a while, not in a bad way. But, you know, she'd kind of hang out for a good couple of minutes here and there. She started to get self-conscious that she is worried she's, like, disrupting stream. And I've reassured her that's not a thing. That she's fine. But it's fine. You know, whatever she's comfortable with. As much or as little as she wants to be on stream. You know, no pressure for her to be on here if she doesn't want to. Also, no pressure for her to not be on here if she doesn't want to. She's doing a quick interrogation earlier. That's cute. Yeah. No, it could be a lot of fun, like the silly stuff. We've joked about different times, like not even on stream, just amongst ourselves. It's like, thank you for being weird with me and all that kind of stuff. As much as we spam her emote, she does interrupt stream, but in a good way. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's kind of the thing I reassured her the few times that she was like, oh, you know... Like, she's like, I don't think they like me or whatever, and it was just like, no. No, that's not a concern. It's like, we've had 1 or 2 people over the years that I'll be playing a game and she'll pop in here, and then someone will say something. It's usually, like, first-time chatter. It's like, you know... why aren't you playing the game, like that kind of thing, or that whatever, but usually those people don't last very long here anyways. Though those same people get weird about it when, you know, they realize you have a significant other or whatever, and you're like, you know what, that's a you problem, man, if that bothers you. I made the decision when I first started streaming, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make sure, you know, she's part of it, because it's kind of one of those things that you get to make the decision that, like, how do you approach, like, your significant other or whatever when you're streaming? Do you make them part of the stream? Do you deliberately be like, we're keeping them off the stream kind of thing? Not in a bad way, but, like, do you want them to not be part of the whole thing? And there's reasons to do both. To be fair, when people decide, hey, like, I want to keep that separate from content and all that, that's a completely reasonable thing, especially with how weird people get on the internet. But I kind of went with the choice of, like, no, she's going to be part of it. You know, from the beginning, kind of made the decision. Like, the moment I was like, oh, I'm doing this now, I guess. It's like, yeah, you know, I can either, like, keep her in the background. Like, not that I would deny she exists or whatever, or I can just kind of embrace it and be like, no, this is part of the thing. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback. We've had once or twice, like I said, people who come in here and be pretty crappy about it, but it's pretty infrequent. So I don't need anything from you. And then, like I said, those people tend not to last. Those are the same people that when I start stream and we're having a conversation are like, why aren't you playing the game? Oh, it's been 5 whole minutes. Change your category. You're lying. You're not playing Project Zomboid, you're chatting. Go to just chatting. It's like, dude, it's 5 minutes, calm down. If you want instant gratification gameplay, YouTube's right there for you, man. That's where that shines. We got other stuff we got going on here. Alright, so there's that. There's that. Alright. So if we get 15 more, that'd be enough for upgrading our water pail the next rain day. Cool. And I still have tons of money. Actually, honestly, I've got enough money while we're here. I bought one too many, but that's okay. Yeah, we can go ahead. It's fine. I know I keep walking back and forth. We'll get enough stuff for 3 of them. So let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, she doesn't interrupt the streams. I think she's nice that you both, to see you both together. It's not a inconvenience for us, I'm assuming. I think it's awesome. That calls for a Bibiol command? I don't... what would that command do? Sorry, I'm not... Either there's, like, multiple words there, or I'm not catching it, or there's, like, Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, like, that term for a command. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to that, like, over all the years I've been streaming, you know, only having, like, that be a thing, like, 3-4 times is a big ol' nothing burger. Okay, so let's go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. We should buy the 8 more seeds real fast. There's something to plant there. And honestly, it's one of those things as a content creator, you kind of, there's a joke that you pick your audience. Through your action or inaction, you pick your audience. So if people are trolls and you don't, like, put the kibosh on it, congratulations, you got a channel of trolls. You know, at the same time, if you start cracking certain kind of jokes and all that, you should expect more of those kind of same jokes in response. So there is a lot of, you make those decisions about what you're doing based on all that. Alright. So break that. Break this. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, if you have the person who comes in who's like, oh, get to the stupid game, and you indulge them, where you're like, oh, this person said get to the game, okay, we'll just get to the game now. You're rewarding that behavior, and you end up just having more people who pop in. I meant to actually use the gold, but that's fine too. Hopefully I have enough time to get the gold done before the day is done. You know, you're rewarding that behavior, you should expect more of it. There's been a few times where we're like, at the beginning of stream, you know, good conversation's kind of going on, and someone will do that whole thing where they're like, you know, it's been 10 minutes, get to the freaking game. And I go, okay, well, we're deliberately not going to play the game for another 10 minutes kind of thing. It's one of Drongo's copy pasta commands. It posts a long paragraph of how he must set the category in just chatting, no matter what he's playing now, because Bibrofi. Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize. Yeah. I'm familiar with the comment that Bibrofi had the one time as, and all that kind of stuff with a joke or whatever. I didn't realize that was the command for it. A prominent community member feels misled that he's been chatting for X minutes. All in jest, of course. Sorry for the obscurity. You should have explained a little more. Yeah. It's usually used to counter such requests as play this game or set it to just chatting. Yep. Yeah, no, exactly. It was someone had popped in there and did that whole thing where it's like, you know, don't mislead people. You've been chatting for like this long. You know, if you're gonna keep chatting, you know, switch your hecking, you know, category or whatever. Which I also find it funny when that does happen, because it's not that we've never had a long-winded intro. That has occurred a couple times. Most of the time, mine are usually like 15, 20, 30 minutes. And we get like the occasional one that goes longer. But man, there are so many channels that like the intro time is like a full-on hour that they have discussion, which there's nothing wrong with that. Like, very genuinely, a lot of what people come to Twitch for is those discussions. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That the way I kind of, when I'm trying to explain Twitch to someone who doesn't understand streaming, I'm like, okay, think of it like a podcast or a radio program. You know, except like you get to like call in through chat and participate. But ultimately, you know, it is a conversation, and maybe it's a conversation with music going in the background or talking about music or whatever. But like ultimately that discussion is like the main thing going on. Because otherwise you just watch the game on YouTube where someone's just doing gameplay without the commentary. And so it's like that. Did you just kill one of my cranberries? No, we're fine. That lightning strike was like right here, and we lost I think we lost a cranberry last year, like right at the beginning, because lightning struck it. You chat too much. You love the chat part of Twitch. Well, right, but that's kind of the big thing is I'll usually have the discussion with people that you'll have a lot of people be like, they go, I want to get into streaming. How do I get into streaming? I've been doing this for so long, and I've been working on the quality of my stream and all this stuff, and I'm not being found and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, what can I do with this? There's no discoverability on the platform. And it's the usual thing, because getting discovered on Twitch is hard. Like, very genuinely it is. But you'll look at a lot of their actions that they're doing, and it's kind of one of those things you go, you gotta understand, Twitch is a content platform second. Its primary thing is it's a community platform. And so the discoverability tools on here are raids and shoutouts, and, you know, hosts used to be one, but raids and shoutouts and popping into the our thing and doing stream together, and all these ones that are around building a community and people within the community like kind of building each other up. Those are powerful discoverability tools, and you'll get more following from those than anywhere else. As far as discoverability on the content side of it, you can search for a game category, and that is the content focus. Otherwise, it's, you know, putting stuff on TikTok and YouTube and all that, and having people drawn in from there, and that kind of blends between the community and the content. And so it is definitely one of those things that you kind of have to go, you're approaching this as it's being a content platform, which is fine, but it's a thing. You want to grow, you have to participate in other people's communities and be a, you know, positive member of their community, not just you show up there and be like, hi, I stream this, shout me out please, thanks, like anything like that, people are going to ban you. It's, you know, you're actually there and the person's like, oh, I don't understand, I'm trying to get green science and I thought this works, is this bugged? And you'd be like, no, it's not bugged, you know, how much information do you want, like, you know, don't want a backseat, like, find that balance of what they're comfortable with. You know, someone will ask a question, you'll be like, oh yeah, no, this game was made at this point, you know, like, kind of help them with their stream and all that kind of stuff. You know, deal with, obviously gotta find what's okay, like, you don't want to step in and start moderating while you're just some random person who showed up in their channel one day. You gotta figure out what they're comfortable with, but again, being a productive member of a category and a community, and then it's that cross-contamination is how you tend to grow on this platform. It's not purely on the content. Now, content has to be good enough to hold people, but you still have to, like, do all the networking. Let's see, next. I just expect that mostly comments happen on TikTok. We've been waiting 74 seconds and nothing happened. Stop yapping, oh my god. Well, right, and that's because TikTok, primarily their content is, you get this video, it drops, and the whole thing at most could be like 5 minutes, so you have to get into whatever the thing is and immediately finish it. Let's see, I think Penny has a chat that is about 1.5 hours or so on a regular before she can manage to just cut herself off of chat and ignore everything and delve into the game. That's just how her streams are. Yeah, no, Penny's excellent, but she definitely has a longer intro, which is nothing wrong with it. A lot of people come for that. Now, see, most of the time you're listening with an earbud while doing other things, so whether it's gameplay or chatting doesn't really matter to you. You enjoy listening to you. Right, and that's kind of my comment, is like, the big draw for a lot of watching streams is quite typically around kind of like the podcast talking side, where it's just, you know, I'm background noise. It's why a lot of people are here. I'm pleasant background noise. And, you know, you want to feel like there's a lot more to that, but it is what it is. Like, I used to listen to a lot of podcasts before streaming was really a big thing. There's that. I have audiobooks I listen to. There's that. Now, granted, the audiobooks actually want to know the story, which means there's a whole lot of me going, you know, you wake up in the morning after you fell asleep with an audiobook going and you rewind, you know, half a chapter going, what was going on? I don't... Why is this happening? Why is this person mad at the other person? And then having to, like, re-listen. There was one point that, like, my sleep schedule was kind of all over the place, that I distinctly remembered listening to an audiobook, like, the same part, like, 6 separate times. Because I was getting to sleep fast enough when I would get there that I would just nod off really quickly and then lose track, but also wasn't quite getting settled in. It was kind of just all over the place. That was a whole thing where it's just like, man, I know for a fact I've listened to this part again, but I also don't know what's going on. So the good news is we've got three spare sprinklers I'm about to make. The bad news is I can't really put that next tile to use until we get the better axe. So it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Here's hoping I can get these copper bars done in time that we could potentially go over there and get that to Clint. I don't know if we can. It depends. I know the copper bars are relatively fast, but I would need to get through all the copper bars and over to Clint. I also don't remember how much it costs. I think the first rain pail upgrade was relatively cheap, like 1,000 or 2,000. And then, you know, it escalates from there where it goes like 5, 10, 20,000 or whatever it is. 2,000? Perfect. Because it's gonna be tight if we can even make it happen. I'm going to go in for more trash. We've already processed all that. Let's see here. The next thing of trash. We'll work on these. Watered, watered, not watered. Because for upgrading that, we would want to time it for a day it's going to rain. Because I want to say it takes 2 days to do an upgrade of a tool. And something like the axe, tossing that and then just letting it go for 2 days, that's not a big deal. I don't need it very often. You should have time for the copper today. What am I trying to do there?
Thank you the _ins for subscribing for 15 months. Dines arrive, dines high.
And thank you so much, the Ints, for the tier 1 sub. That's 15 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Been supporting the channel all this time, and that means a whole heck of a lot. And also, check out the Ints. Oh, good. It's only half an hour for copper. I thought it was going to be 1 hour. And I was really kind of sweating that, being like, alright, we're not going to have the time. Yeah, so we should be pretty quick about that. That means basically 30 seconds per round. Yeah, definitely been playing a lot of Coral Island, was doing some Star Sand, I'm blanking on the rest of that name. The other recently dropped, I mean, Coral Island's not recently dropped, but the recently dropped early access slice of life sim kind of game. Let's see, that even happened to you on regular books you used to read on an iPod. Been too tired and often anxious, get distracted with thoughts while reading, and remember nothing the next time you have to go back and read the passage or chapter again. The 5th time that happens, I found I'm making negative progress overall because you need to scroll last time's beginning to start reading again. Yeah, no, I had that's another one that'll happen is I will be going with the audiobook and all that, listening to it and whatnot. And then, like, while you're listening to it, something in the book will make you think of something else that you got going on. And they'd be like, oh yeah, I need to do this other thing. And just, like, you pull out your phone and go, like, check an email or whatever was relevant to it. And then the moment I'm starting to look at, like, the email while listening to it, I'm toning the book out. Like, it's one of the things with ADHD that kind of multitasking is one of the things that just cannot. Absolutely cannot. The way I tried to explain it was, if you imagine you got like your volume dimmers, and I could sit there and be like, okay, I need a lot of attention on this one, a little attention on that. Like a normal or a neurotypical person can do a little bit of balancing, and there's limits, of course. Can do a little balancing. What was I doing? I was going to Clint. That's right. Going to Clint to get my rain pail upgraded so that we can make her life slightly less agony. But, you know, the idea is you can, like, take your dimmers and be like, okay, I'm paying a little bit of attention to this and a little bit of attention to that, and kind of balance it out a little bit. Not that you have that fine a control. It's like ADHD, it's like, nah, man, that comes in on and off. There's no balance of this. I slam this one all the way to full attention, and all the other ones snap back to no attention. And then when I switch my gears, I just, the whole thing slams the other way. Alright. So, copper rain pail. Bam. Thanks. I'll get this started on it as soon as I can. It should be ready in a couple of days. I won't commit to a timeline. It depends how I'm feeling. Yeah, very much that. Even just thoughts going down that will do that for me already. Yeah, no, sometimes your brain engages with something that it's got to kind of run through its process. And you're just like, well, that's what we're doing now, I guess. Let's see, next. Your brain can only keep up with audiobooks when you focus on them. You can listen to streams just fine while doing other things. Like even listening to multiple streams at once. But with audiobooks, if you miss one sentence, it could derail the entire thought in your brain. Oh yeah, you just miss that. So Clint is the new bachelor? Definitely. I am sorry for everyone who is going to be pursuing bachelors. For the record, that's not confirmed or anything. We'll be finding out who the new bachelors are tomorrow, actually. There's a confirmed date of us putting out a video premiere tomorrow. Clint and Sandy. Well, if you're someone who pursues more feminine people, between Clint and Sandy, those pursuing Sandy definitely got the better deal. Because Clint has, like, negative character growth, and it's entirely infuriating. Perhaps realistic and all that, but nevertheless infuriating. Alright. So I'm just gonna let that go for one more thing. Oh, that's interesting. Kind of spoilery, I guess. So with the trash bags, you get random stuff. This is telling me what the result is going to be. You're hoping for Sandy and the Wizard. That's what a lot of people have said. My theory has been it's going to be 2 net new characters. That you're going to have, you're going to have like a brand new area in the map, like how big or whatever it is going to be, who knows. And that there'll be 2 net new characters associated. That's my theory. Do I have anything to back this up? Absolutely the hell not. Is there any grounding for it? No, just beyond the fact that they've alluded that 1.7 is going to be a major update. And they haven't kind of spoken of an update being kind of big like that since Ginger Island. So yeah. Dear All Storge, I want to remind you that the Stardew Valley Fair is happening tomorrow. You don't want to forget to bring 9 items for the Grange display. Remember, the fair starts at 9 a.m. in the town square. See you there. Mayor Lewis, I'm gonna be real with you. You should set your expectations for my Grange display. What's the lowest you can go? I'm gonna need you to go like 2 or 3 steps lower than that. I think the new characters would make more sense. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They've alluded that it's gonna be a big update. They have not spoiled what's gonna be in it. So, does it actually include a new area? I don't know. It does heavily imply, by the scope they're talking, that it probably has a new area. And if we're looking at 2 new romanceable characters and potentially a new area, it just, to me, makes sense that those go together. Like Snowmen and Summer. That's a really bad reference. But yeah. And again, I could be totally wrong. It could, like, if it's the existing characters, like, looking at our cast of existing characters, just looking at who we got here, married, already won. I don't think it would be Gus, but sure. Married, already won. Technically, Marnie and Lewis are a thing, so I would not say that. Married, single, children, ick. Single, Clint is a possibility. Elliot, I don't think they would make it Pan due to the association with, any. Married, child. single, like already romanceable, married. Willie and Linus could be it, but they've Concerned Ape has come out and specifically said Linus is not one of them. Married wizard. And then there's Sandy. So if we looked at that, with the only single women in this entire town is, you know, beyond the already romanceable, would be Pam or Sandy for the feminine. And then masculine, you got one or two extra one. Let's see, maybe one of the married characters will have an affair with you, or he'll invite you. The threesome, technically, that's two romanceable characters, right? Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't, with the way the game has been run over the years, like, mods, obviously all that stuff happens. And that's, you know, perfectly fine, whatever. But with the official stuff, I don't see Concerned Ape making it so you can lead someone to a divorce so that you can romance them instead. Nor do I see, like, the game officially supporting multiple member couples. And if, like, not even that there's, like, anything against it, if for no other reason than when you upgrade your house, they give a little room that is your spouse's room, and they've got to navigate having, like, either multiple or shared spouses' rooms, which wouldn't be insurmountable, which is why mods have done it. But I would be much more expecting them to just, you know, here's two new characters, where they go. That one's a pirate. This one's an astronaut. That's it. You think the worst part of the idea of Clint as a bachelor is that your experience with My Time at Portia series tells me that people will go for him and then be surprised when romancing doesn't fix him into the character they want him to be. You'll never understand why people romance Miguel and Sandrock and then complain because spoilers. Well, that's like the people who romance Shane and they're like, oh, hey, you know, there's Shane, you go through his story, he works through it, and then at the end, like, you get him and he's got his little room that's got, like, the beer bottle still loose in it and all that kind of things. And it's like, don't get me wrong, it's a real punch in the mouth kind of thing where it's like, I thought we worked through this. I thought we were done with this. I thought we fixed him. And granted, it's probably one of those things that when they were making Shane romanceable, they probably made the room independent of, like, working through the story. And so that just kind of fit the character to have the beer bottles and that in there. But it definitely does really, really undermine his whole getting better. I've known a number of people who said they romanced Shane and then they were very upset by that. Which is valid. Okay. Alright, we're not going to hover over there. Got a bunch through there. That's fine. You like Shane, but the spouse room does bug you because it shows no other signs. And, like, relapse happens, but yeah. Well, that's the thing. In my Vidya game, I want when we make someone all better, I want them to, like, stay better. Now, granted, it can be a thing that, like, as you play through the character's story, you know, the character has a relapse as part of their story, but, you know, ultimately, at the other end, you want them to work through that kind of thing. Like, again, that's kind of what makes Clint such an unsatisfying character. Is, like, he's just kind of, like, he's honestly a bit of a creeper, but he's just kind of awkward in the sense that, like, he kind of hovers around, you know, wanting to, you know, get with Emily and, like, really not handling it in a way that is productive at all. And whatnot. We have to wait till, like, 9 for, the place to open, so about all I can do is stand here. But, it's just one of those things that, like, with Clint, what makes him so unsatisfying is he has that thing where he's very, very introverted, a little awkward and creepy at times, but very introverted, which is fine. To such a degree, it's like, incapable of talking to other people, and it keeps seeming like he's just barely starting to creep out to maybe being able to handle things better, and then immediately retreating. And that never does stop, which really frustrates you at the end because you're like, you're right there, Clint. You're right there. You took that first step. You're right. Oh, Clint, come on, man. We're working on this. Let's see, maybe we'll get 2 new characters, Eric and Baron. That's Concerned Ape's name. Yeah. Have one of the characters be a game developer. That's also your problem. Having worked in recovery settings, Shane is written really well, and you also are really upset about his room. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You wish Shane's room were so different. You love my chicken husband. Yeah, like that's kind of because like Shane's. So we're gonna get some spoilers on Shane's situation here, just as a heads up. Oh, I wasn't gonna be able to get to. No, I don't get to water my crops today because the fair's today. Boo. It's fine. There's nothing like, it's not like I can do anything about it. You know what you're getting? I'm gonna have the best Grange display this town has ever seen. I'm gonna take out my frustration on the Grange display. You wanna see what we're putting in our Grange display? It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. Here you go. Done. Judge me. Well, Rual Storge, it's a big day. Our most important festival of the year, the Stardew Valley Fair. If you'd like to participate setting up a Grange display, I've left an empty stand for you. Just let me know when you got it all set up and everything, words or hard chat, so we can get to it. The judging. Judge me. Oh, are you already finished up setting up your Grange display? Yes. Yeah, your dad was an alcoholic, and we know where the just one beer, oops, now it's a 6-pack leads. And there's being nothing but a dirty room with a 6-pack feels very odd. Yeah, well, that's kind of one of those things, like, sure, it can be realistic that relapse, but usually the people who kind of get out of those type of things where they have, you know, they're dealing with an addiction kind of thing, a lot of how they usually succeed is by having something else to keep them busy, to preoccupy their time, their mind, all that. It's kind of one of the things I remember when I was taking a psychology class in college, that was like, what is the leading cause to people getting into drugs? It's boredom. And it's kind of one of those things. It's boredom and unmanaged pain are the 2 big ones. So it's just kind of one of those things that, like, you know, he's got his hobby, he's taking care of his chickens and doing all that kind of stuff. You're like, this is, you know, this is the kind of thing that would potentially lead to success. He has found a new outlet for his efforts, he's found something to distract him, he's got his time, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, he could certainly relapse, but he is set up in a situation for someone who is potentially likely to succeed. So that room just really frustrates you. Your Grange display has been displayed. Return the mayor to see the results. Hi there, Rual Storge. You got 4th place with a score of 32. Because technically that's the lowest score I'm allowed to give you. You put literal garbage on display there. You're making the town look like crap. You're our one farm here. Your reward for participating is 50 star tokens. Hey, maybe you'll do better next year. Oh, and don't forget to clean out your Grange display. That's right, I'm taking my trash. Last year we had a bunch of bok choy because I happened to have it available. I really don't feel like talking to everybody. Let's see. I mean, I guess I want the prize ticket. Alright, let's go all in on the Gamba. Let's just slam the Gamba as hard as we possibly can. Green. 50 on green. Do it. And if we win, great. If we lose, then we just leave. Well, I already have the rare crow that's from here, so I'm not super worried about that. And we're done. I will talk to the fortune teller, but then I'm gonna neglect all the other neighbors. Read me my fortune. I see you laying on a cot. Looks like a hospital. Demetrius there to keep you company while you recover. What a nice friend. Oh, it seems to be leaving more than a few heartbroken. Are you playing games with those who put trust in you? The crystal ball has moved on. Now I see you harvesting a plump, ripe melon. You're on a wonderful looking farm, bursting with life. The crystal ball has gone dim. That's all I can do for you, young one. Now keep in mind, that future isn't set in stone. Whatever I told you can still be changed if you set your heart to it. Farewell. That's interesting, because I wouldn't say we're playing anyone's heart. I'm gonna go on a limb here, and I would say we are definitely not. We are definitely not leading people on. Considering our best friend is Demetrius, just by the fact that I've done a couple quests with them. And I'm kind of surprised that Leah's up here. I'm not against that, but it is slightly surprising. Yes, a bunch of people are equally disinterested in me. Fact. Here. I'll boost my friendship. I really admire Robin's carpentry skills. I use a lot of the same techniques in my own line of work. There, I've done my social interaction for the day. You found out why your underwater animals are so unhappy? They wanted an electric heater? Yeah, no, that's, there's some weird stuff with the way that whole thing works. Give me a burger. Alright, then we're outie. We gambled all we had and we lost, and we're moving on. Yep, exactly. Nom 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 nom. Because we actually get through these days so fast, it's just one of those things like, you know what? I don't want to sit here and every festival come up and just dialogue myself into oblivion. Alright, well we gotta hover over this thing, and apparently I forgot to put bait in here. But yeah, so we'll get a rain pail today. I just have to wait till 9 to do it. We gambled, we lost. We were told we'd end up in the hospital. Good times. That's actually, I've never had that dialogue with her. Because usually by the time I get to the fall festival, like, you'll have started making a friendship with whoever it is you're romancing or whatever, even if not that much, like a couple of hearts. And I'm guessing that's if you have someone, if you don't have like a romanceable character that's ahead, I'm guessing that's what it does. It takes whoever your highest friendship of a non-romanceable character, and they'll have something like that. But I've never seen that one before. Because like I said, usually by like the summer or whatever, it'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm walking by and occasionally I'll have like an extra conversation or throw a gift at someone. Like, usually don't focus too much on the relationships until, you know, you start getting to that point where it's like, okay, I've got all my crops done for the community center and that kind of thing, or, you know, I've got tool upgrades, so I can't really do the mine or whatever, and the farm's kind of where it's at. Like, you get to that point where you're like, you don't have thing. Is 1.7 out today? We don't know that for a fact, one way or the other anyway. That is the rumor. There is a video being dropped on YouTube by Concerned Ape, the creator of the game and all that, that's supposed to cover, like, the pre-release up to the 1.7 update. It's only going to barely tease, like, the, it's going to reveal the new romanceables, but I don't think we're getting more than that. And the rumor is we will get the update after that. But it is a rumor, so keep in mind it may or may not happen that way. I wouldn't be surprised if we at least have a estimated date for it if we don't get it today. But the rumor is today. But it is a rumor. So grain of salt and all that stuff. Yeah, it'd be weird, because you've gotten that one, But usually you get high friendship with Linus pretty earlier. Yeah. You want a bok choy for project? Wait, do I need you? No, I need Clint. I need Clint. For a moment, Right. Hello, pumpkin soup. That's just some solid finds right there. I have an idea. Yeah, so we can't do the trash one because we can't reach the other side of the train tracks until we get a bunch of money to throw at the problem, so that's not happening. But the important thing is, give me my rain pail. Moving up in the world. Let's see, even in the past at the fest gambled, lost all and painstakingly raised it back by doing the strength game more gambling. Yeah, well, I mean, if you choose the green, it's supposed to have a 75% chance of winning. Concerned Ape has effectively rigged the game in your favor if you do it that way, or against you if you don't do it that way. Which I made that mistake when I first played the game, because orange is my favorite color. It's like, wow, this game is kicking my butt. You know, then come to realize it's rigged in favor of green. But yeah, so like, I did it this time where, my general strategy for that game is to always put half of my points on it. And usually if you put half your points on it, you will ultimately win. It'll be a little back and forth, but you will ultimately come out ahead in the end. Alright. So, now I gotta remember with the rain pail. It was 3 long is what it does, right? Okay. I'm curious how that works with these. I think we go like this. You do this last row here. Okay. I want to say, just with how it mechanically works. Huh? It'll be easier with other crops, so these crops, I can't really see too well the cranberries about whether or not they're watered. We're just having to deal with it how it is. Alright. Okay, so we're doing that, and that should finish off these rows. I'm definitely going to end up missing a bunch of these by the time this is all said and done. Okay, so we got that row done. Alright. Yeah, so the good news, though, is by spring, I should have a ton of sprinklers to at least cover the area we've already got here. Okay, so we did get all that. We've already been to town. Get another one of these in here. I'm trying to remember where you can encamp with these torches. There we've got ourselves a nice lit road going to the farm. Boo. I can't actually reach doing it there. I do appreciate that I'm able to put the torches there. So have ourselves a nice firelit road the entire way to it. It's fine. Who's worried about a little bit of fire? Absolutely everywhere. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. Go to bed for the night. Everything's watered. And I think it was the first upgrade gives us 3 tiles, the second upgrade gives us 5 tiles, and I think the last upgrade gives you like 3 by 5 or whatever. It's like a huge area. I can drop you off. So let's start this at the top and do the top row. So that makes it easier to deal with the rest of this. That's where they're not watered. How expensive are their tiles now? 1,000. They don't go up till 10,000 till I hit 1,000 tiles. And right now we're at 336. But we've gone to the point we're going to start rapidly escalating the number of tiles. That each harvest are probably going to start picking up like 10, 15 tiles, whatever it ends up being. Right now I'm kind of backfilling in the sprinklers. Okay, so we did get all that watered. Because we do have sprinklers coming up online, it's just a matter of we've got these all planted. And just need to work through this season. And then we'll have winter. We'll rush through winter relatively quickly, I think. And then after winter, when these crops have died, the plan will simply be to set up this whole thing so it can be sprinklers, even if I have to sit there and take a little while to get the last of sprinklers. And then with that, I won't need to go and spend my time watering the crops, so there'll probably be a point at that where I try and knock out the last of fishing stuff. I'll probably wait for us to get a quest or something like, you know, catch 25 river fish, and we'll just push a little bit past that actual objective to complete it. I'm also going to mix in upgrading our tools a little bit here, so that I could do stuff like remove this tree stump that's right there, and expand the farm. But one of the other things we're going to need to push for is Joja, to start being able to unlock the fast travel and all that stuff. Okay, am I finally out of trash? Alright. Oh, I've got... this here. Giving yourself a nice lit walkway that goes over here. Just putting these wherever I could fit them where they would make sense along the sidewalks and all that. Okay, what do you got for me, oh sign? 20 copper ores. I don't think I can afford that. I think 20 copper ores would be beyond our current means here. Okay. There's nothing else for us to do right now to get our next paycheck, which I believe we get paid tomorrow. We get our payday, which will be a bunch more money. And we'll probably do exactly what we did last time, is I'll probably get one sprinkler. So one sprinkler as far as, like, the existing tiles go. I should probably also check to make sure our current grid will be, if I just go to the side and then buy 9 tiles, if that works out or not. So let's see. So you got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it happens to work out that way. So yeah, we could buy over here, grab these tiles there, put our sprinkler there, you get the idea. So that one will actually end up being 10 tiles, because we gotta buy the 1 tile to get over there. Okay. And then we'll start filling in that side. But I think the plan is going to be to basically open up a spot and then try and actually get extra sprinklers as kind of the goal. So we slowly build up a backlog of sprinklers. That way, when the spring happens, I'm just able to dump all the sprinklers on the field. Okay, we drop you off. Alright, make sure we got that all cool. Okay. And when it comes to stream tomorrow, technically Thursdays and Fridays are my day off. I do tend to stream a lot Thursdays and Fridays. There is a good chance it'll either not be a stream tomorrow, or it'll potentially be later. Just me and Toom have plans that most likely will go later into the afternoon, evening kind of thing. So that's going to be a kind of a play it by ear, but I would anticipate tomorrow there either not being a stream, or it being, you know, a couple hours late, that kind of thing. We'll see. I will post on the Discord as that kind of gets sorted out, what it ends up actually being. You know, I'll just make that clear. Most likely there will be a stream Friday, though, would be my guess. Okay. Yeah, so this is way faster than doing it 1 tile at a time. But it's kind of to a certain degree, it's almost harder for me to keep track of. Yeah, because like that one, it didn't actually go in that left column because it's too far away. All right. Did you buy the tiles all the way to Clint's? Oh yeah, no, we've gone to Clint, we've gone to Robin. We haven't gone to Joji yet, but we're right about, we just started escalating the farm a minute ago. So you can see, like, we got the 2 extra sprinklers over here. And we're literally today gonna be buying some land over there. And we can get our sprinklers now, we just started doing that. And so it's part of what we got going on, is each harvest I'm gonna grab another set of 9 tiles, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab like 2 or 3 sprinklers worth of materials. It's not really what I was hoping for. It's fine. We can do it that way if it wants to. Oh yeah, that's right. They did add to this game where you can kind of scooch to the side. So I can't quite reach those. You got moss trees and mushroom trees. How old is this farm? We are on fall year 3. Because we are doing a challenge run where I have to buy all my different tiles. And the first year we couldn't get to Pierre, so we couldn't buy seeds, so our money was just clay. The second year, we did start escalating with the stuff, but we still didn't have our sprinklers, so our ability to really scale up the farm was a little limited. And we've just now got to the point where we can start doing all our sprinklers and stuff. And so now we're starting to see, like, the faster growth. Wait, you want... Nah, I'm not gonna go on my way for that. That's fine. I was gonna say, it's like, it shouldn't be hard to do that. But I think I have to acquire the wood for it to count. I can't just have it already. Okay, so let's go and drop off our product or stuff here. And then we're gonna need a couple of sprinklers worth of gold and iron. There's another 27,000 bucks. I want to make sure we save 10,000. Because that's how much it's going to cost me to get my next 9 tiles of farm. But we want enough gold and enough iron for like 2-3 sprinklers. So shop. Okay, that's 1 sprinkler. 2 sprinklers. 3 sprinklers. We could start pushing for... And that actually, so let's see, that's 3. So I actually need 1 more coal. So do that. We could start pushing for the next tool with the extra here. So 5. 5. Yeah, so it won't have enough for getting the whole way through. Okay. And I can't... But they technically... Does the title need to say we have 2 rock now because we bought 5 from Robin? Built the smelter for 25 rock after 2.5 years. Oh yeah, no, the title would be out of date now. I set the title at the start of stream. And unless it's like I'm changing what I'm doing in a game entirely, usually I won't mess with the title too much. Like, if I was doing a RimWorld run and our run died and we started a completely different run, I would change the title. But, I don't know. Like, if the title's misleading on the type of content to expect, I definitely would change it. But it feels like it's in line with that. Alright, so let's grab the gold, this, and this to start processing you. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that tile I don't need to own, but the other ones I do. I only have 6, let's get that out of the way so I don't accidentally use them on things I don't need. Alright, so we gotta start clearing all this up. Alright. Oh, please leave the title. It's a great statement about the nature of the run. You found it funny considering Tag the Dark's question in that context? Oh, yeah. And would you look at that? Handle progress. Oh, we need to go town. We need to go town? We need to go town. The reason we need to go to town is I don't have 8 seeds to plant. So let's run to town and let's get 8 seeds to plant really fast. So that way we have something to harvest on those tiles, because having the tiles there and not using them is kind of a waste. Okay, so whatever seeds we buy, they have to be 8 days or less, and I need to be able to buy 8 of them. Okay, so I cannot do those. I can't afford that. We could do the Amaranth, because that would give me what I need for Marnie. It's probably not a great choice, but it's the choice I'm going with, so... The biggest point there is just the fact that I'm using that ground to make us more money. I vaguely remember Amaranth not being a particularly lucrative crop in the game. But it's something I can do really fast. It'll finish one of Marnie's quests, which is to give her an Amaranth for her cows. So sure. And sometimes when we do those requests, they'll give me a... They'll give me 2 tiles for finishing a community's members thing. Man, I cannot wait to get those trees cut back more. Why can't I walk there? It says it's Amaranth there. So we have Amaranth. Oh, right. I didn't buy it. Right. That checks out. I was so confusing myself. And also, okay, it's this tile we don't have the Amaranth on. There we go. That's the reason I was confused. Is I was sitting there, I was like, I didn't buy the tile in the middle because I don't need to. So I don't need to drop $1,000 for a tile I'm just going to run down the lines on. We will need to water these. I had a sneeze like right there. Right there. Didn't happen. So now it's just gonna sit there tormenting. All right. And we're in no rush. We still have a spare sprinkler and all that. Now, what would it cost for me to make a thing for the charcoal? So it'd be the 2 copper and wood. We probably need to do that for practicality's sake, because that'll save me like 250 each. I'm going to do that. Now, the real challenge is where it goes. Yeah, because I can't put it there. It has to be on a tile I own. Hey, would you look at that? That is not a great place for it, but it is a functional place for it. We'll definitely want to move that eventually. But that's okay. I'll end up needing to buy like 1 more tile so I can put these things near each other so I'm not just scooching around. Oh, actually, you know what? Okay. And I appreciate that it's raining, so I don't have to deal with the crops in the middle here. That's fine. Oh, you have a while left. Something needs to be put away. Probably the stone for right now, honestly. You can put away the stone for the time being until I need more of it. Okay, so we'll have to have something that's got 7 days or less grow time. I could sell the fairy rose. Let's see, she could have given us thousands of gold up front invest needed to grow the amaranth or anything really. She wanted swift work, her cow's enjoyment meant anything to her. Life's expensive. Marty poor cow's waiting literal years for a snack. Hey, she outsourced her labor. She could have just gone and directly bought it. Because she's like, do you grow amaranth? Well, if you do, could you send some my way for my little cows? They're worth it. It's like, if I grow it, you should probably confirm that before being like, this is the thing I'm going to do to deserve it. We're definitely not reinforcing whatever behavior that she wanted to reinforce with her cows. Because, you know, you need to do that right on the spot. The cows aren't going to understand. It's like, this is for this thing you did 2 years ago. They're not going to make that connection. They're just going to be like, hey, I got a heckin' snack. This is pretty sweet. Alright. So yeah, so we can sell the fairy rose, and then I got 8 more tiles for something that takes 7 days to grow. Or less. Alright. It looks like my choices are amaranth or wheat. Okay. More amaranth it is. And it also gives me 3,000. So let's see if we can't get the last of the coal going on here. And we don't want to go and use too much of our money, or too much of our wood, I mean. Yeah, so I would need 20 copper to be able to get a bar, or the 5 bars, to be able to potentially do another tool. So shop. I should be able to do 20. Bam. Perfect. And then what we can do is we can upgrade our axe. And that'll let me get rid of the tree stump to the right side of my farm. Did I pop these? No, yeah, I did. I'm thinking relatively soon I'm not going to bother with the trash cans anymore. Like, you can get stuff from the trash cans, but if I don't have a reason to go into town, going out of my extra way to sometimes get 100 or 200 extra money, probably not super worth it. Okay, so we got 6. Alright, so I still need to keep you going. I will swap you all around. Because the rate we're going through wood that we spent years collecting is quite alarming. Granted, as we expand, we'll be getting more, and I will have areas that I could potentially chuck down more trees. You like how Stardew Valley expanded Marnie, and a lot of the other villagers have little gardens on their own? Makes sense for a lot of them growing something rather than just to rely on some new random farmer who may or may not be trapped in their farm forever. Yup. Yup. And also the question would be like, what were they doing before you showed up? I appreciate that tomorrow's going to be another rain day as well. Because hopefully this will be the last time we're going to be out here needing to deal with watering all our crops ourselves. It might honestly be in our best interest on the next harvest of the cranberries is probably where we'll... Yeah, next harvest on our cranberries is probably our last harvest of cranberries for the season. We'll probably want to hold on to that money till spring to make sure we can buy the seeds. And then also, you know, we will fill in the sprinklers. I will leave gaps for the sprinklers. Unfortunately, we've got a mess with how all these things line up. That I did not buy them in a way I could realistically get the sprinklers in here well. And we're just going to have to navigate that. You can always fall back at Joja. This is true. They do get it from like Joja and Pierre and all that. This is true. I'm thinking it's like, where is it coming from? It's like, oh right, it's all being imported, and they're probably paying through the nose for it, which is just what happens. Yeah, I got 2 minutes, so we'll toss that in there. Actually, I don't need to. There's not a reason to worry about rushing that. I'm not gonna be able to use the sprinkler tomorrow anyways. And we have another rain day tomorrow. I appreciate it. Didn't they buff the number of rain days you got a couple versions ago? I think that was a thing. Because it was genuinely a thing you'd have in the past. You'd only get like 1, maybe 2 rain days in the season a lot of times. It looks like the side spacing is good for the sprinklers, but you need to buy a couple of spots in them. Well, the problem here is the sprinkler, we'd put it there. And then the issue is I don't own these tiles, so I can't walk past. where the sprinklers are. So for harvest, I'd have to pick up all the sprinklers and put them back down. Now, if we skip this line, which is potentially the answer, I think that's what we end up doing, is we skip this line here, and then we can have just where I have to buy, like, one tile every so often for the sprinkler. I think that's probably the right choice, which means this line won't be lined up correctly, but no matter what I do, something's not lined up correctly. And this will let me get most of the field immediately, without having to buy all of these tiles, and then the tiles interspersed in here. Either way, it's a perfectly fine problem to deal with. And I don't have the 2,000 yet for another tool upgrade, so don't worry about that. And you got 4 days, you've got 6 days, you got 3 days, you got 5 days. There's not really anything for me to do in town today. And that gold bar's the last thing we're waiting on, so I guess you just go back to bed. I probably should take a day and do a little fishing to have something going on. I probably should have done it yesterday when we had a good luck day, but that's alright. And with that, there's 3 more sprinklers. So 2 days, and then we get, let's say 2 more days, and then we'll get probably our last harvest of cranberries for the season. 4 days, 5 days, 3 days. We'll get all those done. Okay, well, let's fish a little bit today, so we're not just fast-forwarding through time. But yeah, no, I hadn't purchased the tiles with consideration of where the sprinkler's going to land. Like I said, I think the answer is going to be, we leave that one line that I haven't purchased. That'll just be there. Whatever. We want an earth crystal. Okay. But that'll just be there. We line it all up, and it just means that one row on the far left, I'll have one that's wrong that I have to shift it over. Which will just be buying, like, a couple extra tiles and not that much. Oh, it's Monday. Let's check to see what you've got. Both of those are go into the mines. We keep getting all the ones to go in the mines, and I can't manage those. That'll be something we'll want to work on eventually. My plan for approaching the mine at all is to get to Joja, get the fast travel set up, and get where I can path the fast travel. If you remember, you can fish in your watering pond for junk that can be recycled into fuel. Can be recycled into fuel. I know you can recycle it into stuff like stone, a small amount of wood. Oh, I think sometimes the trash bags will give you coal. I don't think it's a reliable source. Unless I'm wrong. Because once in a long while, I think the trash bag will get you coal. Because it'll get you coal, stone, sticks, iron, and a couple other things. But coal is one of the outcomes. You have the sticks, and I believe those just recycle into wood. Unless you can put the driftwood into the coal furnace, which would be interesting. I've never tried to do that. But that'd be kind of a neat, like, you know, little perk for how it could work. Because also, if we hit level 10 fishing, that'll get me 5 or 10 or whatever more tiles. Probably 5. But that's another chunk. Driftwood has a 25% chance to give coal. Ah, I didn't realize it was that high. I thought it was mostly it just gave you wood the vast majority of the time. Garbage is 30%? Okay, that's much higher than I thought it was. I was going to guess it was like 5-10%. But yeah, I know we could fish for coal. That's not a bad idea. So like the next time I need to do that, we can get that. Because one of my plans is just to put a bunch of the crab pots down there and then grab the trash out of the crab pots. I didn't get the trash can because we caught the fish too fast. That's fine. And I don't think we're going to fish like the whole day away. We're just going to fish for a little while here. Work on something that's other than just watering crops. Do a little bouncing back and forth, mix it up. I'll just click too late, don't mind me. But yeah, if I can get closer to my lake, I'll drop like 3-4 crab pots. I'm also curious if I could toss the crab pots off the top side of here. Because then it's a question, though, putting down a crab pot's going to cost me a couple thousand worth of iron, or copper? Copper. And that's not necessarily a bad idea to, like, do that, drop the bait into all of the things up here. One of the issues I'm going to run into is for getting more bait. I believe the thing that gives you bait, I want to say you need insect, you know, insect goop or whatever it is to do that. Let's check that. For the bait thing. Oh no! The worm bin is just a gold bar, an iron bar, fiber, and hardwood. So the problem is I don't have access to... the hardwood or the fiber on a meaningful level. I think we'll be able to buy the hardwood from Robin. Maybe. But, the plant fiber, we just have to continue to work on our farm and gradually get areas that the bushes show up every once in a while. One thing I could do to help with the fiber is if we ever do clear up towards the community center, there's a little area that's pocketed on the left that the bushes will grow in there. So you can kind of go in there once per season and snag yourself a bit of fiber. If we're able to get to the sewers, there's the area where all the bugs are down there. That would be potentially another way to get fiber and bug meat. Honestly, getting to the quarry, the bushes show up every so often in the quarry. Not in huge quantities, but a couple here and there. That's enough to get a little bit in there. But the quarry is going to be rough because I'm going to want to unlock a lot of it to do that. And that's going to get expensive, and I'm hesitant to do that. It would be a source of, like, a trickle source of both, stone and minerals. But I think to use it practically, I'd have to unlock large amounts of it, and I don't think that makes sense. Because then I'm dumping literally hundreds of thousands to unlock that area. And I can just go to Clint and buy it, and get it reliably. So I don't even think going for the quarry makes much sense either. Like, I'm gonna need to unlock it for completing Joja's things. Hey, look, a walleye. That's those fish that a lot of people, or one of the fish that a lot of people struggle with getting for the community center, or for getting all the fish kind of objectives. Bear with me, chat. We're on an ad break, and I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. And a little bit more fishing. Because we do eventually want to hit level 10, get our free tiles, because right now the tiles cost 1,000 each. It is an interesting thing that they have a setting that you can swap between using your free tiles and your paid tiles. Which I found interesting because, like, yeah, you could hoard those tiles until they go to 10,000 to do that. And sure, that makes a lot of sense, because obviously you want to use them when they're the most expensive. But I kind of sit there and go, right, but all that opportunity cost of delaying all those tiles, you could probably make well over 10,000 out of a tile, you know, with those progression. Like, not, like, less you're wasting. Oh, you know what's something we need to do? We need to get to Mary Lou's house before we do JoJo. And the reason for that is we're starting to stack up a bunch of those, like, community friendship whatever tickets. And we want to be able to cash those in, because they can do stuff like potentially get us an iridium sprinkler and all that kind of stuff. Which could actually be, well, I mean, it's still not work. I was going to say it could be the workaround to fixing our weird layout with the tiles in the farm. But whatever. It's fine. But regardless, there's good stuff there. There's a lot of good stuff there. I think you can get some books through there. You can get iridium sprinklers. Hard to get a hold of seeds. A whole bunch of nonsense is locked behind that. Of course, on the other hand, I probably can't make the money happen with Joja. I was going to say, if we could get 2 Joja and get the thing and unlock the greenhouse, then I would be able to grow stuff during the winter. Well, that's probably not true, because I'd have to get to the greenhouse as well, and I'd likely need to unlock the tiles in the greenhouse. Yeah, never mind. That'll be a next winter problem. Because, yeah, next winter we could have it so we could grow stuff in the greenhouse year-round. The greenhouse is probably one of those ones we'd want to go into and plan right from the beginning to kind of maximize the money-making potential. Not truly perfect min-max, but go in with a plan right from the beginning of what tiles we're going to unlock. Because then that could be a year-round source of revenue. We do have a starfruit seed, so we go in there and slowly expand with the starfruit. And I think pretty soon we'll head back, because I don't want to sit here and just grind fishing forever. Like, we definitely want to max out the fishing, because I went the trapper route so we could get it where you don't have bait, because I do want the trash, weirdly enough. But by not having it require bait, I can just run by, grab all the stuff out of the crab pots anywhere we have a path along the water. And that could be whenever I need to re-up my trash. I can just run by and do that. That's fine. I'm ready to stop fishing for today. Because it'll be one of those things that once we get the fishing quests, you know, handle doing like 25 fish or whatever, we can knock out a bunch of levels at once. Or when we have a message board where they're like, hey, go catch me a catfish or whatever, we can, you know, get a bunch of XP for that too. Because it's a shame that pulling up garbage only gives you 3 XP, so not really a viable way to gain levels. Okay. Alright, so we took a fishing day. Then tomorrow we go back to normal. Good fishing day. We made some good money. Considering I only put part of the day into it. So, like, why are you blinking? Okay, looks like we're getting another rain day tomorrow. Figure out where I'm putting. There. Yeah, because we can get this all sorted out. That'll be really good. Okay. So tomorrow is a payday. And then with that, we will be able to potentially expand more, but like I said, I think that might be our last big harvest for the year. So that probably needs to be held on to for spring. And it'll probably go back to kind of the way I approached last winter, where we make our way through, like when we go to town for any reason, I just dig up the area. I don't think I want to do the circuit of going for the trash cans every day. We've been doing that for a couple of in-game years, and that's been fine. But, you know, I'm kind of at the point where I'm a little bit over it. Did you knock moss off the tree by watering it? Okay. All right. Oh, I see. I'm one row off. I was like, I'm confused as to why these are watered the way they are. All right. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're all watered here. That's good news. We can drop off the moss. We don't really have much money to be worth buying more tiles. Actually, no, we have 2,000 bucks. Let's go get our axe upgraded. We got enough money for that, and I got enough copper for it. Let's just upgrade our axe real quick. Because of the upgraded axe, I should be able to clear out those 9 tiles in the bottom right there and pull up that stump. By having the stump out of the way, that'll just be nice. Yeah, so for you, it'd be 5 tiles to get into Lewis's house. And then realistically, like another 5 or so tiles to get around the corner. Hey, if you're just going to be here bubbling, that's way too far. If you're going to be here bubbling, I'll go ahead and catch the fish real fast. I'm not sure if we get like bonus XP for fishing in a bubble spot. Or it's just we get the faster catch speed. Yeah, I'll make sure to get out of here before Clint's closed. I'm trying to remember what I think the I know that the bubbles give you a bonus on the hook speed, like how fast the fish jump on the hook. But I don't remember what else they give you a bonus for. Okay. Could try and pay attention to how much XP it says I get this time. I was hoping for a perfect because that gives me a better comparison. I know if we get a perfect, it ends up being around 50. I don't think we get a bonus for hitting the bubble so far as XP goes. It's just faster hook times. Which is good, because if you actually look at this, it kind of has a multiplicative effect on how much you get, because the game pauses when you're fishing it in. So if you can reduce the bite time as much as possible... Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't give extra XP. We used that up. That's just because it could really quickly cash in a bunch. Alright, so let's upgrade our tools. We want to upgrade the copper axe. We want to upgrade to a copper axe. Thanks. I'll get started on this as soon as I can. It'll be ready in a couple of days. Alright, and now let me destroy the stumps when we go and unlock those later. So that'll be a big one. Then I can run over here. Tomorrow's a rain day, so I don't need to worry about watering tomorrow. Yeah, and I think we're getting this last harvest, and that's just it for the year, because we'll get the little bits of amaranth and the fairy rose, which are under sprinklers. The cranberries will have their harvest tomorrow, and I do not believe we'll get another harvest out of them. But it'll also be too short that I couldn't like yoink them up and plant something else to grow instead. I'll drop you off in there. Okay, so we got like 1 or 2 minutes on this. Well, actually, we're in no rush. We can just go to sleep. Because it'll rain tomorrow. We can collect anything that's harvestable. As the new farmer in town can't visit his grandpa's grave because the mayor had some tile shenanigans? Yes. Make sure we actually got all these. We did. All right. And as I mentioned, the plan here isn't to go and run over, get like 3 more sprinklers and all that. I think the plan here is this is our last harvest for the season, so we keep that banked for spring, so I can buy my seeds. I could see potentially buying those couple of tiles down there over here for that tree stump, but we'll see. I think the answer is to save the money until spring. And figure things out from there. So let's toss this in here so we get actual full credit for it. Okay, where are we putting torches next? Because I'm just putting the torches pretty much everywhere because we're getting tons of them. So I'm like, we'll just make it so we can see in the dark. We'll just light up the town a couple tiles at a time. There we go. Little by little, we'll do the pass. Since I'm already here in town, we'll pop the trash cans. Okay. Oh, what do you got? Nope. 15 pieces of stone that I'll have to buy from you to show you? No, thank you. Yeah, but this will be another day that we get 27,000, which should put us at 28,000. Which should be more than enough for, yeah, 28,000 should be more than enough for anything we need over here. Like so far as the spring stuff. Alright, so we hit another milestone, which wouldn't surprise me. We did just drop 25,000 in the bin, and I almost never sell it from the bin. So we don't get credit for it half the time. New achievement, monoculture. And our copper axe is ready. Yeah, let's go down here and clean this up. And go over here because I see you're starting to move into the area. Okay, so 4 days. Yeah, so we don't need to water any of this. We got 3 days left of the month. These take 4 days. Not a one of them is going to be ready for the end of the season, so those are all effectively dead spots that we don't care about. And there's no crops that I'm aware of that grow in under 4 days without using a bunch of fertilizers and all that, which we're not doing. So that's all said and done. We're going to leave that the way it is for right now. Oh, I also didn't check. Let's grab Brother Scarecrow. And make sure we're still good. Okay. So all that area to the right is good, but that new amaranth I planted over here is outside of the protection of the Scarecrow. So I might pick up one tile here somewhere. Yeah, what we'll do is I know we're going to buy this tile down here eventually. It's not ultimately where we want to put that Scarecrow, but I'm going to put it there just to protect that. I think that's worth doing because I know I'm going to buy the tile anyways, and that'll prevent us from losing anything to crows. Oh, we don't need to go to town. I don't need anything from town. There's nothing that could grow there in time. Do that. And I will use this thing. You want wood? That's just not going to happen. Alright. Back to bed. It's been a long day. Get a little extra money. It's also going to be funny trying to reach Grandpa's grave to do anything ever. Alright. Dear all Storge, notice the chill in the air? It could just be the approach of winter, or it could be the tingle of the dark specter here to steal all the children. Help us celebrate tomorrow's festival and the taking away of the children for Spirits Eve. Come to the town at 10 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Mayor Lewis. You always do it so late in the day. Don't you know I'm a very early riser and early to bed kind of person? We don't do those late nights. They're late. And they're nights. Alright. Marnie is probably not going to go anywhere today. And then tomorrow, Marnie's probably not going to be out and about either. That's fine. Back to bed. Yeah, I mean, the Amaranth wasn't terrible. I didn't spend much on it, and we got 1,200 bucks, so can't complain too much. This looks like you have fun with this mod. When you need to min-max things somewhat. Yeah, no, I enjoy this. Upgrade your pickaxe. I mean, I'd have to buy all the ore, which would cost us a bit. The reason we're not spending our money right now is I'm deliberately not spending it because I'm going to end up needing, Is this game similar to Harvest Moon? Yes. Oh, right. We didn't go back to town to get our axe. That's right. We needed to do that, didn't we? Yeah, no, the game is similar to Harvest Moon. It's definitely been inspired by Harvest Moon in a big way. Like, that's an open thing. They even have, like, acknowledgement of that in this game and other ones. Very much as a spiritual successor to it kind of thing. That it took at the time Harvest Moon had kind of found its formula and stuck to it without deviation. And then Stardew Valley kind of came out there and like really mixed up the formula a little bit by adding a whole bunch of extra stuff to it. And after that, Harvest Moon, under its new name of Story of Seasons, has since gone and been a little bit more willing to experiment as well. Because it was a thing that I would argue that Harvest Moon kind of got guilty of. They found that formula and they just were like, no, it's working. Don't mess with it. Which ultimately made some of the later Harvest Moon games a little stale, just in the sense it was like, I've played this game. But it's the same general idea. Harvest Moon's still a good game as well. But it was one of the things that Stardew Valley's kind of credited for, sort of breathed a life of fresh air into the genre that had kind of gone stale at the time. But yeah, no, this game coming tomorrow is 10 years old. And it's getting an update soon. Like a meaningful update. You liked Rune Harvest for your Harvest Moon fix? I haven't done Rune Harvest. So, the thing I'm running into here is, do I really want to wait? No, Rune Factory? Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I've heard Rune Factory a lot. That's another one I haven't played. So, we can wait till 10 p.m. to go to the festival, and realistically, the only thing we care about at the festival is to go through the maze and grab our ticket at the end, which is probably worth doing. As far as dialoguing everyone, because of how fast I'm getting to the festivals, I'm kind of going, you know what, I just don't wanna. Because our dialogue does repeat a bunch of times, so I'm kind of going to be on a mission to just beeline to the ticket, check Pierre's shop, maybe talk to one person and leave. Just because it's also very straining on my voice to do all the different voices, which is fine when I'm doing new stuff. But just rushing the festivals right now. How long is the wait? It's not 10 minutes. I really should have gotten, there's a mod that you can speed up time or whatever. Because it's not available till 10 p.m. And I can't, well, I mean, I could fish for trash. That's probably the only productive thing we can do right now. So let's fish for trash. Granted, fishing for trash, well, no, because trash instantly grabs. Even though the dialogue is the same, doesn't it give friendship? Yes, but I don't care about friendship. All of our people are at like empty friendship. The thing to keep in mind is a dialogue friendship is like a single point or something really, really nothing, versus one good gift can be like 20, 30 points or whatever it is. So it's not that it's nothing, but it's pretty close to nothing. That's actually one of the things I credit for my first time playing through the game, trying to build up everyone's friendships as a huge mistake, is I learned everyone's paths, and I took the time for anyone who wasn't maxed out, and I would track down and talk to them every single day. And that was not worth the time. That was not at all worth the time. Because then you realize, if you just go and spend one day giving them a gift, you've made like almost a month's worth of like, you know, discussion. So it's an incredible human time to talk to everyone. Plus, very genuinely speaking, from the content creator side point, a lot of people get very frustrated if you pull up dialogue and you just keep canceling out of them. Because not everyone knows the dialogue and all that, and it feels very frustrating to see the dialogue pop up and then immediately dismiss it again and again. People tend to get pretty frustrated with that. Whereas if I simply don't dialogue them, you know, people might want the dialogue, but I feel like it's not as frustrating. And maybe that's just me. Yeah, I don't know the exact values. I just remembered that, the dialogue thing is not worth very much. Like, if we decide to max out our friendships, my intention is to just find, like, get like the diamond replicator thing and just camp outside of piers every once in a while and just throw diamonds at people like one day and then go out to the outside of the bar on Fridays and throw diamonds at everyone at the bar. And that'll leave just the only one who's a problem being Sebastian, because Sebastian, I believe, doesn't like diamonds. But like everyone else, you can chuck diamonds at him in the love, and then you just have like the one gift for Sebastian. Give him something like pizza or whatever, where you don't care if it's a really high reception gift, just that it's positive. Because also realistically, watching for people's birthdays, I probably can't take advantage of that because it only works if they happen to path where I can reach them on their birthday. And then also having something I can give them. I'm saying all this as if it's going to be a thing I'm going to work on. Realistically, for this run, we're probably not going to worry about friendships. I want to say you actually get, I want to say you get extra friendship if you talk to him during a festival, but that could be me mixing up Coral Island and Stardew. Yeah, that's fine. This is the way we can top it off. And we are getting a trickle of XP. But if we're going to be waiting like 10 minutes anyways, we might as well have it be a productive 10 minutes. We're getting ourselves a bit more quartz, a bit more coal, a little bit of fishing XP. And then come winter, all of these crops are going to die. I won't really have anything else to put there. But we can start trying to figure out where to put the sprinklers and all that. Yeah, I'm going to have to skip this row to my right, or I'm going to have to skip this row right here, because all of this lines up. If I try and make this line up with those, everything has to shift. And I don't see that working out well. Yeah, it's interesting. I do wonder if you get like how, because there's a friendship decay in Stardew Valley. It is one of those things that it's a feature that a lot of people get mods to get rid of. But if you just don't interact with people, your friendship will slowly go down, and it's very slow, to be clear. It's not like you work on their friendship, and you go a season without talking to him, and suddenly you're down like 3 hearts or something like that. It's a very, very slow trickle. I do wonder if realistically, if you just went to the luau and just dropped off like a peak item, would the friendship bonus it gives absolutely everyone when you do that? Because you get a massive bonus to friendship when you get a good result from the luau. Would that alone be enough to completely offset the decay to the point that you could reasonably just use the luau to max everyone out without interacting with them any farther? Because I don't know the decay rate or how much the luau pays out in actual numbers. Like how long do you have to go neglecting someone before they lose 1 heart? I also never looked in. Well, I think there was a thing like if you maxed out someone friendship, it would lock it in place. I can't remember because again, this is one of those things that I play Coral Island as well, and they have some similar mechanics, but then there's other mechanics that they do deviate, and there's stuff like that that's hard to remember which one was which. Because I do remember one of the 2 of them at least, as it were, when you max out someone's friendship, it's just locked in. You don't have to worry about decay anymore. And I think one of them had it where you could only decay 1 heart or something like that. Or like to the bottom of value for a heart, which is why when you max it out it'd be locked in. Okay, so it's almost festival time. Which I appreciate that. Like, I understand, you know, realism side of things. If you straight up just ghost someone for, like... I think it actually popped the sound. If you straight up ghost someone for, you know, a year and a half, like, your friendship's not going to be as strong as it was. Sure, fair, valid. But also, in my video game, I don't want to deal with that crap. I don't have to put in the effort to maintain the relationship. This isn't The Sims. Where it's like, you take the career where it's like, you need to have 20 friends. You're like, man, I don't got the time for this, inviting all these people over, talking to them all the time. I got, you know, knocking out Picassos here back to back to back to turn my fortune. Here's an idea. Imagine this mod, right? That and all it does is removes all NPCs for the game and turns into a cozy farming fishing simulator. 10 out of 10. Introverts approve. I would genuinely not be surprised if there is a mod that gets rid of all NPCs. Not specifically for that purpose of, you know, like the introvert kind of thing. But just like the dystopian that you walk around in an empty world by yourself kind of deal. See, isn't this a well-lit road? Someone should really give that person who put that path a raise. Alright, what do you got for me, Pierre? You've got a rare crow I'm not going to buy because I already have it. Yeah, so it's interesting enough where I mentioned the year back and forth. So you remember this is the first year's layout. And the second year you have a much larger maze, and then it weirdly goes back to the first maze that's smaller. But yeah, that's the reason, like I said, canonically, effectively, Stardew Valley has 2 years. They just kind of go back and forth between. And then there's other progression things that keep going. I want to say when the game first dropped, this was the only... Like, I don't even think it had the back and forth 2 years. I think it was just the same festival each time. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. So you still give me... So this one, it gave me the golden pumpkin. The other one, it gave me the ticket. Is there anyone I actually want to talk to? Sorry, mouthful of blackberries. Okay, I talked to the only one I wanted to talk to here. We're romantically pursuing Leah now. All other NPCs are dead to us other than by their usefulness. Okay. We have been crushed by the sheer inhospitable amount of like wealth requirement for so much as walking around. It has shaped our shaped our outlook on the world, that we are now driven solely by money. It's not who we wanted to be in this world. It's not who we should have been in this world, but it is who we became. Alright, Marnie. Do I think you are going to leave your farm today? So you stay at your farm till 4 p.m. supposedly. Money equals freedom, literally in this case. You're not wrong. What we could do here is, while we wait, we can process the trash we collected. We can also check. Demetrius would like a Joja Cola. Unfortunately, you know, we might be able to get to Demetrius. Good morning, there's a lot of tiles. Yep, progress is happening. Yeah, so what we can do is we can run over here. There's a good chance I'll be able to catch Demetrius because we do have access to Demetrius's house. And by having access to Demetrius's house, there's a good chance I can catch him walking around, like go out to the lake or whatever, because I don't remember. I have to actually accept it. There we go. Weirdly becoming best buds with Demetrius and nobody else, because Demetrius is seeming to be asking for more of the objectives I can actually do. It is a weird feeling to be like, you know, who do we spend the most time with? Demetrius. First for everything. All right. Okay. So you want a soda, and if Marnie leaves her house, we could potentially give her the amaranth that she asked for about 2 years ago. So Demetrius is chilling at the kitchen. Marnie's still home. So we're waiting for one of the two of them to make a move. Because there's a good chance Demetrius will leave the house in some capacity today. It might just be to go to the river to the right, it might be to go into town. But I don't think Demetrius tends to hover around the house exclusively. We'll also peek at Marnie's situation, because Marnie will potentially leave the house. Marnie's not as urgent, because Marnie, hers has no time limit on it. Demetrius, you have today and tomorrow, and that's that. Okay, 10 a.m. Does Demetrius move? No. But Maru does. Marnie's still home. Oh, I have a feeling it's gonna be one of those days that, we've met Demetrius once, we got one heart friendship, and they've been avoiding him to not ruin our friendship. It is what it is. Some friendships are just meant to be ruined. Alright, Demetrius, buddy. Move away from there at 11. And by that I mean go outside. Don't go to your lab. Come to me, Demetrius. No lab, just to me. No science today. Just river. You need samples today. Go outside and get samples. Yes. 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 Hey, you brought me the item I asked for. I appreciate it. Here's your payment as promised. And cash. Weirdly, the person who is our closest friend after almost 3 years is Demetrius. I'm very unsure how I feel about this entire situation. To be fair, that's because everyone in town is utterly indifferent about us. Because we don't get to talk to half them almost ever. I'm just gonna assume Marnie is not coming this way today. Because what we can do is we can wait till Tuesday when she does her little exercise nonsense. And we can just intercept her on her way to her exercise thing. Because that's the time I know exactly where she's gonna be. Oh. 1 second, we gotta get our axe. We gotta go to Clint's, we gotta get our axe. Because with that, we can go and knock down a couple of these trees, get some extra wood, and potentially get more trees planted. And then if I want, I could potentially buy a couple of those tiles down there to get that big tree stump out of the way. I don't think that's urgent. Okay, we've already popped the trash cans. Yeah, we're good. Let's get our axe from Clint real fast. Hey Leah, how you doing? There's a lot of good places to walk around here. I'm telling you to possibly look for someplace else to walk around here. It feels good to stretch your legs. Away from me. In a different direction. Not towards the library. Have you ever considered walking to the mountains? Alright, we got our copper axe. I don't really care about getting the upgrade pickaxe. Not anytime soon, at least. The hoe, I really don't care about getting an upgrade thing, because it's like you hoe the field the first day of the season, and then the hoe just kind of sits in your inventory and does nothing. And the scythe you don't upgrade, you find an upgrade. Did she just tell you to take a hike? To be clear, I'm adding extra words in there. She's just like, there's plenty of nice places to walk around here. It's always nice to stretch your legs, is her actual dialogue. But it's like, there's plenty of places to walk around here. Not near me. You know, someplace completely different. That I don't have to see you. Or hear about you. Yeah, Marty's just gonna chill at her house the whole day. Have you ever considered leaving me alone? You do sometimes have to double take Rual reading NPC lines. Yep. Yep, I do like to add some flair, as it were. Yeah, so Marnie supposedly closes at 4. Is that visible XP gain a mod or something added to the game? It's a mod. It's actually, I'm a little frustrated. We've had this mod, it didn't show it previously. I have it unticked to show, but for some reason today it's showing anyways. Anyways, also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Been playing some Star Trek Voyager, the new Choose Your Adventure game that came out recently. That's pretty solid, and Treacle's an absolutely fantastic content creator. Also does Rimworld among a bunch of other games. So definitely someone worth checking out, all good stuff. But yeah, no, I'm a little frustrated right now because this mod has been working fine. I've been really enjoying it, and then for some reason today, it's just utterly ignoring its settings. And I've tried messing with it. Granted, I haven't tried exiting the title and then hopping back in. We could see if that makes it go away. But yeah, no, it's just part of the mod. That's part of the mod here, UI information suite too. I mostly use it, so like up here you'll say the day is in your hands, which is a fairly neutral luck thing. It'll basically tell you you're having a good luck, bad luck, or neutral luck day, and if the next day is going to have what the weather is. So it's pretty much the TV shows stuff. There's a chunk of management in the new Star Trek game. Gotcha. But it is kind of one of those things with the, I get tired of checking the TV every day because you have to go through both the television things. It ends up being like 4 or 5 dialogue messages per thing you have to check, which is fine a lot of time. But I've 100% of this game, done a perfect run, gotten all the achievements, yada yada. There's definitely a point where like, you know what I don't want to deal with? Checking the weather and checking that. And there's times you just kind of want to know that. I actually don't like the luck mechanic in Stardew Valley. 5 bonus tiles for upgrading the axe 1 level. Oh, you gave me cloth. That's cool. Okay, so I have to go. We already got the axe. So I could buy this 1 tile and break the stump. I think we wait until spring for that. I also can't really see very well with the grid being the color it is. Yeah, because I'll end up buying a lot of tiles in spring, but it's going to kind of be one of those things I'm going to have to just work through all that. Oh, hey. Actually got enough iron to make an iron ingot. Alright, we can go to town, check the community board, do all that stuff. We go back to doing this to supplement our money just a little bit. Okay, so it's good to know that that does not give me foraging XP. I didn't think it did because we didn't gain any levels doing this. But I'm probably not going to bother. Alright. We'll check you real quick. Local pike population is getting out of control. Please catch 2 pike. Done and done. Okay, so that's the cave and that's the cave and we can't do those. Alright, let's catch our 2 pike to finish that objective. How many tiles is it to get into the cave? A prohibitive amount for now? Yeah, it's a pretty significant amount. I think the way we're getting into the cave is very genuinely we're going to get to Joja, get our Joja membership, unlock the fast travel, get the path to the fast travel, and then that'll take me to the cave. Oh, I think that's the Linkod. That's right. Linkod is this season. And we can get the Linkod that'll take care of one of Willie's quest. Alright. The Linkod are very difficult without having like any of your upgrade kind of things. It's very doable. But we're still using the bamboo pole because we haven't reached Willie's actual place. We've gotten to the beach to get the fishing pole. Yeah, the once you get out of sync with the link on, it's so hard to recover. But if you can kind of time to go with it, it will go relatively fast. Another thing that helps is if you get the bobber that makes it so the rate they escape gets slowed down. Alright. Makes it go way easier. Alright. There we go. And that's what we need for Willy. You yearn for mushrooms and fruit? Oh, if you mean the cave. Oh, when you said the cave, I thought you meant the mines. If you mean the cave like the fruit pack, that's not really super prohibitive. It's not close. But it's also nowhere near as far as, like, the mine cave. I'd guess 30 tiles? Because we'd have to go to the left. Probably 10, 15 tiles. Alright, we'll take what we got because our inventory is full. Alright, so with that, we have the link god. So we need to return to Demetrius. And then the other one is going to Willy. Willy goes to the bar a lot of nights a week. If no other one, then Friday. So if we can manage to get the link, or the pike. I think I only need to talk to Demetrius. I don't think I need to give him the pike. We can get that done, and that'll be yet another quest I've done for Demetrius. Farther solidifying our friendship. Okay. How long do I think you are going to stand there? I can't reach fishing up here. Meanwhile, bring the link cod to Willy. Oh right, because we did get our 5 free tiles. So going to West. Well, it actually brings up the thing. If we're gonna get free tiles for each of our major tool upgrades, likely the pickaxe and the hoe would do that. Now it's 2,000 for the upgrade itself, but I think like 2,500 or something like that for the copper, since I have to buy it. So that would basically mean, for the cost of 5 tiles, I can get the tool and the 5 tiles. And so that might be good. Come on, Demetrius. I only can meet you today or tomorrow, and I don't know what time you leave your office. It feels like you should really go outside in the snow. I'm sure there's cool things you can check out in the water. Maybe the effect of plant life, the effect the plant life is being had on it. I also find it interesting that Abigail just chills down here, rather than going up to Sebastian's room. And I know there's a whole cinematic as you get to know Sebastian, where Sebastian gets frustrated. That he's like, I'm working, and people just kind of don't take him seriously and show up anyways. Which I've definitely had that working from home, not from Tomb. Thankfully she seems to be pretty cool about a lot of that stuff. Oh, here we go. Don't go to your bedroom or something, come right to me. Yeah. Thanks, Rual, Storge. The pike population was getting out of hand because of careless fishermen released way too many for a local tournament. I'm taking a break from my research right now. But yeah, like, as well as things like you'll be working from home or self-employed and people just kind of be like, oh, so you're like, you're free. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm working. Oh, but like, you're at home. Yeah. So you're free. No, I'm working. My work still has to get done. Yeah, but you can work from home. Right. And that means I'm working from home. Usually it was on the thing, it's like, hey, do you think you'd come over and help with something? It's like, no, I'm working that day. It's, well, you can work at home. It's like, right, but I still have to actually work. Like, going over and working on some major project with someone else is not me doing my job. I also think that's something that, people have gotten a lot better about as working from home became a lot more common with, you know, like the whole COVID, like when COVID hit and everything, and so much work became remote and all that, that people were kind of around individuals who work from home more to get a little bit more adjusted. You can drop those off. I didn't realize how many river jelly I had. Let's see. I start tossing the torches in there. I don't even know where I want to put them anymore. Yeah, the rest is fine. We'll put the glasses in next to free up an inventory slot. But yeah, that was definitely a whole thing. Like I said, Tomb was always good about it. That she kind of realized I was working from home. And I think actually over the years, especially with like content creation and everything, because I was working remotely before COVID or content creation and everything. I'd gone from a job where I went 9 to 5 into the office all the time to a job that it was like, it's 2 or 3 days a week we had to be in office, but the other days we could be at home, and it's just normal for people to like take the remote days and do them remote. And then eventually the company closed the local office because I had a bunch of branch offices, and then I was fully remote, you know, and then that led into COVID and, you know, getting into content creation and everything else, which by the nature of me working from home in general, this is just what it is now. Hi, Emily. Hi, Rual Storge. Good morning. It's like, what a dump. You seem to be doing well. The farm looks great. So, you've been here a while, and I'm sure you've acquired some cloth by now, right? Well, did you know that you can use cloth to tailor all kinds of clothes? All you need is access to a sewing machine. And I happen to have one at home. Feel free to swing by and use it any time. Let's see, but recently Jeff said you should go back to work on site and for longer. It's good for them. He's excluded though. Yeah, oh no, I've seen plenty of that. Oh man, some of the people I worked under, I would absolutely see doing that kind of thing about making you have to come back in for hours. And then you'd be like, okay, so you'll be here, and they'll kind of just stare at you. It's like, you're going to be here, right? Because if you're asking me to be here, I expect you to be here too. Otherwise, there's no point in me being here so we can communicate. I was always one to push back on dumb stuff. I always expected to get me fired, and it never ended up happening. But I was kind of ready as like, would I rather work a terrible job and, you know, keep my mouth shut? Or like, keep pushing for better opportunities and all that, and that's worked out for me. To start tailoring, you'll need a piece of cloth and a secondary item. Experiment, see what unique styles are out there. I'm not gonna do that, just so you know. All those things that you're like, you should do this. Not happening. Okay, so Marnie, we can catch Marnie on her way to her exercise, jazzercise, whatever it is, today. And we can give her the amaranth, and that'll get her thing done. And then on Friday, we can intercept Willy on his way to the bar. And then that'll get Willie's thing done, because that might get me some extra tiles. Totally worth it spending 50k on tiles for some new clothes. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. So I believe the path to Mount is right here. So I want to say the cave where we get our mushrooms is not quite double from here to the edge. And then up, honestly, about this distance. Like, not much more than that, because it's pretty close to the same height there. Okay. Oh, it's a snowing day. I wonder if Marnie will go to exercise. I don't think she will. It's considered like a bad weather day. Yeah, you're still home. Sorry, I was going to send this earlier, but adds, it's weird because your dad's been working remote most of the time since, like, the mid-2000s. So you've had, like, 20 years to get used to the idea of home does not mean free. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I mean, it's, like, it depends on where you are and, like, what professions you're in. Like, that kind of thing. No posting day. But, like, there's definitely some jobs that have been remote for a very long time. That people have adjusted to. But then there's a lot of jobs that have been seen like as in office, that kind of thing. I think Marnie also goes to the bar on Fridays. But I think that's what'll be the plan, is we'll just intercept Marnie at the bar. And we're gonna just rush through the winter pretty fast this time. Because about all I can do during the winter is fish. And I really don't feel like just grinding out fish to either level 10 or whatever. If we again see like a quest to do something, I will. That's kind of the reason I've been pulling this up each day. You need a squid for a taco. That's certainly a bold taco. But okay. I can't get to the beach, which is why I'm not doing that. Squid is beach at night. Alright. So with this, I believe both Marnie and Willie will go to the bar tonight. So what we can plan to do... Ooh, am I going to be able to catch Marnie on her way to the bar? Because Marnie will go to the bar, but she'll come in from the west side, and I don't have access to the west side. So unless I buy the tiles to get to the front door, I won't be able to catch her there, I don't think. And certainly I could buy, like, the 5 tiles to get to the front door. And I want to do that eventually. But we could also buy the 5 tiles to get to Lewis's to get that. So we can still catch Willie going there. I'm pretty sure the route Marnie takes, we won't be able to intercept her. But we can get Willie. We can just camp out right here. We can work on our fishing a little bit till Willie comes by. We can give him the link cod to get that off the list. And then as far as Marnie goes, I think we're going to have to wait till this coming Tuesday. Because the last Tuesday she didn't go to exercise. Because she won't go to the exercise if it's raining or storming, or in this case, snowing. I know there's some day of the week that she goes to get her groceries. So I'll have to figure out which day that was, because that'd be another time to catch her. is catcher at Pierre's. It's because most of the jobs in your degree field are on site. 1 second. It's funny because most of the geos are on site, and some of them can be very travel intensive. If you had interviewed on one job that'd be remote with a 25% travel requirement, yeah, that does happen. But the pixelated snow is so nice. It is. I should have brought the river jelly with me so I could have the fishing buff. I don't think it's worth going back for the fishing buff just to come back over here to then, you know, immediately leave when Willie gets here. Get my butt kicked by Link God. Give me the perch that go really, really fast. Your favorite thing is, like, in the morning after fresh snow, blanket of pure white silence. Yeah, and I've always been a huge fan of snow. I haven't seen it in a very, very long time properly. I grew up with it, but, since I've come down to Florida, I haven't had many opportunities to, like, properly check out snow. Like, I was all excited. I had a business trip where I had to go to Salt Lake City. And at the time, the mountains nearby had snow on the top, and I got all excited to go up there. I was going to go see... You know, it'd been a long time. I was going to go see snow, and I got there and went to take the rental car up there. And they had a big sign, road closed, and I looked ahead, and there's just a big boulder sitting on the road. It's like, oh, I guess I'm not seeing snow this time. Because there just wasn't a way to really get around that. It was like, oh, well, that's not happening. It's a big freaking rock covering the entire road. So you don't get much snow here either. Been a couple inches in January, but big snowstorm in the south. Yeah. No, generally, because I'm like Central Florida, so we, like, if we see snow, it's a real bad time. Like, a lot of things are in a bad way if we see snow in Central Florida. Alright. Go to wrestling, God, give up. I thought you were gonna shoot down right again. Alright. And we did get the box. And it's an artifact for Gunther. Dear goodness. Alright, do we see Marnie? Okay, so Marnie's still at home. I don't think she's going out today. Let's see, you went to Lake Tahoe in June. Let's see, went through the scenic pass, and there's still snow on the ground up around 10,000 feet in the shady spots. That's cool. Alright, donate to the museum. Have your chicken statue. Collect rewards. Got decoration. Cool. Yeah, the thing that sucks with the fish that really fight is the fact that time is paused while you're catching them. Where normally when you catch them fast and time keeps progressing really well, when you have that, like, full minute or two fight with some hard fish, that's 2 in-game hours that didn't pass. Which is good when you're trying to make a whole bunch of money, but I'm doing this to kill time while we wait for Willy. And to level it, because I want to level it, and the fact that it gives me money, that's just extra. Would you stop giving me link god for, like, every single one? Because I'm stubborn, and it won't let it go without a fight. But it is really just wasting my time. On the bright side, we're already halfway through level 8. Have you made it to Robin's? We did. We have a couple sprinklers up and all that. I could actually get a bunch more, but it's winter, so I don't need them yet. So I'm kind of waiting to spring, so that we can, you know, go through and start organizing all that stuff. This one's getting away. I'm catching nothing but Linkon. Oh, good. Just a pike. Right now we're waiting for Willy, because I need to give Willy a link god. And so we're just fishing while we wait. He should come by here around 5 to 7 p.m. to go to his bar. Because Marnie we would also like to catch, but I don't think she's going to path where I can reach her. And a nice relaxing perch. Okay, Marnie's still at home. Willy's still at work. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. But yeah, so things we're working on now is we're just trying to, like, push through the winter, get a couple things done here and there as able. That way come spring, we've got plenty of money set aside that I can buy, like, whatever seeds we need. And then we'll end up taking whatever we've got from there. I will need to buy a lot of iron ore and gold ore. And I'm going to kind of plan to, like, shuffle back and forth to, you know, grab a set of, like, 8 seeds, make the sprinkler for in the middle, and just get that all up and running. And now we're going to be buying land to clear that out to gradually expand, to massively increase that. Because I want to get to the point where I don't really have to water the crops beyond the initial planting. Because the first day I'll have to water them all because I'll have to replow it and water it. Am I at least getting bonus XP for the link cod? Like, because it's a threshold harder than the others? Because that's giving me like 100 XP or something, I don't feel as bad. If it's still giving me like the 30, you almost want to be like, no, just cancel it. I don't want to deal with it. Give me the next fish. Alright, Willie, I need you to start making your move to the bar, buddy. Okay. Alright, everyone's still at home. The kids are starting to head home from their time at the library. That's weird. I only heard them start walking when they got to that top left corner. They were pretty much silent the entire rest of the way. Okay. Neither Willie or Marnie has moved yet. And it's the link. Yeah, so the lingcod is on my bar. It's the first fish on the left. Okay, there you are. Hey, that's a real lunker. You already certainly caught the angler's blood in you. If you really want to get the fish biting, make sure you put some bait on your hook. Alright, and give me the money. More importantly, that's one quest in my log I never have to look at again. Yeah, so there's Marnie, and the problem is, she is not going to come far enough over here to the side for me to give her her thing. But I can catch her on Tuesday, where on Tuesday what I can do is when she's on her way to work out, we can give her the amaranth. The issue is I need a Tuesday where it's not snowing, because that's what happened the last Tuesday is it snowed and so she didn't show up. But that's fine. It gave me a little bit of money, it got that done, we got a bunch of fishing XP, and I get a bit of cash for all these other fish. And that we caught, unrelated to any of this. And it was an unintentional full fishing day. Well, mostly full fishing day. And we did not make that much money. But that said, I didn't spec into doing the thing that actually gets you the most money fishing. We spec'd into the trapping, mostly because I never do it. And I was deliberately not planning on going hard on the fishing. Okay, and Emily is looking for a bream. We can make that happen. Because, well, ooh, I wonder if we will be able to get that to Emily. Because we'd get the bream tonight, so it'd have to be tomorrow, Sunday, that I'd have to get the bream to her. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I also don't know if I want to sit here and do another round of fishing. Because half of it's going to be that stupid lingcod. Emily, I know I agreed to it. I think I changed my mind because I don't think you're going to be accessible tomorrow. I remember what day Emily goes shopping. But the bream is a night fish. So I gotta wait till the end of the day to even catch it. So I think Emily's just gonna do, oh. Probably. I keep putting this off and I know I'm gonna keep putting it off, and if I don't, it's literally a quest for fishing. It's fine. We'll take the fishing buff from the jelly. We'll work on this for a minute. Because worst case, if we get the fishing maxed out, then I'm just going to ignore all fishing stuff forever. But the big question is, will I actually be able to get access to Emily? Ghosting Emily because the floor is lava? Well, that's the big question is, will I be able to access Emily on Sunday? Winter 11 doesn't help. It has to be specifically Sunday, the 11th, because I won't get the fish until late tonight, and it is a normal quest, so I get 2 days to do it inclusive of today. So the big question is, on Sundays in the winter, where does Emily go? Because if she just chills at home and goes to the bar, then we can't get it to her. Not without buying tiles, and we're not doing that. Not for turning in a quest. Like, if she goes to someplace I also want to get a path to, but it maybe wasn't a priority, that might be more justifiable. She doesn't go to Mayor Lewis's house, but if, for example, you know, Sunday she goes to Mayor Lewis's house, then, I mean, I'd be able to intercept her on the path, but pretending that wasn't the case, I would do that. It's also possible if she goes to the bar on Sunday, we are reaching the point where a lot of these quests I'm going to have to catch people at the bar. I don't really want to spend to get the tiles to the bar, but we might be reaching that point that it's worth considering. A Nautilus fossil, 3 frozen geodes, and Pertro. Alright, well, that's a change of plan. Let's see, the only difference I see for Winter 11 and 15 otherwise is her regular schedule. Yeah, I don't know her regular schedule. Not anymore. I knew it once a very long time ago, but these days I don't want to memorize that nonsense. Okay. Yeah, because I know she goes to the bar a lot of nights because she works there. I know she goes to that. Okay. Yeah, so I'd have to buy my way to her at the bar. So I think we're just gonna nope out of this quest. Because I'm not gonna buy the 5 tiles it's gonna take to be able to reach the bar's front door to turn in a quest where she's gonna give me a fistful of nickels. That's fine. We caught a couple of things. We end up getting 3 different turn-ins for the museum, so there's a good chance we'll get some bonus tiles from that. That's fine. It was worth checking, because I don't believe there's a consequence for accepting a quest and then not finishing it. I could be wrong. We can sell the fish, the roe. That's all fine. The only other one is Tuesday she goes aerobics at Pierre, but that still doesn't help you. Yeah. Nope. Okay. We could sell the algae. Yeah, it's one thing I actually appreciate about Coral Island as well, is, with a lot of their, like, quests, they're usually not just, like, 2 days, just do it. They usually give you, like, okay, this is a crop that takes 14 days to grow. Alright, so you have, like, 14 days to actually turn in. Oh, am I already out of drink again? Alright, 1 second, I gotta go grab a drink, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I went to refill my drink. It's like, oh, I don't have anything here for it. Yeah, but no, as making the comments, one of the things I think Coral Island, and I think it's they learned from Stardew Valley, because there's a lot of that you see in the genre from games that came later, is they looked at what Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley did, and they took the things that worked really well and said, okay, but where are the kind of some of the pain points? And so for like Stardew Valley, one of the pain points you can run into is like, you'll have, for example, be the first day of the month, they'd be like, okay, well, Alex wants a bok choy. It's like, that's cool, Alex. That takes 4 days to grow, and it's only been 1 day of summer, and I have to day 3 to get that to you. Well, actually, it's day 2 to get that to you, and it still takes 4 days to grow, which means you're not getting your bok choy, because it's physically impossible for me to deliver that to you. So some of the later games have been better about not requesting things that would be impossible for you to acquire. That said, it's not a big deal, but that. And that's for the record, those are the random quests you get off the board. Most of the like regular quests, they'll be a lot better. Hey, we got an extra 5 tiles because of donating things to the museum. Dear Rual Storge, tomorrow we're all gathering in front of Marnie's house for the Ice Festival. It's a celebration of winter. There'll be a snowman, ice sculpture, and ice fishing competition. Arrive at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Mayor Lewis. I'd like to participate, Mayor Lewis. But genuinely, even if I used every single dollar and free tile I have available to me, I probably cannot get there. Well, that's a long day. Let's go to bed. Because then Monday, we get the community board will have new options, and maybe we get a quest worth doing there. We also are checking the daily thing. And this is because I really don't have ways to make money during the winter beyond hoeing the dirt for yams. I'm going to go ahead and just keep that in my inventory, just in the off chance there ends up being a fishing thing. But it's the hoeing for the yams and the winter root, and fishing. Because normally you could also go through, hop into the cave, go do foraging. It's a good time for upgrading your tools and all that kind of stuff in a normal run. But with our restrictions, I'm thinking there. How do you turn off subtitles? To turn off subtitles, if you go to the little gear on the bottom right, it'll be under there that you can turn on and off subtitles. Like on the video itself. And that'll be the same whether it's here on YouTube or wherever. Because I just basically feed that into the video player, and then the video player actually renders it on your screen. We're drinking, it's a diet soda. Alright, so unfortunately, we could fish up the trash, but I can't deposit the trash, so I can't actually do that quest. So we're just gonna run right on back and move on to tomorrow, because tomorrow we should be able to get Marnie her amaranth when she goes in for aerobics. You put it in the fridge later, you should drink it also. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, generally speaking, anything like subtitles, changing the resolution, changing the encoding or anything on a video, it'll usually be the gear on the video. Oh, on mobile? I know you can turn it on turn it off on mobile as well. I have no idea where you do that though. Usually it's when you touch on the video itself, you can find the gear. But off the top of my head, I don't know where it's at. Because it's not that I don't use the mobile app. Pretty much, I use the mobile app like right when I wake up. You know, I might put on someone's stream while I'm working on other stuff. So I'm not caring about things like subtitles or anything like that into that circumstance, because I'm not really watching the stream so much as listening to it. But yeah, if it's not there, then unfortunately I don't know. Usually you have to turn subtitles on yourself, so it's interesting that they're on without you needing to. Not like, this isn't me being like, oh, you turned them on by mistake or whatever. It's like, oh, I wonder what turned them on. So I want to say, I don't even think that's on Twitch's end it sets that. I think it's literally the video player itself has its own settings. Just checking one thing real fast. I can worry about that later. Okay. Okay. You're not sure. You don't see the option on mobile, unfortunately. Yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that. I do keep subtitles on because, like, the closed captioning, because a lot of people find that useful. It's actually kind of interesting that, so we have all our little tags we can add to a stream. So, like, because I'm playing Stardew Valley, RPG, simulation, and strategy are on there as well. Just in case subtitles equal closed caption. Yeah, those are the same thing. You only discovered Twitch subtitles because it enabled itself on your stream for you? Gotcha. Yeah, but it is a thing that one of my tags is closed captioning. Yeah, so like I have, you know, that the stream is in English, closed captioning, you know, I have the anti-min-max, anti-realism, which are more, or joke tags, those aren't to be taken seriously. But of the tags that people search for, the tag that people find my stream the most for that isn't just English, actually is the closed captioning one. Anti-speedrun. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, the anti-speedrun, people don't push me to speedrun. The anti-min-max and the anti-realism I put up there as a joke, because we'd be playing a game and it'd be like, well, if it was realistic, it would do this. And it would be something that's just, like, not fun or whatever. It's like, well, that's a good thing it's not realistic then, isn't it? Because that sounds terrible. Or I would have people, it's not often, but like I'd occasionally have people backseat me really hard being like, hey, if, you know, if you moved this one tile to the left, you'd save one tile of movement distance. And you kind of stare there like, if I have to worry about a single tile of movement distance, I'm uninstalling this game. Because that is some obnoxious level of min-maxing required. Just cooking a homemade pizza at the moment. Pesto, tomato, ham, and cheese. Pesto pizza's pretty solid. I can get behind a pesto pizza. Alright, Marnie. I need you to get here for your aerobics. But yeah, so I started putting those as a gag because, you know, people would come here, like, and it's one thing that people are like, oh, you know, this might be a little bit faster if you did this, like, we're having a conversation, that's fine. It's when people get really backseaty about it, where, like, they're like, hey, you really need to move that bed over. You're wasting one tile of movement. You're, you know, like, basically you're like one tile, you know, not optimized. So people get like really backseaty and pushy about that. It's like, dude, it does not matter. I'll sometimes do like, you're not malicious compliance, but like, okay, so you're almost here, but like maliciously inefficient. Factorio was a fun one. The very first time I played Factorio, we got a bit of backseating there, and it was really fun that this person was trying to be like, you know, you can save a lot of space, and basically is trying to tell me to belt weave, which I know how to do that and all that. Oh, the amaranth I asked for 2 years ago. You know that cow died of old age since then. Thank you. My cows are gonna love this, I guess. My nephew Shane's been staying at my place for the last few months. He helps with the chickens, so I'm not complaining. Alright. But yeah, it was like, this person's like backseating really hard, just being like, oh yeah, you know, you've got two tile gap in between your smelters or whatever. You know, you could belt weave it could be just one. Do animals die of old age? No. No, they don't. That'd be pretty upsetting to a lot of people. I actually don't know a game of the genre where the animals die of old age. There's actually very few where they can die at all. Like, I've seen one or two that the animal runs away if you don't take care of it. But usually it's just they just stop producing and they get mad at you. Story of Seasons did Old Death? Interesting, I was not aware of that. Oh, right, I need to actually accept. You always think that by portrait alone, Marnie looks like the kindest villager. Gotcha. She definitely comes across as a sympathetic person. Yeah. Yep, no, Story Season / Harvest Moon. Because of the whole licensing thing that they ran into. They kind of lost the rights to their name. But yeah, no, it was just the thing, like the person was backseating me really hard. Story of Seasons is $40. Yeah, well for me, like the real ones is the Story of Season versions that are effectively re-release of their past titles that were under the Harvest Moon name, but now they're Story of Seasons, and then they're charging full price. It's like, I get it, but at the same time, I'm not gonna buy it at that price. Harvest Moon was never the real name? What was it? Not Factory Town. Mining Town or whatever? Gotcha. It was something Natsumi made up for marketing reasons, and since Natsumi made up the name, they had the rights to that. But the series originally was Story of Seasons in Japan. Oh, well, I thought it was Story of Seasons, and then they came out as Harvest Moon here in the US. And then they did a couple iterations of that. And then I want to say there was something related to the licensing with the people who translated the game, or the people who translated their game had the rights to Harvest Moon. And so they went to using the Story of Seasons name again. And in Harvest Moon now, like, there is new Harvest Moons being made, but it's Harvest Moon as in the people who did the translation, not Harvest Moon as in the people who actually made what was referred to as Harvest Moon in the US. That's a memories going by. Regardless of whatever it is, the point is you see a game labeled Harvest Moon now, it is the group who did the translation, and generally it's a lot of stuff that's like kind of crappy mobile oriented kind of stuff that's like, thematically Harvest Moon, but that's about as far as it goes. Yeah, Natsumi released the game to the West publisher, but even the very first SNES Harvest Moon in the West and Bokujo Monogatari in Japan. Yeah, gotcha. But it's like the original Harvest Moons we had here were decent, but like they only had a couple of those before the whole licensing fiasco where it was no longer the same people involved or anything. And that's kind of where things really went awry, was after they had that they weren't working together, and then they just cast in the Harvest Moon brand. And then developers of Story of Seasons has been re-releasing what was under the Harvest Moon brand here in the US as Story of Seasons, because it was Story of Seasons developers and all that. Basically, where they're re-releasing their old games, effectively, which is fine. It had disagreed eventually a split. With Marvelous doing their own Western releases as Story of Seasons, and Natsumi using the brand recognition of Harvest Moon to make their own games, which are like the Harvest Moons nowadays. Like, I agree, they're like a much worse version in the genre, but they're just cashing in on the brand name. Versus Story of Season is like, effectively, Story of Season is Harvest Moon, and Harvest Moon is something completely different. As new entries in the system is pretty regular, not just remakes or re-releases. Right, yeah, my comment was more about the remakes. Some of those remakes / re-releases, they were effectively charging what would be full price for an original game. And it's kind of like, alright, hang on. This is a re-release of your game that you came out with, like, years and years and years ago. I'm totally cool with, like, your new games being full price, because that just makes sense. It's a new game. But at the same token, when you're re-releasing, like, a remaster, I actually don't like remasters in general, because it feels like a second round of cash in on your previous game while throwing a texture pack, which is unfair. They're touched up, but it's one of those things that, like, you know, they don't have any of the modern quality of life stuff. It is effectively the same game it was then, but sometimes it'll handle like higher resolutions, and that's kind of it. Starting tomorrow, the traveling merchant fleet will be at the dock at Pelican Town for its yearly night market. The market starts at 5 p.m. and will be in port for the next 3 days. Please visit the beach at 5 p.m. to join the festivities. There's free coffee. Nope, that is a lot of tiles. You mean Nintendo does the same thing all the time? Yeah, I also don't buy Nintendo games that do that. And to be fair, it's not even just, like, console ones or anything like that. Like, you know, the Souls games have been doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the Souls games, they put a little bit more effort into it, but a lot of it's just genuinely they slap a new texture on it, they give it the thumbs up and say, good enough, and move on from there. And it'd be different, it's like, okay, you could get Dark Souls 1, you know, they gave it effectively a texture pack and a once-over, and they want to charge $20 for it? Sure, that's like half price or whatever. But when it's a remaster where they just toss a texture pack on, they're like, $45! And you're like, alright, come on. Come on, man. At least it's Skyrim, where they just add the X-Year Anniversary Edition. Right, and they just do, like, a texture pack. Red Mullet is Ocean, I believe. I mean, if we compare it against, like, Satisfactory, or Terraria, or Stardew, or even No Man's Sky, endless free updates. Yeah, to be fair, I usually push back on that I don't think it is realistic or practical for a developer to release updates forever for free. Like, games like Stardew and that, you know, kind of get away with it because they were extremely low cost to initially make, and then sold just millions of copies. Or, like, at least hundreds of thousands of copies. So, you know, Concerned Ape is, you know, very easily a multi-millionaire by a large range. Which, you know, good for him. Like, he created a wonderful game, hit a hot market, you know, hit a niche that people were just leaving alone, and just absolutely bankrolled with it. And 100% has earned that money. But also, outside of those extremes where someone does, you know, just bankroll like that, I don't personally feel it's realistic or sustainable for someone to just endlessly update for free. Because that, or, you know, without, like, extra costs. No Man's Sky is a weird one in the sense it has done remarkably well for a game that was pretty reviled when it came out, which I played it when it first came out, and I actually was very happy with it, because I hadn't been listening to any of the marketing. I hadn't seen the marketing, so I didn't realize they had, like, massively overpromised and underdelivered. Largemouth bass is, I believe, lakes, so I can't do that one either. I'd have to get to the mountain area. So I was actually caught by surprise when I finished up No Man's Sky. I'm like, this is a great game and all that. Like, I shouldn't say it's a great game. That's overstating. It's like, you know, I had a really good time with this game. Like, it was fine. Like, it wasn't amazing. It had flaws. But, like, I genuinely had a good time with it. And then, you know, brought up the internet, and it was just people were losing their minds over him. Like, what? What? That I was genuinely shocked with how incredibly negative the response was. And then, you know, afterwards I saw the interviews where it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna be able to meet your friend and be out there, but the galaxy's pretty big, so it's pretty unlikely you'll ever see each other. But yeah, it totally supports multiplayer. And then, you know, that was an utter lie. It absolutely didn't have any of that. And you're like, okay. Dear All Storge, I'd like to give you some information about this upcoming event, the Feast of the Winter Star. It's time for the community to come together and think back on the good fortune that we've had this year. A favorite tradition is the secret gift Haley exchange, where someone in town randomly is assigned to someone else. On the day of the festival, everyone brings a gift for their secret friend and surprises them with something special. This year, your secret friend is Caroline. Don't tell anyone. The feast will take place on the 25th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the town square. See you then. You're lucky that I actually like Caroline as a character. If it was Haley, I was gonna go and take literal garbage and give it to her. Get her a frozen pizza? I mean, if I actually wanted to get her a good gift, I would make my way to the bar and buy a pizza. Or something like that. You could get her a good gift that way. We are just flying through the winter because I want to get back to progressing. Indie games are putting so much worth into paying attention these days. Yeah, absolutely. Illicit Game is a ridiculous breakout hit, which Stardew thing you generally can't financially swing it. Yeah, and that's kind of thing. And even for that, like No Man's Sky, it had a really bad initial release. But it did have absurd sales. So commercially, No Man's Sky was a wild success right from the beginning, even when it was horrifically badly reviewed. Commercially, they made their money. Which it's a major credit to the devs that they had their money. They very well could have just said, well, people didn't like it, pocketed the cash and stepped away. And that would be completely in line, which is what is completely standard and normal for the industry. I'm going to actually check the trash cans in case I can get a decent gift for Carolina. Which sounds like a really weird thing to say. Because there's a chance we might get some food. Oh hey, a flower. That'd be a shot to their own feet? Not really, kind. Because that was like Hello Games' debut game for the most part. So they could have cashed out, make their millions and millions and millions of dollars, patted their hands, and then closed their door. And the people would have made off like big time, or even just rebranded themselves or whatever. And sure, people would figure out the rebranding and all that, but it'd be enough confusion that people wouldn't realize it's the same devs right away or whatever. Like, yeah, if they wanted to be under Hello Games' flag long-term, absolutely. But that's kind of the point, is to their credit, they could have taken the money and run, so to speak. But instead they're like, no, we want to make a good game. And the reading between the lines after the fact is that it is implied heavily that Sony forced them to push the game out before it was ready. You know, something that Sony may have a really, really long-term reputation of doing that exact thing. Like, just routinely being like, this is the deadline, we don't care if the game's ready or not, you deliver. And then the game comes out and it does poorly. And then it's, surprised Pikachu. What do you mean we put all this money in the game and it didn't make nearly as much as we thought? Yeah, sometimes the game just needs to cook a little longer. But yeah, so Hello Games did a good job, though, after the fact that, how you feel about the over-promising, under-delivering at the beginning, obviously that's not okay. Like, the marketing side of it, where they promised the moon and the stars, and it's not that they didn't quite deliver to expectations, but things they said were going to be in it flat out weren't. Like, not even true. And it wasn't like, it was months and months and months out, and, like, things didn't quite hit what they expected, and, that kind of thing. They knew at that point they weren't going to have that on time. The people leading it. But to their credit, they ultimately long-term did make it right in the sense that now No Man's Sky not only has the initial promises, but they have way, way beyond anything any of us ever expected. Now, that doesn't forgive the, again, kind of over-promising to a point of being utterly deceitful in the initial, but at least they had the integrity to go and, be like, you know what, we're going to keep working on it, making it better, because they could have cashed out and walked. And that's what we see in the industry 99.9% of the time, is if a game doesn't just home run on the initial launch, that the development gets, they'll do whatever the minimum bar they feel like they can get away with, and then they, brush their hands and walk away. And to be fair, business-wise, often that's what you have to do. Once you get that stink about you that, your game is not good, it's really hard to shake it. That quite often it is just better to cut your losses and try again with something else. Which, you know, sucks from the consumer that you spend all your money on a game and then immediately support gets dropped because, you know, it didn't do well. I can't catch herring. Those are ocean. I can catch river and just river. Oh yeah, victory is ours. We got our trash can lid. Wearing the proper hat. Yep, run's done. Good job. We have succeeded. Crocus is liked? Yeah, I mean, it was the way I looked at it, it's a flower. And of the options we have so far, probably the best we're gonna get unless we get really lucky. So put that hat away. So if I don't find something that's like way better, it's not a bad choice. I want to see you get the living hat? The living hat. The living hat. I'm sure I've probably seen it, but I don't remember. The fiber block has a hat. As a hat, it's like 1 in 100,000 or something. Ah. Ooh, chub. Chub is river, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Chub is river? No, because we haven't seen any chub. It's perch. So perch, pike, and lingcod are river. Chub is probably lake. Or was that ocean? I don't think it's river. Man. George there just has field snacks left and right. Oh wait, we have the community board. Yeah, I think it's a lake one. I think it's the, like, the crappy lake one. Oh. Rock rejuvenation. Hi. I'm gonna invite some friends over for a rock rejuvenation ceremony, but I need some crystal to channel the correct energies. Do you think you can lend me a hand? This event here, that event there, is pretty much why I'm like, I just can't, Emily. I'm sorry. You're nice, but I just can't. I just can't. I am very much a person of sciences and all that. Cannot get behind the whole healing crystal. Like, we can be friends, and we can even be good friends. But romancing, I can't. I just can't do it. The bin hat? Absolutely. Yeah, Mountain Lake. I figured as much. I am far, like... For me, Leah and Maru were my favorite two for romancing. I like Leah's story. I know there's a lot of people who don't like Leah. Which, you know, fair enough. Like, everyone has their own taste. But I actually like Leah. And I guess a lot of people just, you know... They're not really into, like, the artist pursuing her passion, yada yada kind of thing. And sure, fair. Maybe it's because, like, my background was an art as well. When I first went into college, I was doing 3D graphics animation. So, like, you know, Pixar kind of stuff. You know, and then I pivoted into, like, it was a hybrid degree between electrical engineering, comp sci, and network signaling. But I did start with the art background, and then realized when someone else tells me what to draw, I don't enjoy it nearly as much. Which, if I'm going to be doing, like, the next 40, 50 years of my life, I definitely want to make sure that... Hey, Italics, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Italics? An absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. We were doing some Terra Invicta tonight. I hope that run's been going well for you and all that good stuff. We're doing Sweaty Tryhard Stardew Valley, and I can explain that here in a minute after we do the whole plug for Italics and all that. Because for those who don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. What was I doing? I was going to bed. It's 7:40 in the morning and we're tired. We're going to bed. We're not actually tired, we're just fasting time. Currently addicted to Terra Invicta, gearing up for Build a Space Navy. Nice! Absolutely. I got that installed 2 days ago. I got that installed with the intent on playing it after talking to you about it and having you describe it. I haven't done it yet, but that is going to probably happen. But people should go check out Italics. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. No, snooze the ad. Snooze the ads. Okay, I got it last second. I got it with 3 seconds left in the clock. We managed to avoid immediately putting everyone into an ad after a raid in. I've kicked it down the road as far as I can. I caught it that time. But definitely go check out Italics. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone who plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel, has done like Vintage Story, has done RimWorld, has done a whole bunch of stuff. Somehow raids only happen right before ad breaks for all streamers, you included. Well, it's most people end on the hour, and it takes a couple of seconds for the ad break to actually spin up to a minute. So it's as your night goes on, it'll be just slightly after the break on the hour. So unless you do something like you end your stream at like 15 after, 20 after, or weirdly like 30 after, it does mean you're going to land in someone's stream, because you're probably going to hit like, oh, 7 p.m. wrap up time. Okay, well, let me go raid out. It's going to take me a minute or two to get the outro, and you'll usually land right when someone else's ad break is. It just, and I do the same thing. I raid into people and I catch them right on the ad, and it happens to all of us. But yeah, regardless, again, check out Italics. If you like the content here, you're almost certainly going to like it over there. I don't know if you've ever played Stardew Valley on your channel. That is, I haven't seen that kind of game over there. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, because it absolutely may have, but I haven't seen it. But again, it's done like a whole lot of similar game styles with RimWorld and everything else. So if you like the content on either channel, you'll probably like it the other way too. With all that said, for everyone popping in, I'm surprised if you don't know me. I am Rual Storge, simply because I do share a lot of viewers between me and Italics, and there's definitely the raids happening there. You love the challenge you're doing, Rual? Yeah, it is sweaty and try hard. For those who don't know what we got going on, so first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Rual Storge. I do play a lot of simulation games, as well as like tycoons, city builders, settlement builders, the occasional roguelite, simulation a ton, a whole range of stuff. But we're doing some slice of life right now. But we're doing Stardew Valley, and it's going to be a little different from what you're used to seeing in Stardew Valley. This is if Stardew Valley just decided to like punch you in the kidneys and tell you to work harder. And I'll explain that in a minute after we say, check out Ultrasaurus, another fantastic content creator, has been playing a lot of Factorio Space Age, has just reached Gleba. Last stream I caught. So it's in early Gleba. Don't spoil Gleba for Ultra, because Gleba is an experience that is nightmare fuel. Gleba taketh, does not giveth. Gleba, I'm sorry. Yeah. I want to give a quote from the channel, but it will spoil things, so I will hold it. I will simply say, of the new planets I went to. So I went to Volcanus, then Gleba, then whatever the last, like, because there's the 4. I went to Volcanus, then Gleba, then I went to whatever the Fulgora, then I went to Fulgora, and then, you know, everyone goes to the 4th planet because it's after the other ones. I shouldn't say everyone, there might be a way to get around that. It is interesting though, like, so, you know, you're mentioning first planet. There's probably a whole strategy around which one's first. Each one of those planets does unlock new stuff that you can then use at the others. I actually think Gleba's got some of the most powerful unlocks. So, like, there's really good stuff you get from Gleba. But also it's Gleba. the planet of everything rots, and then your entire production line seizes up, and then you like grab your hair and go, how do I stop this from rotting? Because the moment this rotting, it seizes up the entire production line. So you just constantly have to have like, okay, if it rots at this stage, how do I evict the rot from the line so that the entire factory doesn't shut down? By the way, nightmares. And I'll leave it at that, because I know you saw that far, but you have new nightmares coming. I will simply say that, and I will leave it at that. But check out Ultra. Does a lot of simulation, has done some factory automation stuff, has done like settlement builders like Timberborn and all that. So highly recommend checking it out. Stop procrastinating. Twitch suggested this redeem. I haven't had anyone redeem the stop procrastinating in a hot minute. I used to have the stop procrastinating came up because like there would be something I should be doing and I'd be just not dealing with it because I didn't want to. And that was redeemed for that. Anyways, to what we actually have going on in this run. So we are doing what's known as the Tileman Challenge. You might be familiar with this if you've played old school RuneScape. Yeah, we had the eat your dinner redeem in the past, but people abused it because they would use I would start stream, and for those who don't know, my wife gets home usually about 2 hours after the start of stream, and then, you know, dinner happens real quick. And so I had to redeem eat your dinner to force me to stop and actually eat my dinner because I would forget. But I got rid of it because people were redeeming eat my dinner right at the beginning of the stream. I was like, this is utterly useless. Like, because it was one-time redeem, you know, and all that. So I got rid of it. But the stop procrastinating was one that we just put in there and whatnot, because at least then people were using it correctly. But anyways, for the Tileman Challenge, if you played old school RuneScape, which I have not, I've heard good things, but this is a challenge that comes from that. And the idea behind it is to move on to any tile on the land, you have to purchase it. So when I started the game, because I got plenty of time today, I'm not worried about losing time. When I start the game, I would start right here, and these 3 tiles are all I was allowed to walk on. So you can see I cannot, well, I'm sorry, there's 3 tiles up here. So I cannot walk up to that. It's just not possible. To do that, I got this little thing here that I can use to buy a tile. And normally, I get to be like, haha, look, the tile's 1,000 gold. But I did actually earn 10 free tiles for some other things I've done that I've been hoarding. But right now, once I use up those 10 tiles, it's $1,000 a tile, which is what it's been for the last 147 tiles. And so, it's expensive. Right now for... Oh, did I put more bait in there? So right now, to give you an idea of our progression, this actually is all set up to farm. We just got sprinklers. We are in year 3, by the way. So in case you're wondering the progress, year 1, I reached Pierre's in the winter. That's how long it took me to afford the tiles to reach Pierre. Because at that point, the only way to make money was to dig for clay, which is terrible. Then I reached Pierre, and things kind of blew up. We reached Clint. We got a lot of solid progress. Things were going pretty good. And then kind of the next major milestone was, you know, and we escalated the farm so I could get about what I could handle with my stamina to water everything, and then we stopped. And then the next move was to go to Robin. Because it took me to about summer year 2 to get 22 stone, most of which I got from fishing. And hey, Sim, how's it going? For all those who don't know, also check out Simcopter1, another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation and strategy and all that kind of stuff. So highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Been doing a lot of Arc Raiders recently, but does, you know, traditionally do like simulation strategy and stuff out there, like whatever's in the mood, Roller Coaster Tycoon, all that kind of stuff. How's the challenge going? It's going pretty good. So we finally reached Robin today, which enabled us to get our smelter. So again, year 3, about halfway through, like year 3 summer, or whatever year we're in. Yeah, year 3 summer, I believe it was. We finally got our smelter and our recycler. which means we finally got our sprinklers fall of year 3. So the progress has been slow. The good news is, as we get those tools, things speed up. And right now what we're doing is we're mostly just kind of fast-forwarding through the winter, because I would much rather be working on the farm. Then my only other alternative is to dig up a bunch of dirt looking for winter roots and snow yams, or fishing until my eyes bleed, which I don't want to do. So we're just going to go ahead and hit the trash cans real fast, because tomorrow is the Winter Festival, and I've kind of got to the point of becoming antisocial with most of my neighbors, because with us fast-forwarding time as much as we have to for this challenge, the festivals come pretty quick, and I just don't want to talk to people. But for the Winter Festival, what ends up happening is you are a secret gift giver, so it's like Secret Santa kind of thing. And I was hoping they would give me Haley so I could give her a piece of trash. But instead they gave me Caroline. And Caroline's actually, you know, Caroline's cool. No beef with Caroline. So what we're gonna do is we want to make sure we give Caroline something at least tolerable, because that's kind of what we're working with. So we did find a flower. And that's what she's just gonna have to live with, because that's what I can make happen right now. Because I do have a decent amount of money when you're looking up there. I am sitting on currently 40,000. But a lot of that's going to become seeds. And I'm going to need to buy a bunch of these tiles here so I can put down my sprinklers, so that I don't have to water all this crap every single year. Or every single time. But we are hitting the point where this run was going to start ramping up a lot. What about Linus and his special bait? We have not met Linus yet. In this run, so we have met Linus in regards to the conditions that the initial quest does, but we have not met Linus outside of a festival. So for getting our free tile for meeting everyone, we have not met Linus yet. Because I only recently got to the mountain at all, like literally about a season and a half ago. And we've only been able to go to Robin's and nowhere else up there. Because again, every tile is about $1,000, and that's a whole lot of tiles that's going out of my way that I don't have anything to show for. Alright, so we're just waiting till 9 a.m. We're gonna go to the festival, and my intention is to walk up to Caroline, give her her flower, receive our gift, and then ghost the rest of the town. Oh no, we'll talk to Leah. Because Leah's fantastic and deserves to be talked to. But, it's just a whole thing with that. And, thank you for the 7 stream streaks, Silveraxi. I do appreciate it. And that's mostly because I'm kind of fatigued with just going from festival to festival and doing everyone's dialogue. Because we went to the fair. Oh, Leah, I lost a heart with. That must be relationship decay. I had 1 heart with Leah, but because we don't talk to anyone or gift to anyone because I can't reach them, she's decayed back to 0 hearts. Weirdly, Demetrius is getting a lot of hearts because of the quests I can actually do. Most of them are his, where he's like, yeah, go fish up a couple of pike. Okay, I can do that. Oh, go fish up a couple of perch. Yeah, I can do that. Give me a melon. Yeah, I can get you a melon. Versus half the other people was like, hey, could you get me an eel? It's like, no, I actually can't. I can't get to the beach, so there's gonna be no eel for you in the future. Or, hey, can you get me this gemstone? No, I can't get to the mine. I can't get you your gemstone. Alright, so let's check in what we got here. Do we care about anything here? Alright, Pierre. Weirdly, this would be a terrible plan. Weirdly, if we got the greenhouse, I could take the 1 powder melon, use my seed maker to make the seeds for the powder melon, and start making a bunch of powder melon in the greenhouse so I could grow stuff in the winter. But counter argument, instead of all of that garbage, I could also just grow star fruit or something like that in the greenhouse when I get it, and just make money. Give Caroline her secret gift. Here is a pretty flower. Oh, so it's you? Ah, a crocus, thanks! Oh no, Clint's giving us her gift. To be fair, we're probably Clint's best customer. Hi, sorry, I'm your secret gift giver this year. Well, open it. Please be my friend. Hell yeah, Clint, I'll take 5 frozen geodes. It's nothing fancy, but it's the best I could afford. No, genuinely, this is the greatest gift I've gotten, Clint. You're straight up hooking me up. You know what, Clint? I'll talk to you too. Gus is just telling us about his artisan candy canes. I think he had too much cinnamon nog. All these happy families, but for me, just another lonely year. It's okay, Clint. Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna charge you 25 gold for each of those geodes. You know what? That's fair. That is some shady gifting right there. I take that back, Clint. You gave me something to get me all excited, knowing full well that I'm gonna have to pay you to open those. And you probably, when you pick the ones, you're like, no, I'm pretty sure that these 5 here are just full of stone. You know there's a Stardew announcement coming this morning? Yes. For those who don't know, there is a YouTube video coming out for Stardew Valley from Concerned Ape. That's going to go all the way from a pre-release version of Stardew Valley up to version 1.7, where they're going to announce for version 1.7 that is coming out maybe today, on who the 2 new romanceable characters are. Now, we don't know 100% it's going to be today, but that's the heavy implied rumor. It might be later. I do suspect we'll at least get an ETA today, if not the release. But then there's lots of wild rumors on who the romanceable characters, all that. Do you think Clint will be announced? Well, that's the thing. I personally think we're getting a new area, so think Ginger Island, but not probably a tropical island, something else. And I think we're going to get 2 new romanceable characters from that location, whether it's another town or whatever. If it's not that, and it's existing characters, I think because it'll probably be like one female character, 1 male character. The female character is almost certainly going to be Sandy, because their only other choice is Pam. Actually, I take that back. There's also the cashier at Joja, which honestly fair. I could actually go for giving that character a personality versus her only existence being a Joja customer or a Joja staff member. And there's definitely a bunch of mods that give her stuff. Let's not forget your cursed idea. The cursed idea was that Jas and Vincent become adults. They grow up. And I was like, no, 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 no. Not okay with that. Uninstall. But, yeah, exactly. That's like, people probably was like, this is a cursed idea. It's like, no, Now, for the male characters, they got a few more choices. You got the wizard. Fair enough. You've got Clint. Don't subject yourself. For all of you who went for Shane saying, I could fix him, it's not worth it. Leave Clint alone. Don't do it. Don't do that to yourself. You are better than that. You deserve better than that. But Clint is definitely a suggestion that's come up a couple of times. I don't, like... Let's see, wait, this is how I win? Well, this is how I win to Adam Sandler. But yeah. You and him are such a match to Ultra. Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. Like, Clint is a frustrating character. Oh hey, the chicken statue. I already had one of those. Welcome to the sales bin. Okay, drop you in here. We'll drop the periwinkle in there. But yeah, so we're getting more content. The big thing that makes me personally think that we're getting an additional area that those 2 characters are to come from is generally Concerned Ape is pretty conservative on their promises. So like when Ginger Island came out, it was kind of verbiage around, I think this is a pretty big update or whatever, and generally has not called an update very big other than the one that Ginger Island came out with, which was a colossal update. And there's been a lot of comments that this is going to be a pretty big update, like one of the biggest ones that's coming to Stardew. Which is like, okay, if this is one of the biggest, and we haven't had that many like major content updates to the game. We've had some good ones, like to be clear. But, you know, Ginger Island's edition was like the big one. We had one about a year or two ago. I think it's been 2 years now. That did add a lot of polish and a lot of stuff there, but as far as like raw content, it wasn't nearly as substantial as the Ginger Island one. You're so excited, but you have no time to play Stardew Valley? You'll just have to stream it, that's all, Ultra. You'll just have to stream it. I think you would have a bunch of people who'd enjoy it. Who remembers Haunted Chocolatier? It's being worked on. Concerned Ape has actually talked about that is still being worked on, and a lot of progress has been made, and he spoiled images and all that for it. But it's definitely one of those ones he's been splitting his time between, like, doing extra updates for Stardew and Haunted Chocolatier. I think part of the stressor you run into in someone's in, like, position like Concerned Ape is you kind of get that curse that you've had this blowout hit for your first game. Realistically, no matter what you do, it's not going to be as well received as your first game. It's very, very rare that you can follow up a smash hit with a second one. Because if you do something different, people are going to be upset that it's not Stardew Valley 2. I actually genuinely think Clint got out away with that, and I've been scammed by Clint. Because all of those things we popped, I got one item worth, like, anything at all, and it's not even that good. And I paid him $125 to pop all those, and 3 out of the 5 were just stone. But it is one of those things that, the dogs are giving you heck for playing games being your job. If there are 2 romanceable characters added, they will add a few unromanceable ones in the new area. One would imagine, I would assume, the Merry Miner. We don't know, but that would be my guess, is there'll be like some number of characters up there of which 2 of them happen to be romanceable. The Cold Mist here, some loot boxes, basically. Clint's gift-giving scam confirmed. Exactly. Clint just isn't, isn't just a creeper who is, like, weird about a bunch of stuff. Also a scammer. We didn't check the board, did we? Yeah, there's nothing we care about. Alright, so we're almost the thing, do not redeem. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. I'm excited to see what we do. If it was just literally wrapping Stardew Valley Expanded in the game, I would be disappointed with that. It would be fair, because I want to say, didn't they bring the person who worked on Stardew Valley Expanded, like kind of the main mind behind it? Didn't they bring that person on board at some point? Or have them involved, not that they actually hired him or had involved? Clint has no redeemable qualities, because if you do the community center, he is never at the shop when you need him. Well, that's the reason why you side with Joja. It's the best for the local economy. We've had that discussion. Okay. So I actually do want those copper. You know what, Clint? I just realized we've scammed you like 3 times. I think it's fair that you scammed us back. I take that back. That was, you know, a fair turnaround on that one. Because we're about to pull a scam that we pulled on Clint a number of times. Which is, Clint has asked us to please get him some ore so that he might inspect it to check on the quality of ore in the area. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Clint, and I'm going to buy the ore from Clint, and I'm going to give it back. I'm going to let Clint look at it. I'm going to keep the ore, and he's going to pay me for looking at the ore that he already got. And then later I'm going to probably use that to probably have that upgrade our pickaxe. But the reason why I think that's fair is I believe when we upgrade our pickaxe, I'll get 5 bonus tiles. So paradoxically, I'm going to kind of break even on it, where I would be buying those 5 tiles anyways. So the $2,000 for the upgrade plus for the copper, and then he's going to pay me for it, ends up being a whole thing. The factory must grow. Can't go being a farmer. Counter argument, you could automate farming. To be fair, you could kind of do that in both games. Not as much as Coral Island. Coral Island lets you do some serious automation on your farming. I like Coral Island a lot. For those who aren't familiar with Coral Island, if you look at Harvest Moon, and kind of where Stardew Valley looked at Harvest Moon and say, yes and, Coral Island kind of looks at Stardew Valley and goes, yes and. So it's kind of that same thing, where Coral Island, as far as mechanics and systems go, I would say adds an incredible amount to the model. Hey look, we found... Oh wait, I have to wait for you to leave. Alright, so we have to wait for Clint to leave work so that we can show him the copper. Because normally you walk behind Clint's desk and show him the copper. That way you're talking to him versus shopping. But that would cost me 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 gold to walk behind that counter. And I sure as hell am not paying that. Okay, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to do that really quick, and I'll be right back. We'll do some more Stardew Valley, but thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. Yeah, no, Stardew Valley can be as stressful or as not stressful as you choose to make it to be. If you're someone who approaches Stardew Valley where like, well, I gotta get this done, I gotta get that done, I gotta get this done, I gotta do this by year 2 and that, you can make it an incredibly unpleasant and stressful game. At the same time, if you're just like, you know what I'm working on right now? I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. That's all I'm gonna work on right now, is I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. You can very easily have just a nice, relaxing, chill time and just really enjoy it. But yeah, it is 100% a game you can absolutely just stress yourself out with. At least you can't help yourself but min-max each day. It is a thing that you will naturally kind of do that. You can have a thing there. It's one of those games you can definitely optimize the fun out of the game. You can absolutely optimize the fun out of the game with Stardew. I think that counted. Yeah, it did. Okay, I've already got the aquamarine. If you don't have a cask in every walkable tile, am I even playing? Oh yeah. Your nephew skipped days to get his horse a few years ago. Yep. Oh no, absolutely. And like we're skipping days right now, but that's more because of the challenge, I don't really have other things I can do other than grow stuff, fish, and then dig dirt. So most of the time we're doing like the growing stuff now. And so I'm just trying to rush through winter to get back to working on the farm, because that to me is where I got the most stuff I could do that's interesting at the moment with the challenge. And while I enjoyed the fishing minigame in here, I am not someone like... It is one of those strategies in the game to just go hard on the fishing at the beginning, because you can make really good money doing it. It is not a thing I enjoy doing it. Like, the fishing is a lot of fun. When you have to just sit here and just kind of slam out a whole lot of fishing, it very quickly becomes not fun. Yeah, so we're just killing time until Clint is done with work. What's up? You think you fish too much in Stardew Valley? I mean, if you enjoy it, do it. Like, don't like take away from that. But it is one of those things that you can absolutely be like, this is good money. Let me just spend the first 3 weeks in the game doing nothing but fishing. And then you go, why is this game so tedious? And it's like, well, yeah, you just spent the first 3 weeks fishing. Sure, you're making a heck of a lot of money. But also, you have just looked at a bar go up and down for 3 solid weeks in game. Alright, I'm pretty sure we already have the skeletal tail, unfortunately. And everyone knows once you've already got a priceless artifact and you find another one, you just throw it in the trash. Get your $100 for it. Museum's already got a Stegosaurus? Well, that's too bad. Chuck the other one in the bin. Serves no purpose now. Can't have 2 Stegosauruses. That's just weird. Could you imagine having 2 Stegosauruses on display in the same museum? That is just right out. Alright, so Clint closes at, I believe, 5, and then he'll stand by his smith until 7, and then he'll finally leave to the bar after that. I'm probably going to try and slip in there for the 5 o'clock close. Yeah, 5 is right out. 5 is just right out. 5 Stegosaurus? Like, trying to show that they would be hanging around each other in a herd and representing that? No, that's just madness. Every dinosaur needs to be presented as a solitary creature as far as a museum thing, even though the plaque underneath will say they are a herd animal. But in presentation, they will always be alone. Oh, what were you... Oh, EVE Online? Oh, did you play EVE Online? Low-key, EVE Online probably is the game I have more hours in if you count overlapping accounts more than anything else. I can't say that for certain because I can't actually look up the numbers. But at one point, from buddies who had been playing with like one by one, quitting the game and giving me their accounts, I did at one point have 5 active accounts overlapping. I would genuinely call it an addiction at that point. I feel it did cross the line from being a hobby to potentially being harmful. Like, I genuinely have history in that game that there is when people talk about, like, the different alliances and who took power and lost power and yada yada. like, my name comes up in some of those things. Or other accounts that people don't necessarily know were also me. Because I had 2 PvP accounts. I had my industry powerhouse. And then I had accounts that did like lots of agent missions and that kind of thing. Because later on they made it so you could pay the game using in-game money. By, you know, buying stuff from other people kind of thing. And my agent mission runners were making such bank that I just didn't have to worry about it. Oh yeah, the drum block. Well, my inventory's full. There we go. It doesn't seem like you have anything to donate to the museum. Better get out there and start treasure hunting, huh? Oh, you didn't knock it down. You destroyed it. It's fine. You know what? That's the fair thing to do, the drum block. I was literally putting it there so every time I walked by, I just go, boom. Harvey was like, this crap is really annoying. I'm gonna just go ahead and kick this. Everyone walks into the library and all we hear are drums. This is an awful thing to have in a library. Okay, so I don't remember your exact hours. So, Clint, now's the point where I awkwardly stand here and we just stare at each other until you close for the day. Okay, so it did close at 4. You can tell because the lights turned out and everything. And weirdly, he stands there for like an extra hour after closing time. We can actually, I think we can pull up the map. I think it'll show. Yeah, so Clint closed at 4. So Clint is weirdly, after hours, going to stand at his desk, staring forward, waiting for a customer to come in, after 4 p.m., which is their closing time, for a full in-game hour, and is going to go walk over, and then they're going to forage for, 2 hours, which fair enough. And then they're going to go to the bar. And so we're going to have to wait the 2 minutes that he's going to be foraging there to talk to him. Got to count his till? Did you give him a lot of money? I mean, I guess that'd be a fair thing, as he could be counting his register, I think. I don't imagine, like, the blacksmith has, like, a cash register sitting there. This seems a lot more like, yeah, I could give you 5 pieces of ore. I just need you to slip me $100. Like, not going into a register, just, going into the pocket. It doesn't seem like a register kind of operation. Also, there's like 18 people in town other than Clint, or 20 or whatever it is. I imagine this is not the kind of business where you worry about having more than one customer per day on any frequency. It's all about having that 1 or 2 good customers per week making a decent amount of money. Low volume, high profit. Because, I mean, even if we consider the people that everyone has to do business with, like Joja and Pierre for the most part, with only like 20-something people in town, 7 days a week, probably only averaging 2-3 customers a day. Small town life is weird, man. Also, to be fair, in real life, with only 20-something people in town, you are not supporting a Walmart and a local grocery store kind of thing. You brought the ores I requested? Excellent. I like to inspect the local ores from time to time to keep track of the quality and abundance. Let me just look at these. I see. Thank you. You can keep those ores. They're excellent quality. And here's your payment as promised. There we go. It was just like, you cannot receive your prize ticket. Your inventory is full. I probably should buy my last inventory update. It is year 3, but this has kind of been the first time we've actually had inventory problems. By and large, until we started fishing, inventory was just a non-issue. Because how am I supposed to get a variety of goods when all I can do is walk along a thin line between me and Pierre's? And have, like, 50 tiles on my farm I can access. Year 3, Krobus is still hiding behind the playground. Never to be visited. Okay, so we do have a bunch of coal that I got from trash. And we could sell the fish. And we could sell that, because that's surplus. Drop all that off. For right now, put back the crappy bait to clear up some inventory. And drop off the aquamarine. And I noticed we had a garbage CD here, too. Got processed into refined quartz. Now put another round of the copper in here. And then it's bedtime. So I got one more day of winter. And then it'll be time to start growing things. We'll buy our, I don't remember how many seeds, like 135 or what. Well, no, it'd be more than that. The 135 was not counting the 3 areas of 8 seeds along the sides. Okay, we can go down here, grab that periwinkle. And I am noticing I do not want a tree growing right there. You can go over there. But we can quickly get the 5 copper. We can upgrade our pickaxe. And we did notice when we upgraded our axe, it gave me a couple of free tiles. That's actually where some of these free tiles I'm sitting on came from. But the plan for when spring starts, I've already got these 2 all set up correctly for just accepting crops with all that. And so after that, what I need to do is all this middle area is not set up for sprinklers. I do have 4 extra sprinklers ready. I just would need to place them. I probably should start working on it. I probably should have started working on that previously. I may have goofed on this. It's fine. Regardless of if we have a little bit of a slow start to spring. Yeah, I think what I need to do is I think I'm going to need to go over here. We're going to spend a pretty good chunk of change with Clint over here real quick. And the reason we're going to be spending the big chunk of change with Clint is for the purposes of getting myself set up with a bunch more sprinklers. I should have already had those going. I cannot get you a tuna, Alex. That is in the ocean, and I cannot get to the ocean. It is much too far and much too expensive. Oh, and kind of our headcanon for this run is that Mayor Lewis is scamming us. Like, everyone else doesn't have any limitations for moving around. That's just not a thing. But they realize we're new to town. Mayor Lewis realized we're new to town. And it's just like, oh yeah, there's a tax for every 2 feet you want to walk. So you gotta pay that tax to have access to that. Everyone has to go through it. Can you craft sprinklers with just materials, or does buying sprinklers consume mats as well? There is not a place to buy the sprinklers in vanilla. In Stardew Valley Expanded, at least not that I'm aware of, Stardew Valley Expanded you can buy them. But that's Stardew Valley Expanded. I believe the forget her name. Pink hair girl. I believe she sells sprinklers in Stardew Valley Expanded. Alright, we're going to be pushing a bit farther than I should. Okay, that'll be 4 more sprinklers. So let's see. 4, 8... Alright. So we're going to be probably a bit low on money for the amount of seeds we want. But we will have the sprinklers to kind of automate things. So that's kind of the exchange we did there. I could have actually gone away with 4 less seeds there, but it's fine. It's simple, we kill the mayor. But yeah, so we're kind of going by the idea that our character's just naive and the mayor's just pulling a fast one on us, making us pay a bunch of extra money, you know, pretending it's a tax. But the reality is we're just helping him, you know, make his golden statue. Alright, so what we want to do is start smelting this ore as fast as we can. Because we really want to try... Oh. I gotta go back to Clint's. I was gonna drop off the pickaxe while we were there. Let's go drop off the pickaxe, get the upgrade. That'll probably give me a handful of free tiles. So we're definitely gonna go into the spring with not as much money as we would like for seeds, which is not great. But it is what we're gonna deal with. But we're going to be wanting to set them up under anywhere we can get the sprinklers anyways to kind of escalate it. So we basically gave up what's going to be a bit of our crop to automate the process. It would be really nice if we can start... If we can get some powder melon, I can go into the process of getting those to scale up. Okay, here's the pickaxe. Thanks, I'll get started on it as soon as I can. It should be ready in a couple of days. My luck is going to dump a bunch of rocks in my farm, which it hasn't done the entire time. And I'll have to break those to get at stuff, and then I'll be very frustrated that I dropped that off with Clint. Not really, because even if it dropped a bunch, it would probably not be enough to totally derail anything. Alright. So, let's start processing a bunch of the iron. The gold takes a long time, so we'll get the iron started, because that way we can kind of just knock that out while we're sitting here. And then we can go from there. Okay. And even though it doesn't... Well, actually... So long? 2 in-game hours. Let's grab some trash. Let's see, how much time in-game does it take to... I guess it's been so long since you brought... It's 2 days to do an upgrade. When you drop off a tool, it takes 2 days to get the upgraded tool. I'm pretty sure I can't recycle a Joja, right? Okay. They're basically pulling trash. Because we're going to need that for more coal and all that to avoid buying it all. There's a mod recycled Joja. Oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I can see a bunch of things. You drank the Joja? Blasphemy? Alright. Yep, so Stick gave me coal, which is part of why we did that, because that saves me money. And then you're ready for some more iron. Okay. And it is going to be a hectic first day of spring. Because I'm going to need to run over. I also just remembered I needed to save money for buying tiles as well. Is there any fish in that farm? Well, I don't think so. I know in Coral Island they have the same idea as like a pond in your top right corner, not around here. And it's got a few crappy fish in it. Like you can get like shrimp or whatever, so they're not really worth much. But they do have some shrimp in it. Alright, that's about 1 more minute. We can probably catch one more thing here. I'm going all the wrong way. Never mind, we'll just go collect this stuff here. Oh no, it's still got more time. But yeah, no, I'm mostly here for... I'm pulling up trash, because we can make the trash into wood and stone and coal and lots of torches that I don't really need and I don't think are worth anything. Mostly I'm just trying to process the coal, or sorry, the iron and all that. so that I hopefully have enough sprinklers to make tomorrow not terrible. And the unfortunate reality is I don't have a whole lot I could do right here on the farm that's worthwhile. There's at least something productive I can do is I can pull trash to get more refined quartz. You know, a bit of coal, a bit of this. Get a little bit of fishing XP, because when we hit level 10 fishing, I believe I will also get a bonus of, I'll get a bonus again of more tiles. I think it's like 5 tiles or whatever, 10 tiles or whatever for maxing out a skill. A little bit of Monica in your heart? No, it's a little bit of Monica in my life. Get your memes right. A little bit of Erica by the side. A little bit of Rita's all I need. I actually don't remember what's after that. Mambo number 5 was the last thing you expected on the stream. I'm not the one who started it. Was it Sandra on the side? I can't remember. It's been so long. No, that was right. It's Sandra in the sun. That's right. Because I haven't heard that song in... Oof. It's around the time they invented dirt. I'm pretty sure it was around the time they invented dirt was the last time I heard that song. It was a fun song and all that. But that's what I was watching, like, holy crap. Last Tuesday then? Pretty much. Man, Mambo number 5 is a song I have not thought about in a very long time. All I can hear is the trumpets. The best part is it being like, the trumpets! I thought the Thirsto earlier, and you had to pick up a, God, I Jode? Oh, jeez. The one that, anytime I hear it, which is not very often, that just is like a moment that makes you have to stop and just be like, I need to process this for a moment, is when you hear like, ooh, pump the jam, pump it up. Like that one. That was like, when I was in school, it was like every single one of the times you had like an assembly or whatever with like, you know, students and all that, that would always play. Always play. Let's see, Go Sleep Tonight. The song for the polyamorous. Or the guy who's getting around is not letting the others know about it. Whatever's going on there, there is a lot of it. What it might be, we aren't sure. But there is a lot of it going on. It could all be on the up and up. Okay. We can go here. That's in our sprinkler. Alright, so this is going to be a whole thing. And I know it's going to be a whole thing. So we can start with the ones we know we've already got set up. Or is like every single time you had, you know, the local basketball team or the local football team or whatever, you know, insert name of sport team, would have like their thing at the school. You'd have, "We are the champions, my friends." It was just one of those things. Okay, so at 9 o'clock, we want to get a bunch of seeds. And I'm going to just have to start working. That is smooth. So it's kind of weird that... this filled in the way it did, not that it did fill in. Okay. Let's see. You brought the fame and the fortune and everything that goes with it. Mine would always be an absolute mess. Back, your parent decided to fly and greet some guests that arrived in your house. Nephew and his friend. Fun. Alright. So this is going to be, as best we can describe, an absolute freaking mess. Because I want to not have to water a bunch of plants. That's the main goal here, is I do not want to water a bunch of plants. Did I have a bunch of sap sitting in here? Yeah, I could have, it's fine. We won't worry about the fertilizer. So we're gonna go to Pierre's, and I'm gonna buy a whole lot of seeds. We do know our farm is at least 135 seeds worth of size. I'm going to try to avoid getting the seeds where you plant it once and you just keep getting your payout, because we're going to be shifting things around, and that's going to be a bad time for it. Shane's like, does anyone have a gold bar laying around? I could really go for a gold bar. Yeah, you know what, Shane? I can go for a gold bar too there, buddy. Okay. So, right. We did kale last time, because kale is actually relatively good money. Alright. Give me the freaking kale. So we know we can handle that much on the area at large. What we don't know is dealing with getting these sprinklers set up and buying the tiles and doing all that crap. How we can get that going. You normally wait until the second level sprinkler because you can't stand the tiny area of the first one, but this challenge you must feel like a godsend. Yeah, so I skip... when you got your sprinklers, the one that makes the little plus can go die in a fire. The third one, the problem is I don't have a means of getting the batteries. You need bat wings for those, and I actually don't even remember what you do to unlock that recipe. But yeah, I don't mind the second class one. I also like to try and push for the biggest ones right away as much as I can. Okay, so we decide we're skipping this whole row that I don't own. So what's going to happen here, I'm going to skip that row, because I don't own that row, and I'm not going to be able to line things up the way I want to. Okay, so I gotta buy this tile, and this tile, because we can't put sprinklers on tiles we don't own. Okay, so we've got all of you. while this is going to cost us a little bit of efficiency in a number of ways, the fact that I am going to finally be able to not have to babysit, water all these things every single day is going to be pretty good. It's also going to give me a tiny little bit of cushion between my tiles, so that, like, the stupid grass and trees and everything growing in, I can finally just cut them down and see what I'm doing. I don't know how to handle this, being able to actually see. Alright. So, one thing I'm going to want to do is grab you. How do even you not line up? Aw, man, I've got a mess here. I don't want to skip every other row. Boo, I did a terrible job when I set this up at the beginning. Alright, so what we'll do here is I'm going to buy one of these tiles, probably down there. Put the scarecrow here. That'll cover all this. Alright, so no matter what, I'm going to have a huge mess. I'm pretty upset about this, actually. Oh, hell with it. I am displeased with that. That was a lot of money spent that, if I just planned ahead, wouldn't have had to have happened. This whole thing's a mess. We just burned through a lot of tiles to get that sorted. But... oh, I see. That's fine. I was about to be like, I own that tile. What do you mean I don't own that tile? Forging is... forging level 6? Well, that's great. My entire ability to get forging is mostly growing trees and then cutting them back down. The only good thing here is I can work with this for getting around there. It definitely feels like I'm ultimately going to want to buy most of these tiles in the gap, which I shouldn't do because it's not going to be at all efficient money-wise. Alright, so what's going to need to happen here? So I could salvage this part. So I go up this line. So what happens here is I buy this tile for the sprinkler, that tile for the sprinkler, that tile for the sprinkler, which gives me just enough room to go through and clear all of this up. Okay, yeah, I will be able to get enough sprinklers for all these spots. Should I not have the same number of gold as the rest of it? Okay, so all of this is now lined up. All right. Thank you, Ultra, for hanging out and stuff. You have a good lie down and all that good stuff. And I appreciate the lurk and whatnot. Always good to have you. Okay, so the plan from here is just each cycle when we do our harvest, we expand. And this has been honestly pretty terrible. This is actually pretty bad. We definitely botched this pretty well. can almost make my first scarecrow. Almost. Not quite. Yeah, so I've got an extra iron bar. One of those is going to become a sprinkler up here. So I'm going to have one batch I'm going to have to, you know, water the next day. Okay. So what we can do to make this not so cursed? No, it's 2 tiles between. So of course it's going to be cursed. That's still salvageable. I can dig this tile out and move this sprinkler over here to line up with that. I'm actually just going to go ahead and do that now, so thwack. So you are all set up correctly. Buy that tile. Yeah, because then when this grows, we'll move it all over. It's gonna be a mess. We're trying to take what was made without plan and give it a plan. It's fine. What I could do in the interim is I already know I'm going to be putting more crops right here. I don't own more of the tiles, but I'll plant that because I want to make sure we're at least making enough money so that we can make at least a sprinkler or 2 each rotation. Okay, and we grab you. There's a sprinkler. Okay, so then these 11 over here are all set up. I've got room for another one here, and then I'm going to have to manually water that, and that I'm going to have to manually water. It does suck that, like, all these tiles are kind of in the way. And I can't really take full advantage of them. And I definitely would like to expand that farther down, but I'm going to have to buy several tiles to do that. And I could just keep manually watering those. I really don't want to, though. I really want to be stubborn about it. Yeah, because it wouldn't have a good angle to, like, fully set you up, because that would go down there and need to buy the row of tiles down below. It's fine. It's whatever. We move on. Maybe what I'll end up doing is... I should have actually checked the board, the community board. We'll see if there's any community stuff we could do to earn a little bit of extra cash. To supplement our income a little bit. Because then I could potentially get a bunch more going. But that's what we wanted to see. All those sprinklers go off. Now I don't need to fuss with that. And we could drop our trash off here to recycle. Because then I just have the one set over here to deal with. And that's it. All watered. Okay. So let's go see if the board here... Actually, we have a tree we can cut down as well. So cut that tree down. Because that's a little bit of foraging skill. Progress is progress. Okay, so we can go ahead and get over here to get our pickaxe. Our pickaxe from Clint. Which will be good stuff. But yeah, so that is not gone as smoothly as I hoped. But it's kind of one of those things that now that it's in place, though, it can very well be like every time I get N amount of dollars, I know I can buy, 8 tiles and the sprinkler to complete an area. So I already know, that's the amount I can actually make any of that work with. So that'll be good. So I need to check this board. I can't do either of those, so rip. And we'll go get our pickaxe. And then I might fish a little bit. Because that'll let me supplement my income a little bit while we're waiting. And then if I'm lucky, I could use that to get like a couple extra tiles here and there. It might be one of those things that even though it'd be highly inefficient, I might just buy the freaking tiles in between so I can move on my farm like normal. So if we're lucky, I might get 5 extra tiles when we go to sleep tonight for getting my pickaxe upgraded. Okay. Yeah, so the plan from here is each time we get our harvest of kale or whatever, that should give us enough money to hopefully get like another area opened up, and we're just gonna kind of do that, open that up, and you know, every 2 or 3 more means I get an additional tile or whatever to buy each cycle, so that the idea is that, you know, per season I'm opening like, you know, 6 or 7 sets of tiles. And it'll continue to grow and all that. Seeing those dots down, the bubbles down there, which means catching faster, and not being able to reach them, is mildly infuriating. Because I know I'm getting an inferior catch speed, and I see the solution right there, and it's 5-6 tiles out of range. Yeah, so you should be pretty easily able to knock out level 9 on the fishing. Which, if we can get a quest to make it worthwhile to push for 10, we can push for 10. And we push for 10 on fishing, I believe that gives me 5 free tiles. And the good news is most of the spring fish, other than like the occasional legendary or special fish, are relatively easy to catch. When you look at the game, broadly speaking, with stuff like fishing, it gets like harder as you go from like spring to summer to fall to winter. There's exceptions like legend and all that, but broadly speaking, they intend the player to have like gained levels along the way. So you'll have the harder fish will get hard. The easy fish stay fairly easy throughout the time. Like the perch is still just a really easy fish to catch. Alright, we'll eat that for the fishing bonus. Alright. It'll be really curious this time tomorrow, like, will 1.7 be out? Like, who are going to be the new romanceable characters? And I've said a couple times, if 1.7 does drop before we, like, you know, satisfactorily, like, finish the run or whatever, we will just kind of jump into 1.7, because that's going to be far more interesting or whatever for me personally to do that. Because while like I'm really enjoying the run, new content's new content. And it's not that we can't like come back to this at some point. Or even with 1.7, once the mods get updated, I would be down to do this run again with our newfound knowledge, and maybe be a bit more planning in how I buy the tiles on my farm, since that's going to be biting me in the butt here. We're going to be wasting like 10,000 gold, maybe more, getting things lined up to actually work. Go ahead and chuck that, because you can become coal. Let's go over to Clint and smash this mystery box. Okay, deluxe speed growth. Yeah, mine seems critical. No, I would definitely disagree. I would strongly disagree. I think the mine in this is very much a trap. Because the cost to get to the mine is going to be very substantial, and because we have to buy every tile in the mine, literally what I've revealed on this whole world right now, that's probably going 2 or 3 floors down in the mine. So I think very genuinely with the nature of how this run works, I very much feel like the mine is a thing to be actively avoided. It would just be so cost prohibitive. Arriving on Gleb as the first outside planet, that's fun. I envy or not. Then again, playing it, even more so than the first time, must be actual fun. Oh yeah, no, I very much, like, I enjoyed Gleba, but also, Gleba can go die in a fire. Both of these statements are simultaneously true. You thought Gleba was a new Kerbal Space Program planet? No, Gleba is from Factorio. That you got the spaced out, or not spaced out, Space Age DLC adds 4 additional planets to the game. And yeah. I'll avoid spoiling it, but all the planets have a way of spicing things up differently. Also, hard mode, Glover, you don't bring anything to help you. So, by and large, that's the way I did most of the planets when I did Space Age. I actually really liked kind of starting with the bare minimum and just getting things going. It's the same thing I do when I play Planet Crafter, that you're supposed to like go from one planet to the other. That, broadly speaking, brought just enough to get it so I could go back if I got stuck. But most of the time, I didn't bring much with me. That said, there was one of the DLC that, just by the nature of it, did bring some stuff to shortcut things really fast. Alright, Infinity Simplex, you sleep well and all stuff. The body says it's sleepy time. Got that same bone that we keep finding. But hopefully we can get a couple thousand here. Because every time we get a couple thousand, that's more tiles I can open up. Now granted, we're at the point where I actually need the sprinklers, and each sprinkler is buying 5 ingots worth of iron and 5 ingots worth of... Oh, sorry, no. One ingot worth of iron and 1 ingot worth of gold from Clint. And then smelting those. I have plenty of the refined quartz. Refined quartz is like super easy now. But it is raising enough money to get the gold and the iron. And then on top of that, buying the tiles. You kind of don't have a choice to bring much. After arriving there in a spaceship that's woefully underprepared, too broken to make it back. I joked about that. I think that's kind of just a rite of passage, that if you don't spoil yourself the first planet you go to in Space Age, the vast majority of the time, you get into a situation where it's kind of a trip of no return. Because I did the same thing with Volcanus as my first planet, is I had my ship, and I got over halfway, and the ship wasn't going to be taking another thing, so like, the engine's cut off, and it drifted forward, because if you're over halfway, it'll keep going to its destination. And so we kind of limped to the finish line. I'm like, okay, well, we made it here. Maybe I can salvage this. I just need it so that the asteroids can't hit the platform, which of course they could. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to lose everything in the platform, so I packaged it all away and sent it down to the planet. You know, let the one last piece of the platform get destroyed. And basically it was like starting a nearly fresh run on Volcanus. And honestly, I really liked that. I honestly feel like that's a great way to play. you know, obviously you need all your stuff set up back home so it doesn't all burn down while you're out there, but usually by the time you leave, you kind of have to have it set up that way. From a practicality standpoint. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. But no, it was definitely an interesting one, getting stranded on Volcanus for the first part. And then, you know, finally, once I got all that done, I was able to get back. The other planets were, you know, they were complicated and I had to figure them out. Like, that part was still hard. But I didn't end up in a situation where I was stranded again. Because while you're working on one of the planets, you're going to make a ship that can go back and forth reliably. Have you met Linus yet? Nope. We have not met Linus yet. That's not going to happen unless we go for the mine using the normal path, and we're not going to do that. We're going to, if we go for the mine at all, we're going to be getting the shortcut and then going from the shortcut because it'll be like 100,000 gold cheaper. More than that, it'd be like 200,000 or 300,000 gold cheaper than taking the path up past there where we would cross paths with Linus. So unfortunately, because Linus almost exclusively stays up on the mountain, we're not going to cross paths with him naturally, other than like during cinematics and festivals, which don't count. We're so close to leveling this up to level 9. The downside is these fish aren't going to be worth terribly much, because we want the trapper path, which is not the money path. That way I could set up a bunch of the crab things for trash, and not have to put bait in them anymore. Because when you get the second level, you can have one that you don't have to bait your traps, you just run by and get the goodies out of it. Okay, so you got 32, so we've got 64 or 68 more XP to get, which is like one really or two really good catches or like 3 okay catches. And then that'll be level 9 and we'll head back. Yeah, and I've talked about going and doing another playthrough of Space Age a number of times. Like, it's definitely a thing I brought up on the channel a bunch of times, being like, okay, you know, slow game week. We'll potentially go and, you know, do some Space Age. We'll check it against our things. And it hasn't happened. And it's mostly because I know the time commitment that it is. And it's hard to be like, I'm going to be taking, you know, like 2 weeks or whatever it is of just Factorio to make it happen. And I feel like it's one of those things, if I only do like 1 or 2 days a week, I'm just not going to remember what I was doing, which is just going to make it take even longer. Okay, so sell the fish. Sell the sonar thing, sell that, sell the algae. Put you in for the refined quartz. And drop you all off. Alright. Fishing, level 9. So one more level in fishing. I think the other sound we heard was getting 5 free tiles for, I believe, upgrading our pickaxe. The first time. Yep, so we would get 5 free tiles. Yeah, so we'd go over here. And that's good news. We wouldn't be able to get the other sprinkler, but with the other tiles I could continue to clean out this area and work this over. That said though, it is getting to be about that time that I need to probably be wrapping it up for the night and all that good stuff. But I do hope you have enjoyed the stream, and if you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. We'll see what happens tomorrow so far as if we get 1.7 dropping. If so, we'll do that. If not, we'll do more of Stardew Valley, like this challenge. With that said, I mentioned earlier, so normally technically my days of Thursdays and Fridays are my days off, but I do have a habit of streaming on those anyways. If there is a stream this Thursday, the 26th, Most likely they'll be starting a little later than normal. Me and Toom got a thing that's probably going to cut into the evening, but you know, that's going to be play it by ear. But with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but that stream will be ending because they don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. If you're over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and all that kind of stuff.